Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the DPC. We have a fantastic series of games lined up today. Super excited to start this one off with LBZS versus EHOME. And to help introduce the action, I have a fantastic panel, smart and equally as pretty, Lizard and Neff. How you guys doing? I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. I said equally.
We get the both.
Oh, okay.
Best of both worlds.
Excellent. Thank you, Lizard.
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus quite yet, Neff.
I can't imagine you do. We're both equally handsome.
There you go. So we've got such a sick series lined up to start this one out. EHOME versus LBZS. Both these teams at 3 wins. A 4th win nearly guarantees that top 4 finish.
Yeah, and coming into the season, coming here at the beginning of January, you probably didn't expect these two teams to be fighting it out. Maybe EHOME.
Maybe EHOME.
Maybe, but I wasn't a true believer as well, considering they switched up their roster completely, and now LBZS is even making upsets. Like yesterday's game versus IG. Well, IG is upsetting everyone, I would say, but LBZS versus EHOME, like you said, it's a fantastic start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams took down pretty big teams just yesterday. Vici Gaming and IG falling to both of these squads, not what anyone really would have expected. Neff, what's the magic happening here?
I'd say maybe it's new squad magic. Maybe it's the fact that these teams are even more hungry to prove themselves here in the upper division. You can kind of come into these matches sometimes as like a stronger team and think that you're going to deserve the victory or you don't need to prep for it, and that a lot of the time can be your undoing, right? So perhaps these teams had that approach, or maybe, with how short this DPC was, they decided to prioritize prepping for teams like PSG or Aster instead of these teams that came in from the lower division.
Yeah.
Things to keep in mind here, but the results of yesterday made this upcoming match here much more exciting.
It did, right? I was excited to watch these two teams play in general, but now it just means so much more, especially for the possibility that there could still be a major. I mean, it's a huge series for both of these teams.
Yeah, if you're EHOME or LBZS, just staying in Division 1 is already a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? Like LBZS, we've been covering this team for a long while, for a couple of seasons now, and they've been in and out of the Division 1, of the upper division, right? Now they have a chance to go to a major, and they're pretty much confirmed of staying in upper division, right? Like,
both these teams should stay in, barring some pretty wild upsets.
Which are very unlikely. So just having them already fighting for that major, a lot of the youngsters in these two squads, it's one of those. Am I dreaming? Can you pinch me?
Nephew's asking you, please pinch him.
Here.
Oh, here, of course. Yeah. On your muscles.
He just really wanted you to feel his arm. Just double checking.
I'm just
like we said,
not gonna deny anything, not gonna confirm anything.
Solid. Solid for sure.
Yeah, give us a breakdown. You got to tell us what it feels like.
Like steel.
Oh, that makes sense.
What do you think? How does it feel for those players playing for major?
Oh, I thought you meant the players that also felt up your arm.
No.
Exciting. I mean, again, I think we had the interview from EHOME at the beginning of the season, and they said that their expectation or their hope was to stay inside the upper division, not to potentially make the major. They thought, okay, if we can get there, great, but we just want to be able to stay with these top teams. But they've surpassed that expectation. It's got to feel so incredible to get to play on that international stage, but that's still to be seen whether or not that happens or when it's going to happen.
TBD.
TBD, yeah. There's some difficulty surrounding that one.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things that's so interesting, too, because, like you said, we had that interview with EHOME where they're like, yeah, we just want to stay in Division 1. LBZ has pretty much said the same thing, and then we're like, so what are you guys doing now? Like, are you, excited? Like, how much are you preparing for this next game? And they're just like, yeah, we did what we wanted to do. Like, we're just going to play our own game and see what happens. And it's, such a cool mindset.
Yeah, and when we interviewed Shiro yesterday, he had such a humble way of looking at the game. Like, a lot of people think that he's one of the best upcoming players inside the region, and he's just focused on his own game.
Yeah, it really comes down to the player, right? Some players that I've been around, they love the pressure. They thrive on it. Lower bracket, upper bracket is for, all this stuff. But me, I would always prefer pressure off. Just find a way to get into that zen and then play off of that, because it's just so much easier. You perform better, and when you've already reached your goals like they have, but there's still something to strive for, I think that's like the best scenario for you to be in as a young upcoming team. Like, you just already proved yourself, but haven't quite, right? So you still have the hunger, and the major is so close.
Yeah.
Do you guys still agree that perhaps EHOME are slight favorites here? Maybe
They're
from
my
the recent
favorites.
showings.
And if we had any rogue host who's now on a different desk now, put elsewhere because he's a naysayer.
Are you talking about Nomad?
I rarely talk about Nomad,
Maybe.
but yes,
Yeah.
this time.
He's gonna go for the sunshine no matter what.
Yeah.
So,
I'm surprised they allowed him into the studio with that shirt on.
yeah.
The LBZ has clear bias there.
It's really something that I didn't expect from a person such as Nomad.
Professional,
he
right?
was always professional, very objective, but something's changed. The sun has gotten into him.
Into his heart?
It hit his head.
Yeah. I thought he'd lived his life in darkness like a real gamer.
Yeah.
No.
EHOME, however, like Ricky, who's now our host, and will not be
Definitely not
analyzing.
in any way. No.
Won't be
Look at
analyzing
his
a lot,
professional
right?
attire that he's got on.
Put a tie on today.
He's very, very professional.
Showing a little
Very-
bit too much
Very
ankle,
sharp,
though.
very sharp.
Just gotta be a little risque sometimes,
He's been praising EHOME from the get-go. I didn't believe in them in that first day, as they looked pretty damn bad in one of the games.
Damn.
But
It's true. They had a rough game. They had a couple rough games here and there.
But it was a rough game, right? And what surprised me is that game was the exception, not the other games in which they stomped top tier 1 major attending teams before. So really happy to see this organization picking up a young squad and actually making it work. If you think about it, all the upcoming young squads right now are looking real hot. Like the OG, the Team Spirit, obviously, that won the TI.
I'd like to say that a lot of this was due to Team Spirit and their success at TI. I think before that, a lot of people figured, okay, Dota's such a complicated game, we're best to go with these veterans. But then Spirit come in on with like...
it's a different attitude. Right?
Yeah, it's a different attitude, different approach to the game. I do think there's a certain level of hunger, like you said, and the amount of practice that these younger players put in order to prove themselves.
Just before TI, like a month or two before, I'm playing a pub and I'm playing with one of Team Spirit's guys. I can't remember which one it was. And he's flaming me, I'm flaming him, and he's like, "Oh, it's Lizard. Don't you know who I am?" I'm like, "No, I don't." He tells me, I'm like, "I still don't know him."
Oh my god, you ego and TI winner, man!
Before TI. And then they went TI. I'm like, "Oh, all right, now I know.
No,
My bad.
Now I'm aware."
I'm gonna rewind my
Yeah.
previous statements real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Back then he was bad. He did.
1 month before TI, that guy was awful.
Yeah.
You can get away with it before the TI victory.
Yeah, he really
After
improved in
not
that
so
1
much.
month.
Yeah, completely changed up his game for sure. The one thing I'm so excited, I've been like watching these graphics kind of like spin by a little bit, and these guys seem so evenly matched. Like both teams look so good. Like we don't really know, like what heroes are going to be like highly contested. Like what do you
Queen of
guys
Pain.
think? Like
Queen
they've
of
been playing
Pain?
a lot of the same stuff. They play strong lanes, but is it going to be like niche picks? What do you guys think?
I would actually say that it's a clash of very similar play styles from LBZS and EHOME. If you look at the way that they've played, both of these teams really like to snowball out of control early on. They like to take big objectives, sub 20-minute mark, Roshan, and then roll out of control off of that. LBZS perhaps are a little bit more laning stage oriented. Meanwhile, EHOME, they can sometimes lose the laning stage, but then come back off of that just huge snowball potential that they usually have with minus armor strats, like Tide, TA, Drow, Weaver, whatever. LBZS, like you said, Queen of Pain. Why do you think that?
I mean, they've been flexing it to the position 1 quite a bit. Meanwhile, EHOME has been flexing things like Tidehunter to the mid lane. So both these teams have been kind of pulling out these wacky drafts and pulling a gotcha on the other team. So I do like that about both of them.
Yeah.
Do you like any other flex picks from LBZS? Perhaps the Death Prophet.
Well,
I mean, the Death Prophet's very boring. We see it mostly in position 3. They flexed it around a little bit, but it's not that interesting in my opinion. I've seen too much of it.
Well, we're about to see exactly what these teams are going to pick. And before we do that, it's time to introduce our wicked wizard of the stats, Mr. Nomad. I don't know how you ended up over there today.
Yeah, pulled the old switcheroo, and I thought I'd give this old corner a try, see how it's done. And,
Wait,
yeah.
we have the great stats man, the master drafter. Why is he wicked?
Because he's wicked,
Are you
bro. Like, I don't know. Because he's
I don't know,
wicked.
bro. I'm
That's how you roll.
it's just that's who I am, bro. What can I say?
Yeah.
I like what you're wearing today, though. It looks very nice.
It looks very nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
Suits you.
very sunny garb for LBZS, of course. Getting in my warm weather clothes.
I like the Witcher amulet you got there.
Oh.
Right there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Necklace.
But we do have a draft coming up straight away, so let's get into it. We got Rubik and we got Tidehunter coming out for EHOME. No surprises there. They absolutely love playing this Tidehunter. And also the Weaver and the Death Prophet on the side of LBZS. No surprise to see that Queen of Pain band. Of course, you're playing against LBZS. And that hero recently overtook Spirit Breaker as the most highly contested hero in competitive Dota.
For all regions or just
Oh.
CN?
All regions.
Which
all
one?
the competitive
Death Prophet?
Dota over the past 14 days.
Death Prophet?
Yeah.
Alright.
Queen of Pain.
I'm gonna
Queen
get
of
you
Pain.
stats, man. What do you think the most highly contested hero in the CNDPC is?
I mean, I can check, but if I had to say, I'd say IO.
You'd be correct.
Because I got you.
Impressive.
I was going to say, it's either Io or Bane, right? Both these
This
heroes
guy's
are
good.
pretty
We're
much-
promoting him to host again, Ricky. You're going to stats.
Well, it
I
was
get a stats question right, and that promotes me to host. Okay.
nice.
Yep, we're really far into the draft, so we should discuss a
Oh.
couple of these bands.
Of course.
Perhaps, like the Tusk and the Monkey King getting away, being banned out by EHOME. It's something that LBZS have drafted together with the Death Prophet, getting that Tusk out. Probably very solid, as Salad has been on point, and we've seen yesterday what some players can do with the Tusk. In 80
yeah.
minutes, yeah.
The Zin Q special, the MVP of that last game. I mean, I don't think we'll get to another 80 minutes here in the DPC, but
I hope. Like, these two teams are very evenly matched, and I think this is gonna be a slugfest early on.
It
But
could get crazy.
it can get crazy, yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
and just a correction from yesterday as well. The Perfect World stats were a little bit off when it came to the damage coming out from the Venomancer, so he didn't actually beat the overall damage stat like we thought he did yesterday. He takes a very honourable second place on that one, so Faith Bien now the second highest damage in a
I'm going to
professional
listen to
Dota
my
match.
employers instead of you.
Okay.
If there's anything I've learned, if you ain't first,
I think these
you
are
can
these
still
are,
get second or
these
third,
are
it's fine.
fake news from Nomad.
Please.
Thank
The
you, Perfect
Nyx
World.
Assassin.
Enough with the fake news, please. Yeah, I don't like the Nyx Assassin, but let's, if we talk a little bit about the opening, Tidehunter obviously extremely strong pick at the moment. Can struggle a bit versus that Prophet, as she is one of those heroes that can deal and shoot through tanks, such as Tide. EHOME, meanwhile, with the Rubik, do have something going on for them versus the Weaver, as you can, well, not against him, you steal that Sukuchi and then you're just a stronger hero. You're stronger versus anything, and you have this initiating tool. I'm not sure about the Nyx Assassin. I'm not quite sure what the plan is here and why they drafted Nyx. Like, we can say that OD is still in the pool, but I feel like EHOME, they've got something in store for us that yeah, we're yet to discover. It's a plan, because Nyx, it's not really that contested.
It was popular in the CNDPC lower division. It was one of the most contested picks there, and I feel like it's like solid enough against both the Death Prophet and the Weaver. You can stun both those heroes that try to get in. It's okay against the Drow Ranger too, but they picked the Drow into the Nyx Assassin, like just being able to walk into the multi-shot. That's what it's called.
And just some information about the opening duos. Death Prophet and Weaver's been picked 10 times across the old DPC upper divisions with a 60% win rate, and Tide Rubik has been picked up 6 times with a 50% win rate. And also, on average, a supermassive black hole is 50 billion times the mass of our sun. That's another cool stat. in
Thank you for that very cool stat.
You're
How many
welcome.
times?
50 billion.
50 billion. I
Yeah.
can definitely imagine that.
Yeah, very tangible.
That's around the amount of damage that Venomancer did in the previous series.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
Okay, one quick thing I just remembered. EHOME have actually flexed the Tidehunter
Into
to
the mid lane.
7E before.
Yes.
To dodge out a very bad Tidehunter lane. And you're up against what is likely to be Clockwork Drow, which is a miserable lane. So could they actually potentially flex this out to 7E and pick a better off lane?
They can, but I don't think that it's necessary. Like, you could put it on Shiro on the safe lane, perhaps, but it all depends where the Death Prophet is. If DP is mid, Tide is not going to have a blast. If DP is offlane, Tide is not going to have a blast over there as well. So
Yep.
overall, I think that you can itemize against the Drow, perhaps an early Ring of Protection or two, something like that, and then you play into it. I wouldn't mind them flexing it as long as they can dodge the Death Prophet lane. But okay, EHOME now with the Razor as well.
This is surprising to me. Yeah, I feel
It
like
doesn't feel great.
No, they picked some fairly weak lanes. Like they countered out the Tidehunter very well with the picks on LBZS, and then they ended up grabbing a Razor who's traditionally picked against frontline melee heroes into a Drow Ranger. I mean, yes, the
And the
Razor,
Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the hero is very strong, but I feel like there were just better options here. Why didn't you go for something like a Bloodseeker as even a position 1? Rupture would have done wonders this game, I feel.
Right.
Razor hasn't actually done too badly across the DPC, but in the China DPC specifically, he's only been picked up 8 times, and out of those 8 games, he's won 2 games. So
That's 25%.
that is indeed great job, Neff. And also,
Thank you.
for every 1 human,
Man-
there's actually 1,000,000 ants. It's another cool stat for you there.
Yeah,
Did
cool.
you hear about the Great Ant War happening?
I didn't.
Oh, I watched a 1-hour YouTube video on ants. And
Are they mobilizing?
They are.
Are they about to invade?
No, each other. They were born with each other.
Oh,
Not
that's
humans.
not as exciting.
I thought they were attacking us.
I thought we were about to be enlisted.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
Still possible though. With Nyx Assassin and Razor picked up on EHOME, I'm completely skewed towards LBZS. Like this.
Let's go.
This draft of theirs, I still think that EHOME is a bit stronger as a team. Perhaps on paper, so far what I've seen from them, not on paper, but what I've seen from them and how they perform, it looks a bit more stable than LBZS, but I'm not sure what the Razor is for. Like you're picking, like you said, Neff, into a Drow, and you already had that Prophet in the game that will completely prevent you from what you want to do, and that's run in first.
Yeah, and I feel like
Link a target and get that damage off.
and Clock is so good at getting a disengage for his allies as well. It's an amazing hero at saving Drow Ranger on the backline. So even if you do manage to get on top of the Drow Ranger, the Clock is there for the save.
It's a great hero versus Nyx Assassin as well.
Yeah.
Like this looks like an extremely good Clockwork game too. Like Rubik doesn't necessarily, okay, you have that lift to work with, but isn't great. You can't really steal anything amazing in this game besides Sukuchi.
It's bizarre as well because Rubik used to be seen as like an answer to Clockwork, but it's never really felt that amazing.
Yeah.
It's a little bit better with the shard now, where you can kind of get people out of harm's way, but it's still like that's the 20-minute mark. And at that point, you might be bleeding a little bit too
You're
much.
probably not even buying shard at that point.
Yeah.
You need other items, right? So
Aether Lens, Blink Dagger, then potentially some other stuff depending on.
we do see our lanes though. This should be Nyx Razor safe lane and Rubik plus Tidehunter off lane. The laning itself on the top lane, if it's that Prophet plus Weaver, perhaps you can do decently well with Nyx and Razor. It shouldn't be a terrible lane as you're playing on the long lane as Razor. You should be able to static link that Prophet and just follow her around. You know, you static link her, she siphons you. It's an interesting lane.
Yeah, well, it looks like that's what they're trying to force on EHOME because they're banning out 2 offlane heroes. So I'm not crazy about a Spirit for more catch, but I feel like Spirits are usually just the best way to round out your draft. It already looks pretty solid.
One more note from me. With Death Prophet versus Tidehunter, Tidehunter has won actually 80%. Well, 4 games, whereas the Death Prophet's only beaten the Tidehunter once. So, very Death Prophet skewed in that head-to-head there. Interesting.
Very interesting. Okay,
This is just China as well.
they get the Legion here. It's like control against Tide is always difficult, but when you have Legion and when you have that duel, It just feels great as he can't shake that off.
Have you ever?
Shake it off, shake it off. You can't shake
I
off.
like your energy
Commander.
today.
You like it?
Yeah, I'm sad the cameras didn't get to see those awesome moves he just pulled.
Yeah.
Man,
He committed to the bit.
the world is not ready.
For your moves?
really
Fair
not.
enough.
Okay, they do switch up things a little bit. It's going to be the Wraith King carry mid lane. It looks like the Razor, right? So PP on the Dead Prophet, however,
What a
is
classic.
it's just
It's what he
PP
does.
on Dead Prophet,
Yeah.
PP on DP. I don't want to come anywhere near that because those spirits be scary. They've been owning in the last couple of series.
Absolutely. I mean, the Death Prophet we've seen be one of the most standout heroes, I think, in most recent. So before we jump into the game, you guys, what are we thinking prediction-wise? We'll start with our Wicked Wizard.
Yeah, I'm just running the final numbers here, but it does look like the sums are saying it's actually 101% chance for LBZS to take this one, which is surprising.
Fake news.
That sounds like a lie, but because you have a computer, I'm likely to believe it. Nomad, what do you think?
Hey, he's Nomad. I'm Lizard.
Well, I actually think they got
Please,
an
Nomad.
101% to win this one.
Thank you,
Ricky.
Nomad.
Do you think they look the same?
No, I was just
What an
laughing.
Lizard, what do you think?
Just laughing in my head. It's fine.
You know, I was formerly on some professional teams, formerly rank 1. With that, I think that I prefer LBZS's draft.
Yep.
Beak up.
Don't you do that to Lizard. Lizard, what do you think?
No, I feel that the Wraith King is a nice way to round up this draft of EHOME. Still, PP on DP. I'm going LBZS.
All right. I, of course, will be siding with my boys on EHOME, but to give us our first game today is going to be the fantastic duo of B-Cop and Black.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Panel looking pretty fly right now. The leg game on point from Ricky. The stack game from Nomad. Lizard's looking pretty good. You know, he gets called B-Cop. Obviously, he's looking pretty mint.
Why, yeah, that's why he looks good, because
Yeah.
he's called B-Cop.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
And
But,
of course, I can't forget Neff. You know, he rounds it out.
Yeah, he's
Good
the,
point.
the centerpiece of the whole building, keeping it together.
Keeping it all together. This is a big series.
It is, and I gotta admit, I don't like the EHOME draft. Like, they showed the Draw Ranger really early, and they picked 2 cores that are pretty bad against Draw Ranger.
Right.
Like Wraith King, as well as the Razor, are not typically what you would want against a Draw Ranger, because they can't get on top of her really easily. Sure, you will by Blink Dagger eventually, but one gust, suddenly you're not close
Pushed
to her
away
anymore,
and
you
not
get
having
kited,
fun.
Skadi, Frost Arrows, it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah.
And they have a good front line for the Draw Ranger too, with the DP, with the Legion Commander. It's going to be a tough one for EHOME.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for EHOME. We'll see. They do have Planet on his Rubik.
Doesn't look like a great Rubik game though, to be honest.
It doesn't, but that's the thing. I guess this is a big tell game, right? Because we've talked about Planet kind of having that comparison to FY. At least I've kind of compared him to FY. I don't know if anybody else is, but he's had those good like Earthshaker and Rubik games. But when there's not a good Rubik game, FY still came out in the clutch. So now the question becomes, can he do it? Can he still hold it, be the playmaker, be that guy to help EHOME win this game? Because both these teams have 3 wins. 4 wins, I think you're almost guaranteed a tiebreak for a cross your fingers, cross your toes major. Maybe,
Yeah, tiebreaker should
if it
be
exists.
in the cards minimum.
Yeah.
So it's a very big one for both of these teams, as we have said before.
It would certainly be breaking what we saw in the last year where EHOME was like constantly that 6th place team that was not getting relegated but not going to the major. And of course LBZS had their back and forths. And now they're up here at Division 1 again.
Yeah, despite them having on paper a much more seasoned team, right?
Yeah. Both these teams are pretty fresh. They're pretty green.
Certainly are. A lot of, I mean, even if they qualify for both of these teams, there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
They're still very, very green.
I think getting group stage, if they can do that, get top 3 or something like that, is certainly such a great amount of experience. You play a lot of games. I wouldn't want one of these teams to go straight playoffs. Not that I'm saying they could, outrank LGD, but I think the most experience would come from maybe the wild card into the group stage if they were to not get eliminated there. It's a good feeling to play that many international games. That's a lot of experience that you just don't get. Like these teams play a lot within the region. You get your DPLs. You're going to have the Intel World Open coming up, the IWO. You'll have these teams or some of these teams playing within that. It's very interesting when you finally get that chance, get that wild card group stage. Do you think?
Yeah, but at the major especially, it's like the caliber of teams is suddenly so different, right?
Yeah.
Even if you play like your regional leagues, sure, there's some of the best teams in the world, but the play styles are vastly different in all the regions. So you definitely want to get your own fair share of experience, learn a lot from them, maybe even copy some of their styles, and maybe they suit you really well.
Yeah, and bring it to potentially the next season.
Become the next Spirit and win TI.
Yeah, the dreams are always there, and we'll see what happens. That's why this series is very important. And we're taking a look around. We've got Legion Commander at the top of the CS chart at the moment. So Molas is doing a good job. Zeal on this tide. They talked to Shiro, or we actually talked to Shiro yesterday, and it was about Zeal, how he's getting a lot more of the coaching than everybody else because he's kind of this newest player here for EHOME.
Yeah, and he's also probably the newest player, just competitive Dota in general, out of the squad.
Right.
So it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, they said he's the hard worker. So let's see how hard he's been working.
How he's going to do on this tide, and within this series, he's up against Kagome on the Drow and Detachment on that Clockwork. And things pretty quiet. This happens. You get to like the 7-minute mark, get that first blood from either team. But is there really kill potential? Like, where is the most kill potential for any of these teams?
Probably the bot lane. Like if Drow or Clock are ever really like out of position, they can die pretty easily. Same with the Rubik. Like if he ever gets like run down by the Clockwork plus Drow Ranger, you're slowed too much, getting those mini stuns. There's potential for death, but even then you still have the lift. Like all the lanes are set up in a way where it's pretty hard for anyone to die, really.
So it might be a bit of a quiet start.
Yeah, but Zeal 2 levels in the Kraken Shell as well. The Ring of Health, he's not taking any damage.
Interesting thing to note is ZZQ did catch the Weaver making stacks there. So he's kind of got that information, and Shiro maybe steals a stack if they play it aggressively. I don't know how easy that's going to be for him, though.
Yeah, pretty tough. They're definitely the Tide Hunter there. He's the stack boy this game. But I'm surprised they even stack the Ancients because the Radiant doesn't have the easiest way of farming those. Like, you don't want to farm that as a Drow Ranger. It's too inefficient until you get some items up.
And what are you going to do if your Death Prophet just exorcism to get stacks here?
Well, you want to use that to get some towers and kills.
Yeah, you want an objective take. So DZQ trying to do the same, make some stacks to back off 4, and we'll see if it ends up being 7E or Zeal who takes those stacks, or even Shiro. I think they've got some decent stack taking here for EHOME.
Yeah, for sure. Especially once that armor comes out, you can sustain through most of that damage. Which is why Raving is pretty damn good right now. You take 0 damage while farming stacks and stuff.
Do you like 1 dose of skeletons? Yes. Do you like a second respawn dose of skeletons? Well, if you're the Wraith King, your answer is probably yes, and if you're not, the answer is definitely no.
Times 8. Well, Zeal might be the first buy here.
Yeah, they got the Swarm on him. They've Detachment looking for the body blocks. Telekinesis up and down, stuns up Salad, but Zeal will eventually fall for that first blood.
Yep.
Detachment getting credit for that one.
Can't get those bugs over you with the Kraken Shell.
Well, we've seen Weavers in the 4 position be very effective. 7E taking a chance and getting it correct, picking up that double damage.
Yep, my good old friend RNG.
Yeah. RNG is sometimes a very fun mechanic.
When it favors you, yeah.
When it's 12% or 17% or, well, when it's going up against you, 100%.
Yeah, that's what we call selective memory, right?
I swear we do it too, or it's just like, it's been double damage every single time, right?
Yeah, that's selective memory too, though. Although it just looks kind of funny whenever a team is planning to go Roche, there is a DD.
Yeah.
And
almost seems consistent.
but it also just probably looks that way because they wouldn't want to go Roche without their DD. So as soon as they see the DD, oh, let's go Roche, you know. And they're like, oh yeah, every time.
Every time they get DD. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about it like that. I thought we were just being salty that it was always DD. But you're not wrong. Zeal almost level 6. He'll have that Ravage available. You've got 70 waiting down here bottom to potentially take this tier 1 tower. And we've seen a lot of this in the Chinese region. Those early tier 1 tower takes.
Got the big tower take on a Diado. Well, the only one really is that Wraith King. And he, like when he shows up to the bot lane, it should be a pretty easy tower. But until then, it's going to be a very slow one. Like the creeps will be doing most of the damage.
Yeah, they're taking top with that.
Compared to this push, the bottom push is nothing.
Yeah, it's much easier to do it with the Exorcism. You've also got Salad and Molasses here. And they're going to get this tier 1 tower. They've got the catapult with them, so easy tower for LBZS. And again, very quiet. Both these teams pretty conservative with their movements, which is, I would say, at least from what we've seen prior to this game, pretty uncharacteristic of what we've really witnessed.
Yeah, but it makes sense when you see the drafts. Like the only thing that surprises me is that the Razor is actually really poor.
Yeah, I thought 70 was doing a little bit better than that, but
DP is like an insane laner now. The Crypt Swarm mana cost is ridiculously low. She just gets spammed out of lane as Razor. And they picked it into the DP. And as I said many times before, I'm not a big fan of that at all because that passive damage really, like even if you drain the DP, it doesn't matter. That the ghost will still eat you.
yeah. And it was the 4th pick Razor, which was also into the Drow, so it felt like a very odd choice into both those heroes.
We'll see if it pays off or not. Like, we should be seeing some more action soonish, like when the Exorcism is off cooldown, when the LC starts getting to his blink, her blink. Went for the arm first, I believe.
Yeah, I was definitely enjoying EHOME playing a little bit more outside the box, too, with their drafts. I think yesterday was a good showing of that.
Yeah.
Leaning more towards, let's say, that Windrunner in multiple positions. I thought that was something that we're not really seeing too much in these drafts.
Remember what I said, though. Like, as soon as you think you are on even footing with your opponent or better, you are going to draft a more conservative lineup. And both teams did that. Like, their 3rd picked the Drow Ranger. They would have never done that against LGD or something like that, you know?
Right.
And then they just picked, like, Razor and Wraith King, like, super meta heroes that are not uncommon for them, but it's, like, not entirely what is their playstyle, let's say.
So they're just falling to comfort, whereas
Yeah.
what's been finding them success is kind of getting out of their comfort zone and doing something different.
Yeah, and we'll see who has the better comfort.
First duel of the game, and they've got the Swarm to follow it up,
No
but
damage,
the
though.
damage isn't going to be there to get that duel victory. They'll lay down a sentry, double stun coming through, and they'll get the kill into ZZQ. Rotate over Zeal. They've got the telekinesis. Zeal went the other way, not going after Salad, but Planet's right there with him. He's level 6. He's stolen the Shikuchi. That's what you want if you are the Rubik.
He's
And
now a better Weaver.
now turns around and gets one in return.
Yeah, slow games are usually pretty sad for an LC. Like, you really want to get that dual damage.
You want a snowball off the peak.
Yeah. So far, you got nothing at all.
And we've seen some games where Legion commanders kind of get out of control. They get some solo farm, some solo experience up in their lane, and then they get an early duel victory, and it really can get out of control. But like you said, you want to start off hot, and when you miss those first couple duels, your game kind of stagnates because you're not really the farm priority in this game.
Yeah. I mean, just every dual kill impacts the Legion Commander's game so much. Because it's like 10 damage that you farm a creep camp faster with, 10 damage will help your next dual kill. And it just always adds up, adds up, adds up. And if you don't get anything, your entire game is just so slow. Can even become a support at some point.
Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes with Legion commanders. The trajectories are very obvious, or well, very laid out.
Yeah.
You're either snowballing or you're a support. There's sometimes that in between, but it really doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, generally I'm not a big fan of Legion Commander just because of that reason. Like, I like more stability in my draft.
Right.
But in this draft in particular, I think it is quite strong because you have a lot of damage from the DP and from the Drow. So you don't need to pick an offliner like Sand King that offers like a ton of damage because it will be coming out from those two cores. But yeah, realistically, their teamfight is it's quite a bit worse right now against the Tidehunter. You're not fighting into that Ravage.
No, you don't really want to. I almost want to say LBZS kind of want to play this Counter-Strike play where, like, you draw EHOME in a little bit, they get into a bit of an out position, gust or a hook shot into turning around with a dual exorcism. You've got the fight afterwards. Maybe if you could draw out that Ravage as well.
I think the play is, if you ever want to fight, you gotta burst that Tidehunter with a duel.
And if you don't, your team fight might, well, it's going to suffer.
If he survives on like 200 health or something and gets the Ravage out, you're done.
Yeah, and he's already got that hood, so he's building up, being a little bit more survivable this early on.
Yeah. But at the same time, if you don't go on a Tidehunter, you can't really win the team fight either. So we'll see
Four-man
what their
smoke
plan is.
breaks.
Nice.
Good job by
Clockwork.
detachment.
Yeah.
Whether or not he dies, I think that's fine, just breaking the smoke.
Isn't even gonna die, probably. Oh, he gets slowed down by the Ghost though, that's so annoying.
Stealing Shikuchi, that'll help them catch up and
The Ghost slow down,
get
man.
that Fade Bolt, and they'll get the kill, so Planet.
Stupid Ghost. I hate
It's
that
never
creep.
it's never the neutral camp you want, right?
Yeah, unlucky, RNG. Selective memory.
It's always something that, that hurts your game.
Yeah. Gotta call it out though. Every time. What happened to Drow Ranger? Why is his net worth so down?
Yeah, down below 7E, and it felt like Drow was having an open game. Obviously, they took that tier 1 tower.
PP. They have a lot of damage on the side of EHOME right now. PP has to be very careful.
And they've got that omnipresence of the Ravage. You said you didn't want to fight into it, nor do you want to defend against it. It feels sometimes pretty bad to do so. They're trying to keep the map open for Kagome right now, but Planet postures. Not that he has anybody really backing him up. The Wraith King's not far, but not near either.
Yeah. And he's farming in an area that's not really super suitable for your carry to be in at this point. Which is also why his net worth is so low. Like he's playing the wrong areas right now.
Ooh.
Or Razor might be caught out here, or Molasses perhaps.
Molasses. He was spotted by ZZQ and pressed the attack, trying to survive. Hookshot in the
Whoa, that's a
turnaround
good
from LBZS. Overwhelming odds right on top of the two of them, and 7E's going to drop with ZZQ. They do lose detachment, but that's the sacrifice well worth when you're getting 2 kills there for the side of LBZS.
That was an insane hookshot.
Yeah, and you got the double cogs, overwhelming odds right on top of the two of them.
Yeah, he did not deserve to die there. But, you know, your support.
You did your job.
Yeah.
And then they just move with this exorcism towards mid.
Probably not enough to destroy it, but
It's going to get
make
close.
it quite low. Yeah, Shiro's also rotating in. Don't want to lose that tower too early. But be careful on PP.
He's up a little bit far. If ZZQ hits that stun, maybe they have the chance to get the kill, but they also have that press the attack. Does make it difficult to, if you're over-aligning stuns, to just get that kill. Because if 2 stuns are on him and you get the press the attack, then you got nothing to stop him.
Yeah, they're smoking straight away. If they're quick enough, they might be able to catch the Drow Ranger. They see him on the top lane. On the rotation back to the triangle.
They've got Shikuchi stolen on Planet again, but they'll wrap towards mid.
Oh, detachment again?
Yeah, the question is this detachment kill really worth it? It is a kill that they're going to get, and it does happen right by the tier 1 mid, so they can put some damage on this tower. I guess just the question becomes, where's the positives? You do get the kill. If you get the tower, yes, double positive there, but that's space. And that's what you want to do. Detachment,
gotta open the map.
3 times?
You gotta open the map, and that's what they did. It's the correct move to make. Sure, you only kill the clock, but tower on top of that feels very nice. And the Razor is actually on top of the draw when you just TP out.
Yeah, so they've got bottom and mid now, so that does make the jungle a little bit more dangerous if Kagome wants to
I
farm
am really concerned about the Drow Ranger. I don't know why his net worth is so low. I really don't know.
It
He's
hasn't
had so much
really
space.
progressed either. Yeah, he's been getting a lot of space made, and they're going to try and fight. They've got a 4-man smoke.
They want to fight
believe
into the Ravage.
that was under vision anyway, I believe.
Yeah,
They've
but-
got that deep ward.
What is even the decision there to fight under Ravage without Exorcism? Not quite sure
Good
there.
spot for ZZQ and Dust. He's just on the high ground. That's really well done by EHOME. And they knew that was coming anyway. They had the
Actually,
vision
I
on
feel
it.
like EHOME should have baited them in. They knew it's coming. They know there's no exorcism.
And
they
know
have
there's
Ravage.
Yeah.
So while they didn't lose anything, I think they could have almost won the game right there. Like if they bait them into that triangle, Tidehunter like rotates in from behind or something. There's no way to go for LBZS. But
I mean, it's a net positive, but yeah, it could have been a net positive.
yeah,
It could have been
it's,
really good.
like a team like LGD, they would have like drawn
Jumped
you in, you know?
yeah,
like
yeah.
Armor baits at a triangle a little bit, but the entire team's like behind him. They get this good Ravage team fight. And when you LBZS, you're like, oh.
I know Ricky and Neff like this one. They would have dangled a little bit more.
Yeah, you look like a dangler.
I'm an anglerfish. I got the little light bulb hanging off my,
Slaughter?
Does he have that? Yeah, he does have that in one of his sets, right?
Yeah. Or was it his old model, perhaps? I'm not sure.
I forget. And he's got those ugly teeth that those fish have.
Hey.
That's actually the... Well, I'm not going to get into it. Nobody wants to hear fish news.
Well, Tidehunter has a Blink Dagger. That's good news.
That's fish news.
If you're an EHOME fan, that's fish news.
There's also Blink Dagger on the Legion Commander, so Molasses still looking for his first duel victory.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, the first duel was at 10 minutes, so he hasn't really used it since, and that's a bit of an issue, right?
Dire are scanning.
His game really hasn't snowballed out of control. He's just looking for a BKB, and with Kagome struggling a little bit, you're giving up more of the farm, I think, if you're the Legion, although they are both pretty close to each other.
He also has the cast range and the keen optics, so it's gonna be about 400 or 500 duel range. Oh, just as the mark. But the duel,
That
though.
kind of has to hit, and now they've got the duel, and again, no damage, so this really doesn't do anything for them. The static link, they've got the Gush, they'll go after Molasses. Gust, Ravage coming through on a 2, and they'll take out Molasses. Looking over at PP, who wanted to use Exorcism, he wound that up, and then he never got it off. He'll
Luckily.
still die. Yeah.
And
I think if he had used it, it would have just been a waste.
they're going straight into the pit. They do have the Desolator on the Wraith King, of course. And I'm really surprised. Like, if you go for that kill, like, Draw Ranger was right behind, but they were not on the same page at all. Draw ran away instantly. And yeah, LBZS is looking a little bit flustered. Whereas EHOME playing very well.
Yeah, their shot calling seems to be a little bit better than what we've seen from LBZS in the moment. Sentry down, Salad moving forward. Overwhelming odds does land on a couple. Time lapse back from Salad, who's going into that early Ags, just trying to help out his team and keep them alive if they do get jumped. Fact Detachment goes in with the hook shot, wraps his cogs around 2, but they get the kill to Kagome as well as Molasses. Without the drown, the Legion Commander, this just feels like a tough fight for LBZS. Detachment in on planet, 70 getting really low, but earn on him, he's still going to survive here. BP and Salad go down, and eventually it's the bugs that take care of 70.
Yeah, and you know, we are casters, we're supposed to like say it's never over until it's over, but this fight was real bad for LBZS. They lose the
lost
Draw
Kagome
Ranger instantly.
so fast. Yeah, and Molasses.
They had no sentry down against the Nyx Assassin. It just doesn't feel like the LBZS that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
They're really, well, as the panel already said, you know, they're very hit or miss.
And this is their last series, so...
The most important, well, one of the most important
Yeah,
series.
EHOME have 2 series to get to 4 wins, whereas LBZS, they need this to get to 4 wins.
Well, they did say they achieved their goal, you know, so it's good for them,
But
but
it's always good to reach for more.
you really want to get more than that, yeah. But right now, they're really getting outplayed by EHOME.
Yeah, always strive to be better.
Yeah, never be complacent.
So ZZQ Zeal down here with Planet. To the side, they also do have Shiro.
Yeah.
Moving in on a tier 2. Molasses, he's the only one down here from the side of LBZS and makes his presence known and felt with an overwhelming odds, but Planet looking with that Chikuchi. And yeah, they're not going to find him. He's already gone. But they want to push the tower. They want to get this tier 2, open up the outposts.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Deso picked up for the Wraith King, now a Blink Dagger.
Are fortified.
Yeah, and no real signs of life right now for LBZS. Like they
Radiant's bottom tower
don't really have any
is under
plays around the
attack.
map, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Legion still struggling. No dual damage. It just does not feel like a great Legion game anymore. And ZZQ here, ready to go, lands the stun onto the Death Prophet. Hookshot in from detachment, but there's the 3-man Ravage coming in. Steal the overwhelming odds. They get the kill into Molasses. They'll take out PP, now looking for this Clockwork. And they don't have a way to stop his TP, so it's another 2 kills for the side of EHOME. And a very easy 2 kills for the side of EHOME. Now 12-5 with a 7,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, drafts don't matter if you get outplayed like this. And Draw Ranger now up to Shadowblade, but still over 3,000 net worth behind the Wraith King. Which again, I feel like there's no reason for him to be this underfarmed. Like he had a good lane.
And he had
No
a lot of
deaths.
space.
He had a lot of space.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, like with more inexperienced carry players, like they walk around with the team a little bit too much, don't prioritize their own game enough, and then games like these can happen, where you're supposed to be much richer, but you're not.
Yeah, you're behind the tide.
Yeah, and DP almost has BKB, so at least they're actually just straight smoking up because they don't have no Ravage, okay? They're still fighting into an Aegis Wraith King though.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can kill him 3 times.
They'd have to kill the team around him first. I don't think that they can just start with the Wraith King.
Yeah, but Wraith King has the blink, so he's gonna be straight in the face.
Yeah. They know where the Razor is off that plasma field. Blink looking for the duel, but doesn't get it, and now
Yeah, he's
Molasses
dead.
is just dead.
They baited him in again. They're just getting outplayed at every turn.
Yeah, they drew him in, and then they had the great reaction on that one. Planet getting credit for that kill. And again, it didn't look like the best Rubik game. He really hasn't stolen anything crazy. Shikuchi, overwhelming odds. Like,
This one is good though.
it's not anything too nuts.
Press the attack
Press the
is
attack's
amazing though.
not- Yeah.
Oh, and PP's dead again.
He's got the BKB, but I'm not sure it will matter if they want to dive this tower. And right now, 70's saying, I'll dive in, and Shiro just chops him in half. Doesn't care about the BKB. The right-click damage bringing him from about, what, 85% health to 2% health?
It was close. Just off the mark. They're knocking on the high ground already. Luckily, there's no skeleton charges right now, but they have no glyph.
Yeah, no glyph ready, and it is not going to be ready for a long time. Overwhelming odds thrown out. They've got Planet and ZZQ ready to protect Shiro, Zeal, and 7E. It's 50 seconds still in the Aegis, and even then, you still have 2 lives on Shiro. I don't know if they can kill him twice, let alone 3 times.
Yeah, creeps are about to come in. They do have exorcism though on the DP, so they have to respect it a little bit.
Blink in, Impale coming through. Spike Carapace a little bit late. They also have the Shard on the Rubik, so he's given that press the attack with the magic immunity. That feels really good.
Yeah, they're actually letting them leave.
Yeah, for free. And Ravage had just come up. I don't know, even if they fought into that, that could have
It's
just went
scary.
terribly.
The thing is though, EHOME just
smoking again.
takes, and they're not
they
losing
go-
anything.
Yeah, they're not paying for their advancements.
But they're actually smoking into EHOME again.
Yeah, yeah.
So they do have a 2 BKB timing, so the Ravage might not be as strong. Of course, we'll see whether they get it off in time or not.
Scan comes out, and now EHOME know exactly where they are. They also are taking the outpost. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, EHOME, they're going to smoke themselves and maybe make the move. Zeal going to lead the action, land a Ravage, and potentially put a bow tie on this game and seal it up.
If Drow or DP die here, it's probably just game over.
Drow
Ooh, they
is
saw the Drow.
mid,
He's
and
dead.
yeah, Kagome not going to live. A big one shot there from Shiro to get the kill on a Kagome, now dead for 45 seconds. And this is a fight and a kill taking place across the river, which, of course, normally when you've got the pushing power that they do, leads to at least a couple objectives.
Yeah, and the Rex should just be falling. And you can just see the difference of, like, reading the map. Like, they read the smoke perfectly, but LBZS didn't read the smoke of EHOME's at all.
Get the melee racks. They're going to shift towards bottom. They took that tier 2 a while back. Ag's on the Weaver, but I just don't think it's going to matter.
It could make a difference, just as of now, DP is the only real damage they have. So they're going to keep the DP alive no matter what. They still have the Ravage, so even getting in to get the time lapse is a challenge. It's only 600 cast range. Not what you were hoping for if you're LBZS or a fan of theirs.
Yeah, right now the sun is still set. But the dawn of a new day could be coming. Doesn't have to happen this game. Could happen the next 2.
Yeah, it's a BO3 for a reason, but they have a lot of things to iron out before that.
Wood picked up for the Weaver. Kagome still trying to get ahead
Well,
of
I
his
actually thought he had his BKB finished already. He's not even close.
He's still 1,000 gold away.
Yeah.
Minimum respawn timer on Roche, about a minute out. Going
Yeah, if you're
fresh on
EHOME,
Razor.
you just wait for that.
The thing about this is if they're able to just sit back and get this refresher on Razor before they fight, that's the high point of your BKB being refreshed.
They can still burst him though with a duel and exorcism. That's definitely a possibility. But Rubik already has the shard and the force staff, so this is the new playstyle of Rubik, where when you get the force and the shard, you can actually throw someone away
From
so
the
far.
fight, yeah.
You throw him away, you force stuff him away, and suddenly he's just out.
Radiant's top tower
Still
is
got
under attack.
to have your teammate look the right way, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just
But even just a
Bait your
throwaway
team.
gives you like 2 seconds already.
yeah.
And then a duel probably ends already. AC now completed as well, so Drow's damage is even more diminished, as well as the spirits.
I like when we see Rubik's throw themselves into the fight.
Yeah, just to stun people.
Yeah.
So bang. They're just knocking on the high ground without respecting the Roche respawn time. We have seen it a couple of times, backfiring.
Minute and a half away. They've now got the Ags on Zeal.
Yeah. It's, I'm afraid there are too many problems right now and not enough answers.
Yeah, it's real tough. It comes down to a high ground defense that's really going to have to be, I would almost say, lucky from LBZS. Because EHOME are going to have to make a lot of mistakes. And then we've seen that. I don't think anybody's immune to making mistakes. But
At least you have a Drow Ranger, who's pretty good on
Yeah.
high ground.
Dire's
So
bottom
it's
tower
easier to make a mistake against a lineup that's good against like high ground pushes, right? Or EHOME can also sit back forever and get 50k gold lead. That's nothing to do. Oh no.
that's not going to feel great. Duel onto an illusion, double silence though, and there's the telekinesis throwing the Nyx assassin back to get the kill on the ZZQ. They look over at Zeal, they're doing the damage, they'll throw out the Ravage, it hits on a Kagome, but PP with the BKB and the Crypt Swarm, still not enough damage to get the kill onto
taking
Time.
damage.
They get the kill onto Kagome, they've taken out PP, Zeal survives it all, and they'll look over at Molasses, telekinesis dropping him down onto the Legion Commander. Shiro gets credit for that one, and they'll call GG. EHOME taking a very easy and convincing game 1, now 1 game away from having their 4th victory, which, like we've said, is very important.
Secures your tiebreaker at minimum. But yeah, this game was unfortunately not what we expected from LBZS.
No, not at all. I think there's been a lot of hype surrounding this team, and we're expecting a little bit more from them. And I kind of hope that them saying they've reached their goal is
Not
not the
giving
peak.
up on the rest. Yeah.
There's, you've reached just that first mountain peak, and then you kind of look up and you go, oh, there's more. And you got to get there, right?
Yeah, it's more about, can we really get there, you know?
We
It's
only
like,
have 1 day's worth of food left.
yeah, they're like, we're struggling already. Do we really want to try to go for that last push, you know?
Yeah.
They gotta, because it's never enough to just be complacent.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to be complacent. Like, that's why, I mean, it's just me. Everybody has, of course, different styles in life. Like,
Yeah.
my goals are always set to just be the best,
Right.
right? And
Same.
once you're secured, you're like stay in the league. That's good, but it's not your best. There's so much more you can achieve, and you should want to achieve. And I've had a couple of things myself, like in CIS when I play with like Inflame. We qualified for TI,
Yeah.
and then everything just flattened out. Like the air was just out of the tire.
That was when you guys were in the wild card, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like
That was
we were the
what,
only
CIS
team.
game was your team name, right?
Yeah, CS game. But we were the only team at that qualified to beat LGD because they like clean swiped everybody except us, and we were doing really well when we qualify. But everyone gets super complacent. We don't practice enough, and
We're here, we made it.
yeah, and
Calm down.
we come to TI, get crushed,
Mhm.
and I'm like, well, It's to be expected if we don't work for it, you know. So, goals are important, guys.
Yeah, goals are very important. I had a very similar experience. My team was in the first round of open qualifiers, and
Then you
we
lost.
lost. Yeah, so we got very complacent in just getting into the open qualifiers. EHOME, though, they take game number 1 over LBZS, and it's 1-0 lead for them. Both these teams looking for their 4th win. We're going to send it back to Ricky and the gang. Guys, take it away.
EHOME with another fantastic performance here, taking the first game of this series, but so much Dota left to be played, and I'm here with Gang, my great panel.
Gang!
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Dang.
Yeah, going great, man.
Yeah.
Nomad, bring it.
Off screen, give it to him.
Come on.
Do it.
Come on.
All right, he's not going to do
Don't
it.
leave me hanging.
Nomad's a little upset,
I was
but
with you for LBZS. I was with
there it is.
There we go.
So what do you guys think? We get game 1, goes the way of EHOME. Was this expected? I know you didn't really believe initially, but
I think it
coming
was-
around yet or what?
No, I'm not coming around. I think I feel that I feel that LBZS had everything they needed to win this game,
Yeah.
and it was a little bit underperformed by them and or outperformed by EHOME, and that sometimes happens. Their draft on paper, still in my opinion, is much better, much stronger. Just it doesn't fit their playstyle. In hindsight, LBZS is this team that wants to be rocking off of the landing stage and just dominating with DP, Quap, whatever, all these semi-carries. Like, Draw Ranger is not a hero like that. You cannot just have this... You can have a snowball lineup that's surrounded with, like, let's say a TA and minus armor. But if you don't have that, like, you need to play a different style of a game. You need to wait for your timings. They try to fight constantly. They got wrecked by EHOME, and I wouldn't say that I'm super surprised, but I expected them to at least hold out a bit longer on the side of LBZS with the cards that they've been dealt.
I was thinking that they'd pick apart some of these heroes a little bit faster, but they really struggle to bring anyone down in the team fight that quickly. And because of that, the only hero that you have doing that much damage output on your team is Drow Ranger. But if you're running at her, she's not doing anything. They have Death Prophet to fall back on, but with the amount of control coming out from EHOME, the DP wasn't moving around too much either. So I'd say it partly comes down to execution and maybe a little bit the fact that they didn't have like a big right-click mid to pick up the slack when Drow Ranger was just getting run at and having a little bit of a rough game.
Usually what you do is you just create good zones around which you fight with. If you have this sort of a problem, you just camp around the triangle, pop that Drow in their letter farm, and just soak up the aggression on the DP and Clockwork. Like, you need to play in areas, right, in zones. You can't just try to get these pickoffs constantly across the map, like Clockwork Hook and dual damage. Like, that ain't it, Chief. Like, it's not gonna cut it. You're not going to be able to take down these heroes, and I feel that a different playstyle is required for a draft such as this one.
I think you're right. I mean, it does feel like a different play style from what we've seen from LBZS. The thing that was so interesting, like watching back through these highlights, normally your Tidehunter is like your big initiation, but for EHOME, it was actually the Nyx. Like, he hit so many good like blink impales onto 1 or 2 heroes. Then you followed up with the Ravage, and it just was like something that they maybe were focusing too much, trying to find the Tidehunter at the beginning of the fights, and not paying enough attention to ZZQ, who is, playing this like bug hero that they just didn't think about.
Shiro ends up getting the MVP instead. I mean, he had a solid performance, getting on top of the Drow constantly and just chunking away her armor, like two-shotting these heroes most of the time. And it was made even easier for him. He could just frontline, hit the enemy tier 3s and racks. Thanks to the added effect from the Legion Commander on the enemy team giving up press the attack to Rubik. Allowed him to sit on the high ground, tear through the buildings even quicker.
I feel like LBZS as well could have itemized a little bit better to help out with the Drow, perhaps a 4-staff or 2 a bit earlier on one of the supports, not rushing the Aghanims on Weaver, perhaps. But I really wouldn't put it down to items in the end. I would just say that a playstyle change is required in order to play a lineup that's that's pretty much drafted around the glass cannon sort of a carry, which Drow definitely can feel.
And a glass cannon and a
time.
Wraith King feels
Feels very iffy. Yeah.
pretty rough sometimes, as you can see just in the damage dealt here. I mean, that is
It can work,
so different.
but not in a game in which he's just allowed to blink on top of you and
Yeah.
chase you around.
Yeah, really good point.
Yeah. And 4 blink daggers on the side of EHOME there is a sign that, they just had the game of their lives and running a Drow was super easy for them. There was no punish for it.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to change here for LBZS? Are we going to go back to, where their comfort zone is, or are they going to try something new again?
It depends, right? Like, I feel that LBZS can play this sort of a draft. They could execute it, but perhaps they need a little bit more time to adapt. So just go back to your bread and butter, stir the pot, crumble the cookie, as Nomad would say. So many different analogies that are running through my head right now, and none of them fits any culinary
No
analogies. that you
British
can hit me with.
culinary
Yeah.
saying is very good. Their culinary in general just is not very good.
Actually, is that it? Is he trying to compensate?
Yeah, he is.
Ah, I see now. Well, LBZS, I fear that they might try to overcompensate in the next game as well and go with their complete comfort zone after they lost with something that perhaps isn't it. But I wouldn't mind their standard stuff like DP, Quap, whatever, Kunkka, get 3 semi-cores and see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the Quap is like the ultimate comfort zone, right, for LBZS. So maybe if they don't get banned, they'll grab it in the first phase and try and flex that one around. It's hard to say. But, I mean, EHOME, do they need to change anything? Are they just playing super clean? Like, what do you think, Neff?
I mean, they picked heroes that are solid with this meta. The Rubik Nyx Assassin support duo was a little bit unusual, but, they played the Wraith King exactly how Wraith King's played. I wouldn't say they did anything super outstanding. It's mostly what we've seen so far. Tidehunter as well, being played in the offlane. I thought they countered out the Tidehunter pretty well on LBZS, but clearly it didn't really matter. Nyx Assassin set up some amazing stuns, like you said, and the Wraith King are just always able to stay on top of people. So maybe keep playing off as Rubik. He's too comfortable on that hero. Ban out the Wraith King because it really looked like with that glass cannon, they struggled to bring you down twice. They reset the fight and just able to run at you. So I think those are the two things that you have to look out for. Stop them from playing their comfort heroes, and it doesn't look like you have an answer for the Wraith King, so ban that one out.
They tried stealing a hero as well, I feel like. The Drow pick from them, it felt like it's a bit of a snatch from EHOME, as they like to run the Drow as well, right? So
Yeah,
maybe getting a bit too much in their head. Play your own thing.
I like that idea. So we're going to find out here very shortly what these drafts are going to look like. But before we do, again, we got to introduce our wicked wizard of stats. And it's a cloudy day for him, unfortunately, as LBZS just dropped in game one. Nomad, you all right over there? Or,
It's gonna be fine. Trust me.
man.
Sunshine will rise again. It always does. It
I mean,
sets,
unless it doesn't,
but
right?
it rises. It sets, it rises.
Thanks, man. He's always got my back.
Thanks,
A crushing loss for LBZS and my Sunny boys, but onwards and upwards. The sun always rises, as Liz said. I do have a stat after that win. Wraith King picked up 15 times, and his win rate is too goddamn high, Ricky.
That is exactly
200%.
the type of stats I'd love to hear.
70 actually, but
So let's go ahead and jump into this game. Hopefully, we see that Wraith King ban. Maybe not.
Snap the finger. Snap it. There you go.
Thanks,
That's
there
the
we go.
power.
Love to see it.
You were,
my back.
you were too early. They weren't ready for the draft yet. Look at that. They only just banned out one hero. It ends up being the Pango.
Shiro looks really happy. 606.
We get the Pango respect ban for Zeal, the immediate Queen of Pain respect ban for multiple heroes on LBZS. None of this is surprising, right? These are pretty much where everyone has been targeting on these two teams.
Some IO, some Rubik from
They're
LBZS.
respecting it finally.
Told you, man. He's
Put
too
some
good.
spec on that, man.
Are you a Rubik fan, Lizard?
Of course, who isn't?
Yeah. And hero is a lot of fun. So many neat interactions on him, and then they end up getting rid of the eye. You have to.
You can't hate Rubik. I feel like, okay, you can if you're a carry and you've been plagued by position 5 Rubiks that do nothing. Like that hero can definitely be a big nothing burger that's just running around and being useless. But in the competitive scene, Rubik has always been great.
Yeah.
Give me that Grimstroke. Let's go.
Big fan. You want to see Grimstroke and Spearbreaker together?
I wouldn't mind Disruptor as well. Okay, Bane actually still in the pool, so why the
Very
hell
good
not?
against the Weaver. Something I kind of overlooked, but is EZQ classic, of course, for EHOME. Nomad, start preparing some stats for this opening sequence. There's going to be some good ones, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
Work.
Right away, sir. Sorry, sir. On it now.
Wraith King is still in the pool here. You're playing into the Bane, the Spearbreaker. Neither of those heroes are too much of concern, I feel.
Yeah, but you don't have to open up with it, right? Like, it's great. Do you want to snatch it in the first phase?
Sure.
Don't you just get Death Prophet or something again? Like,
They could.
You
There's
mean
also
the hero
Tidehunter.
that lost?
yeah.
As
Or the
requested,
Tide.
my lords,
There it is.
the opening win rate of Bane and Spiritbreaker together. They've got 10 games, sir, on the record, and only
Spit it up, boy.
Only a 40% win rate, sir. Not perhaps as high as one might expect, considering these are two of the most contested heroes in the DPC, sir.
That is very surprising, because Spiritbreaker alone has one of the highest win rates in the CN DPC specifically. Maybe not in all of them, but
I don't believe so, sir, but I can double check that. Sorry,
maybe
sorry to doubt you, sir.
maybe I am very... this is why he is stats, man.
No, you're supposed to speak with confidence and then just deny any facts he throws at you.
Actually, you are correct. 16 picks with a 62% win rate in the China DPC, but only a 40% win rate in the overall DPC.
Those
so-
don't matter.
Yeah, we don't care about those other regions. This is the only region that matters.
Yeah.
True.
On EHOME, they are now in this position in which they have Spirit Breaker and Bane, and like you said, a kind of a low win rate together. And if you think of why, maybe one of the reasons is they're mostly single target focused supports. You have the grip, you have the charge, the ulti, right? Not a ton of damage coming from either one of these two in the mid game. You don't have like a potential to pick a Mars and have Snapfire Mars or Phoenix Mars or anything like that, right? It's a little bit lacking in that department, but what they lack in the damage department, they definitely do compensate when it comes to control, because it's probably the best 2 BKB piercing heroes at the moment.
Yeah. And it's as simple as just being able to target a creep or anything nearby the Spirit Break. You ult onto them, you charge something nearby afterwards, and suddenly you've wasted half the person's BKB duration between those two stuns.
Yep, Razor and Monkey King getting out by LBZS. They don't want to play against those. Meanwhile, EHOME with the Death Prophet and the Wraith King. So, and the TA. Interesting. I expected maybe EHOME to go for it, but you don't have a Weaver, so you go for Lina instead. You
This
like
kind of
that?
makes sense. Protecting the Lina pick, meanwhile, LBZS protecting the Tide pick, right? With these bans.
I feel like is there a necessity to protect Lina? Like,
I mean, Spearbreaker's okay at doing that. He charges through.
I mean,
the
with bans, is there anything that crushes her in lane? I don't think so.
No, Luna's pretty stable in lane. Nothing is super good against her. It's one of like the more stable mid heroes that you're worried about post laning phase heroes with a lot of jump able to get on her. Kind of like that Storm Spirit Lina matchup, where it's very Lina favored for the laning phase, but after that, you know, you're so good at getting on top of her, you can dodge out Light Strike Array. That
Yeah, she hates all these heroes that can get on top very easily, right?
Yeah, that's why we've started seeing her just build like BKB first item.
Travels BKB.
Travels
yeah.
BKB, yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. LBZS, meanwhile, they continue in their own fashion with these semi-cores and whatnot, and following up with the Mirana, X marks the spot into the arrow. Also, all these heroes benefit quite a bit from the minus armor that they're getting by the Swarm, by the Gush. Mirana perhaps can start with the Tidehunter. Gush plus those right clicks can be really nasty.
There's a lot of synergy between these two, between like both these pairings of heroes. The Weaver and the Tidehunter are amazing lane together for reasons that you mentioned earlier.
Is it going to be a 5 Tide?
I don't think so. I think this is a position 3 Tide. It fills the gaps that the position 4 Weaver creates on your draft.
Yeah,
because
but
of the lack of
what's a
stun.
Mirana then?
Mirana's. Oh.
It'll be 5 Weaver.
No, it's gonna be a 5 Tide, I believe.
You think so?
Really?
Yeah, because Ursa has just been picked up. They will switch the Tide to a 5 and then put Weaver +1 versus the Ursa or Mirana +1 versus the Ursa, and then you should have a decent lane against him. I think at least. It doesn't have to be the case, but it would make sense.
Then what would you pick as the last hero?
You just need to round this up with mid laner, I believe, for yourself, right?
Did you know that Conker is currently has the highest average XP per minute in the China DPC? Third place goes to Lina, so and that's on EHOME as well. So
Interesting.
expect a lot of levels, guys.
A lot
This
of,
does make sense.
Yeah.
Kuga farms absurdly fast.
and he doesn't need to abandon that safe lane almost ever. Plus, he farms the small camp plus the medium camp with those stacking in the jungle at the same time. So, yeah, makes a ton of sense. But it looks like EHOME is expecting a safe lane carry for LBZS's last pick.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen the Weaver flex to 1 and then the Tide 5. Like, those two heroes
don't
have a
plan
lot
on-
of lane synergy, but...
Actually, I
No,
wouldn't
they
mind
banned
that.
out the Darks here, so they plan on taking like the Medusa or the Luna.
yeah, I was going to say, but...
Yeah, but Darkseer is also because of the Spirit Breaker, right?
Yeah, it is a pretty good Darkseer game. With Spiritbreaker Ursa,
Yeah.
that's pretty scary.
By itself, I don't think is enough reason to ban out the Darks here. I'm almost certain that they're picking up one of those.
All right, it can go that way definitely, but I would agree with Ricky. This looks actually, I don't know why I didn't see it before, but yeah, Weaver 1, position 5 Tidehunter, extremely strong lane. Then you put Kunkka mid and Mirana +1 on the offlane. It all makes sense.
We saw I don't remember which team we just saw do this exact same scenario where they
They
opened
put
Weaver
the Tide
Tide.
and Weaver, yeah, and they
Yeah.
put the safe lane. Yeah, it
then
happened
you
like
just swapped it.
yesterday, right?
Yeah,
Or the day before, I don't know. Yeah, why not? Sounds pretty legit.
we had a
to
lot
me.
of games yesterday. It's hard to recall, you know. The 90-minute kind of blew my mind, so...
The DPC season is just like a big. It becomes like a big mess in your head after a while because you're watching other regions as well.
So true.
You work like 6-9 games a day and then you watch as many afterwards. And, all right, I guess I'm gonna die now.
All right, Mars banned out. It really makes me think they're gonna pick Medusa here, but we'll see.
But Mars would also be very
They'd
good
pick
for
him.
EHOME with the Lina, right? Like they need that front line on the offlane.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like a Medusa for LBZS?
I was thinking it was either Medusa or Luna, but they banned out the Luna just now.
Okay, yeah, possible. Let's see. Medusa would be pretty solid, right? Versus
I mean, it's rough because
Ursa.
Ursa just builds a diffusal blade every game anyways. It's reasonable at dealing with the Medusa. Your Stone Gaze doesn't affect him for that long because of Enrage.
Do you have some stats?
Kinda.
Work,
I
boy.
mean, you guys were asking about Tidehunter and Weaver hanging out together, being best buds. They have been picked up, obviously, a lot 18 times. Now those 18 times, 55% of those times they've been in the same lane together. So about half.
There we
A little
go.
over half.
We get an Ogre.
Wow.
Last pick.
That is the opposite of what I expected.
This is still a 3 Tide, but a...
Is it though?
Yeah, Tide Mirana is still a pretty solid lane.
Is
right?
it though?
I mean, is it? Are we going to get the patented
Off-lane
off-lane
Ogre?
ogre? First item Midas?
Yeah, let's go.
Ice style.
I mean, you're going into an Ursa, though, which is such a rough lane for the Tide, right?
I guess it can be rough, but if you're playing Tide Weaver, Tide Mirana, whatever, you're gonna have Tide Mirana most likely, right? Like perhaps you start with the Blightstone on Mirana and you just straight hits Gush,
Just
straight,
hit him.
just hit him, and perhaps you can actually out hit him and his swipes. So
It's a bold move. Let's see if it pays off.
I expected maybe an easier matchup for them on the offlane, but okay.
Neff, what do you think here for EHOME? Do they need an offlaner? We see in Zeal go on the Spirit Breaker. Oh, Nomad might have a 6 stat for us, though. I'm ready for this one.
Oh, you're ready. This one's a great one, actually. Ogre Magi currently has the highest average deaths in the China DPC. So,
That's entirely expected.
yeah, good luck, LBZS.
Yeah, okay.
I love that.
One death for each head, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you actually half it, and that's the amount of that he truly
yeah.
has.
True. That's very true, actually. Which makes him the lowest.
There you go. So they just need to finalize this with an offlane. They go with a Bloodseeker versus a Weaver. Makes a ton of sense.
Oh, man.
Versus a Mirana as well. It's probably a perfect Bloodseeker game. Makes a ton of sense for EHOME. Again, they round up their draft with like not your casual offlaner, but you truly do have enough catch with ZZQ, with Planet, and Shiro plus Zeal, they can be the frontliners. Like, usually I'm not a big fan of these Venomancers on the offlane because they can make your games real hard, go 80 minutes in. Like, not your casual offlaners right now that don't bring control. But when you do have other heroes that can be frontline and that can bring control, it's kind of all right. Not sure which way this one is going, though. I'm going to let my two
Yes.
colleagues go first.
I'm going to start with Neff this time. What do you
I
think?
really didn't like the last pick over match. I feel like the draft is incredibly lacking. I'm very easily going to go with EHOME. I think this game will be very quick as well.
I'm going to get the polar opposite here. Nomad, lay it down. What do you think?
You know, when their backs are against the wall, that's when the sun shines brightest. Very, very popular saying in Eastern Mongolia, actually. So, yeah, I'm going to go with LBZS.
That sounds entirely true, and I'm likely to
is.
believe it. So thank you, Lizard.
I haven't really heard this saying. Have you before? No?
No,
you
that
been to
dude's on a
Eastern
lot of
Mongolia,
copium
though?
right now. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll just go with LBZS. I'm hoping for game 3, but looking unlikely.
Alrighty. I'm going to go with my boys. EHOME, once again. I love this last pick. Bloodseeker, Zeal. We'll see if he can make it work in game number 2 here of LBZS versus EHOME. B-Cop and Black, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Yeah, you know, Eastern Mongolian saying, as Nomad brought up, when your backs are against the wall, the sun shines most. Alaskan saying, when is the sun ever going to rise? We don't know.
Never. Perhaps.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen.
You know, LBZS kind of feels like the sun we had a while ago. Like this, when the sun shines, but it's still really cold.
And it's not that bright.
Yeah, that kind of sun,
Kind
you
of
know.
cloudy outside.
Yeah.
Man, everybody tipping molasses.
Why do you think that is?
Everybody just giving out tips to molasses. That's
Kind of nice.
We're going back in.
Maybe it's friendly tips.
Let's see. Good luck molasses. Good luck detachment. So EHOME giving the good lucks. To
I would
specific
never do
players.
that. No,
You would
never.
never do that?
No.
You don't
because
want to.
You don't want the enemy to have luck. You want them to have a fun and good game, but you don't want them to have the luck.
My coaches always said that. When I was on the baseball team, they were like, "Why are you wishing the other team?"
Yeah, good luck, have fun is such a bad saying. Like, have fun is all you gotta do.
Have fun.
Yeah.
You can tell them, you know.
Or like, good game, have fun, whatever. Like, have a good game and have fun, but like,
you
why would you
wanna
say
win.
good luck?
Yeah, you don't want them to have good luck.
You don't want them to have a DD rune as they want to go for Ocean. Because that's good luck.
Always a DD rune when they go for Roshan.
Exactly. Why would you do that to yourself? You're
Yeah.
jinxing yourself before the game starts. Unbelievable.
So, Lina Kunkka, as we see here. And I say Kunkka favored just because, you know, water puts out fire.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Did you watch Naruto?
I've watched a decent chunk of it.
Have you heard of Amaterasu? The black fire? Because that one you can't extinguish, dude.
I want to say I've seen most of the sagas. I don't really know, though.
The sagas? Are we back to Dragon Ball now?
Yeah, I just like saying sagas. It's always nice. I
Cell
like
Saga?
Cell Saga, best saga.
You think so? Better than Boo?
I think they're good in their own ways, but I like Cell so much better. I think Gohan at his peak is just... I'm a big fan. Another little
One-handed.
one-handed spoilers to take out Cell.
So, you on board with the panel then? Thinking EHOME is going to have an easy one?
I don't know if it's going to be so easy per se, but
Zeal's taking a lot of damage.
Zeal getting run
He's
down.
burning. He's
Ooh,
burning.
Fairy Fire. Not going to be getting the kill there, though. Not that first blood. Also, Kunkka sitting really low over mid. But, again, if EHOME kind of come out of the gates, not roaring, but take advantage. Ooh. 70 also avoiding the torrent, but yeah, PP not having a good time in this mid lane. Detachment getting low. He'll pop a salve. Zeal sticking with him. There's the Ignite thrown. Planet just going to TP
He's a
back
stun, he's a
to
stun.
base.
Oh, he stuns the other guy, though.
Stun on a Zeal, and probably the wrong target. They could have gotten the... Could they have gotten the Spirit Breaker
He
there?
was pretty much next to him.
Yeah.
but probably just wants him to be out of the lane, so he Bloodseeker can't really farm anymore.
Yeah, but he comes back so quickly anyway.
There's a Bloodseeker, he just gets a couple of last hits. Now Bloodseeker's sitting uncomfortably low though.
Oh, charge.
Bloodseeker's
Blood
dead here, I
right.
think. There
Yes, Zeal playing aggressive. There's the ignite, the stun, the kill.
Okay. I mean, I was about to say, this is where Bloodseeker doesn't want to be on like 300 health because you don't feel comfortable going in. And he went in.
But they went in anyway.
And yeah. If he dies, he dies.
Yeah, if he dies, he dies.
Another very popular saying from Russia, I believe. Where is he from in that movie?
I have no idea.
You don't know the Rocky movie?
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah.
He's Russian, right?
This was that Rocky 3?
I think
Ooh,
so.
Planet Low.
Dead now too.
Looking for Kagome. Detachment trying to get in front of him. These
No
right
way.
clicks starting to hurt.
You killed me, now I kill you.
Maybe.
I seek blood.
If they can get a kill here, they don't get either. They end up losing 2 in this bottom lane so far.
No region though. It's a charge.
Charge.
But he's just gonna run through the tower. He's just
Ignite.
gonna run through the tower. yeah.
Oh! If the charge had hit with the blood right, they might have been able to get the kill, but this just leaves Planet at half
he's in
health.
tower range,
And
he's tower range,
now
Zeal.
Zeal's under tower range.
Woo!
Geminate attack, Shikuchi forward, and all of a sudden Bloodseeker with
Same health as
a
before.
salve, given by Planet.
You guys,
Charge
that already
again.
didn't work, don't
Yeah, it's not working.
Maybe next time. Guys, the Kushi's a little bit too fast for a charge at this point. I like the first time, maybe it was just luck that he was this fast.
Okay. Early Falcon Blade for the Weaver too.
Yeah, very common item, gives good health. Mana region if you want.
Cheap stats.
Some damage. Some people compared it with Aquila.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Does it? Yeah. Well, this is an Aqua you can hold in your hand.
Yeah, I like the ring better.
Really?
Yeah. Gives agi.
Yeah, but this is like cooler.
Yeah.
Could show it off.
If
more.
you're edgy, maybe. Are you edgy?
No.
Kind of sound edgy.
Rounded.
Oh, they want to die.
Charge. PP.
No.
Gets hit, but it's far enough away from the Lina that I think PP is going to be all right. He'll TP back to base. He's got the X.
If there was me, I would have gotten bashed.
Yeah. Definitely would have gotten bashed, that's for sure. Twice.
Right. You actually die there, and you're like, what the hell?
How's this even balanced? For the moment, Shiro's having a good time too.
Yeah, lane's
Keeping
pretty
up the
easy against
Weaver.
Tidehunter. So, not a whole lot I can do about that. But overall, this game,
Oh,
they have the
Zeal
Beatles on him
again,
too. No, they
and-
don't.
Zeal, blood right, trying to survive, looks over at detachment, gets the silence. Zeal needs to be very careful about how aggressive he wants to stay on this. South popped here by the Ogre, and Planet here alone as Bloodseeker.
He's suffering.
Yeah, it's not fun. You can see his net worth is really quite low. ZZQ is the Nightmare on a PP. PP now with the X. Tidebringer looking for the Ghost Ship coming out on the ZZQ. It does land. The arrow follows it up. The charge comes out, and Salad will get the kill, but they land the LSA. They get the Laguna Blade onto Salad. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Not the intended target for EHOME, as they do want to go for PP. But, well, the PP got out of range.
Yeah, support trade, so no one's really going to be too happy or upset with anything. But the Bloodseeker's game is really rough right now. They probably need to help him in some way or capacity. It's only level 4, no Nepo to his name.
Oh, Planet.
He has a charge.
Stun, Beatles. He has a charge. It went
Charge.
over at
A
Kagome.
little bit too short though.
70 comes over, has some dust. They get the bash.
Oh my
Kagome. Ooh, gonna go down to 7E. And that's the bash we were just talking about.
Well, how did that feel?
Not great. My lane was going so well until 17% showed itself.
That's kind of ridiculous. I know Bloodseeker gets back to full health too.
That's not fun.
Oh, that's the most fun. What are you talking about?
Not for the Weaver.
That just looks so sad.
Lined everything up. Gave him the opportunity to get that kill. ZCQ getting some solo experience over mid. Always nice. When you're a 5 position, you've got some time.
Yeah. Also, very nice forehead, as we just saw on the camera.
I didn't see it. He just...
It was literally just his forehead
Oh.
and his eyebrows. That's it.
PP now getting caught. Charge, LSA, Laguna Blade early, and looking to get this kill. X, but not much doing. Another EHOME
Dire's bottom tower
advantage.
is under attack.
And then they were really taking advantage of the mistakes here from LBZS. That being said, Planet, his mistake might have been being in the wrong position as he has taken damage from these beetles and, well, will eventually fall to Kagome, who's made his way over mid.
Gives a ton of space to Bloodseeker, though, which he really desperately needed. Ursa still having a good game. Tidehunter's game is okay. It's not super great, but they really gotta use that Ravage to hopefully win a team fight soon or get a tower.
Shiro just going to continue to farm, going for the Diffusal Blade first. Almost forgot the name.
Why is it called Diffusal Blade?
Because it diffuses your mana.
Bomb's been diffused.
Yes. It gives you the
Are we CSGO now?
it gives you the kit. Yeah. This is actually not the Dota map you've been looking at. This is actually
The new CSGO map?
and this is Cobble. It's the new
Aztec?
Cobble. Aztec.
Was my favorite map. I'm a sniper player.
I like Cobble. It's a highlight reel
Oh,
map.
PP again. They have night vision.
Yeah, PP charged.
Ah, he's dead again.
Light Strike Array comes in, the Laguna to follow, and PP bashed up, killed off, and a dominating spree here for 7E. As his game is going quite well, and he is closing in on an early BKB.
Going straight BKB before travels even. Okay,
Salad?
usually we see the travels into BKB. He's fine.
You say that.
He has so many leaps.
Charge.
Do the thing where you shoot
one
the arrow
leap,
behind.
Arrow,
Nice.
and then the high five.
He did the thing. But he didn't do the thing where he leaps and shoots the arrow behind him. That would have been a boss move.
Pressure on the top tier 1 tower. Kagome here with Molasses, as well as Detachment.
Dire's structures
But bot tower also taking a lot of damage from their side.
I've got all 5 heroes here.
We have yet to see Kunkka get a successful gank in, unfortunately. He tried. Ended up dying both times.
2K lead for EHOME, and Bloodseeker's game is opened up bottom. He's kind of close to Molasses, but not even just yet.
is under attack.
There's the tower.
Dire's top tower is falling.
They're also trying to take the tower over bottom. They've got the Ursa there too,
Radiant
so
structures are fortified.
they'll try to trade some tier 1
Radiant's
towers.
bottom tower is under attack.
So feel good for Shiro. Again, he hasn't been disturbed really at all.
Yeah, but the big winner so far of the game is really the Lina. Look at his net worth. It's way ahead of anyone.
early
Which is
BKB
why I'm so
soon.
surprised he didn't go for the travels. Because especially when your game is that good, it really accelerates your farm that much more. So they gotta make a lot of things happen with the early BKB timing or his advantages. Or not.
Potentially could. They do have the Fiend's Grip available on ZZQ. Planet with the Nether Strike. Everybody's got their level 6 here.
Grip, Nether Strike, Rupture. It's a lot of stuns and annoying spells to deal with.
Yeah, you may not be able to run. For the most part, you really... So many people want to just TP out after a Rupture, but you don't really have that option up against the EHOME
TP
lineup.
again?
Nether
Oh,
Strike,
no
blood
way.
right into the Fiend's Grip. Arrow comes in, not going to land on anything of importance, and they get another kill onto PP. Shiro getting credit for that kill.
PP's having a super rough game.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Charge out now onto Detachment. Moonlight Shadow.
No follow-up.
So they'll just Nightmare back off. They are in Roche. Shiro in there. They don't have Fiend's Grip, and they don't have the Nether Strike. Molasses, he does have the omnipresence of a Ravage. Really not omnipresent, it's just present.
Well, he has Beacon and Lina now, so that will be dealt with quite easily. He's actually so massive on Lina.
Yeah, and Shiro almost has this Diffusal right. 70 going Boots of Travel into a Silver Edge.
Yeah, against the Tidehunter makes a lot of sense. Game is very slow again, but it's like EHOME is just, you know, fundamentally making less mistakes
Right.
than LBZS, so the game slowly but surely will also again like go into their favor, just like it has last game. Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, they are the Tortoise right now, but lead it by a hair's margin.
Radiant
Don't know what it is.
A hair?
Harris.
Hair's margin. H-A-R-E apostrophe S. Hair is a bunny.
Oh, it's a bunny.
Yeah.
I thought
The
it was.
tortoise in the hair.
I thought it was another one of those American baseballs or something.
No. But we could talk baseball. Everybody, EU viewers, Eastern viewers, strap in.
Nah. That's not.
So a single. All right. 70. Top of the net worth by a lot.
Still, yeah.
They wanted to go for this Roche too, but again, up against this Ravage, it's a bit of a tough commitment.
Dire's top tower.
And then they now have the Blink Dagger on the Tide. ZZQ trying to TP out, arrow on the mark. Kagome gets the kill. He's got that Maelstrom ready to go with the Falcon Blade. He's also getting Bloodlusted. Bloodlust! Ooh, Molasses. This will be a pretty significant kill if they can get it. LSA into the Laguna Blade. Torrent lands on a planet. Nether Strike. Ooh, thought about going after PP. He'll throw the Ghost Ship out. Now silenced by the Blood Right. Right clicks in from 70.
Who's Raptured?
Up
Oh,
top.
the Weaver, the Weaver. Oh, they got the Weaver.
Blood Right. Oh, not going to land. They're still going to go after Kagome. They've got the Rod of Atos. Shiro looking to cut him off at the pass. Ignite comes and multicast hits everybody on the side of EHOME.
Yeah, that's Ogre for you.
It's not Ogre for me. It's just beginning.
Whoa. How much lower can B-Cup sink today? Find out in the next episode.
They're pretty low.
Counter Smoke, they do still have the Ravage with Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Are they under vision? They were under vision. ZZQ is probably...
It may not matter. Blink, Ravage, Arrow, following it up, and now they'll go after Shiro. Big kill to get. They're going to get a +1 with it. Nightmare will extend the inevitable as Kagome gets a double kill and now dominating. That brings him closer to catching up to this Lina.
He wasn't ready, B-Cup, with the Enrage.
He was not, and like you said, that was a smoke, presumably under vision.
Yeah. Gotta be faster with that Enrage button, because he wouldn't have died there if he managed to get that off.
Charge out on the PP again.
Surely he won't die here again.
They don't. Blood Right? Is it on? No. Rod of Atos, though, they have the control. They'll get the kill. The Ghost Ship not going to save PP. He is I'm surprised how close he is to Shiro's net worth with how much he's done. Detachment looking like he's going to get ripped to shreds. The bear is unhappy, and Shiro killing off Detachment. Fiend's Grip used to control up this Mirana, and it's a double kill now for 70. 3 heroes dead on the side of LBZS. They don't have Ravage anymore, which, when you get kills and pickoffs like this, kind of opens up Roche a lot more, and that's exactly what Shiro wants. And apparently, in this game right now, what Shiro wants, Shiro gets.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately, when you're LBZS. You're just playing against the Roshan.
They have Rupture.
Oh, no vision. Oh, now to do, now to do.
Rod of Atos. Ooh, ruptured him. Time lapse. TP. Trying for it.
Yeah.
No. But they do get an Aegis on Shiro. The strat of just TP worked.
Ooh, the arrow actually hit. Can they follow up anything? No.
Ooh. Well, that was a lot of damage real quick.
That's a lot of damage. It's just every time
It's It's like you can't say that line anymore. It truthfully was a decent chunk of damage right there. That's a decent chunk of damage.
I don't know. The guy's just like a living meme.
Kagome bottom. Oh, with Molasses, BKB. Molasses doesn't have Ravage, but I think without the BKB, he just ends up dead. He's out here alone. Or was out here alone.
Good that they're making their presence felt, and now they're Moonlight Shadowing, potentially looking for another fight. 5-man smoke again. This one's pretty obvious though, because they're not pushing out the lanes, so I don't think EHOME is getting copy. 2 5-man smokes actually.
EHOME might counter this.
Smoke on smoke action.
Ravage is available though.
Yeah, gotta be so careful with that Ravage.
No, that does. Okay. Motivator's blood right. Arrow.
Big
coming
Ravage
in
maybe.
to hit Planet. The Laguna Blade comes through. They've got the double torrent hitting onto Shiro as well as Planet. X back. Ship lands. They get the kill here onto the Spirit Breaker. EHOME starting to leave, and LBZS I think are going to allow it.
That was really lucky for EHOME that the Tide walked just into the Blood Ride, because it was a 5-man Ravage right there. They smoked up the high ground against the Tide like that. That's so scary.
Yeah, that is a risky proposition.
They could have lost so many heroes there. Like imagine get a 5-man Ravage on the stairs and a Torrent boat on all 5. Like
Yeah. I mean, when you're tied, you're probably just seeing that.
dude, he walked
Line
in
up.
like he was like, oh, I got this Ravage, and Blood Right clips him. He's like, ah.
Never
6
mind,
seconds
guys.
silence. I'm out for 6, boys.
Stay alive for me. Ooh, Grove Bow for the Lina.
That's Grovey.
Very groovy.
Dyer's
There was always a... at least when that item first came out, I know there was people calling it Groove Bow.
There was also people calling it Titan Silver
Yeah.
instead of Titan Sliver. I was like, yeah, it's very, very shiny.
Planet up here by himself, and, well, he's able to freely back off. He's only got level 2 in the Bulldoze at the moment, but as that gets higher, he gets harder to kill, and he's going into the Shadow Blade. So is the Lina. 70 gets the Shadow Blade ready to go. They still have this Aegis for a couple minutes for Shiro, and it's a 3-man smoke from the side of EHOME.
They gotta be careful with that Ravage. If they blink, they're gonna Ursa though, and they wanna find a quick pick.
They've got 5. They're going to charge. They'll look over. Charge hits onto 2. They've got the Ranomatos to follow it up. Salad low. Fiend's Grip out onto PP. They get the kill into Salad. They'll look over at the Kunkka. As Fiend's Grip runs out, they'll get the kill and take up the Kunkka and look for more. Detachment on the run, but he gets detached from his soul as his life leaves his body after Shiro rips it apart.
I mean, Spirit Breaker is just kind of dumb. Like, he charged the Mirana, didn't even know the other 2 heroes were there, and he bashed both of them, leading to the Kunkka's death.
Yeah.
I mean, even Ogre died because of it as well.
Good charge. Balanced ability.
Good charge, yeah. That was all by design. He planned for that.
If you say you didn't,
He did.
you're lying.
He
It's all by design. Come on.
definitely did not.
I disagree.
But he didn't see them.
Wholeheartedly, I disagree.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is that how you're gonna be now? Okay. Wait.
Aether one's for this Bane, so he's going to be looking to grab these Fiend's Grips from a little bit further away.
And the sleeps.
Yeah,
And everything else.
Yeah, well. Yeah. 70 having a great game. Can't state it enough that this guy is dominating the game thus far. Charge on a Kagome. Oh, lands the stun, and now they've
He's
got
the only one that
Shiro.
can't die. Oh, that was so close.
He was
He was like literally 99% done with the animation.
on those hind legs looking to get that time lapse off. Doesn't get it, though. Ghost Ship. Good Nightmare. Arrow still ends, though. Charge coming through on a PP, but they've got the stun. Now the Nether Strike. Thinking about it, Shiro blinking forward. Salad will just leap away, and the Aegis will expire.
Giving back all that juicy mana.
Yeah. And as a resource. Gotta use it.
You know what else is a resource? A Ravage.
Yes. This is the truth.
And you have invested into a Blink Dagger as well. But have you seen we have seen one Blink Ravage since
And
then.
it was on Shiro.
Which
in
was
the
good.
jungle. Yep.
But you gotta keep that up because Slowly and steadily, as we said, you are falling behind. Spirit Breaker does not allow that split push.
Similar timings to the last game. 7K lead, 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Title looking for the Ags, but that is not going to happen for a while. Shadowblade's finished for both 70 and Planet. Holding onto that Grove Bow, finishing off the Crystallis in just a bit.
Yeah, another smoke on smoke action. Ooh, this Ravage could be game winning.
Zeal.
Or
Oh, Moonlight Shadow puts the sentry right on the high ground. Silence, X, Torrent, landing on a Zeal, Molasses. He's got to know he's under vision, but they'll go after Shiro, look for the Ravage, and Shiro? Okay, he's dead first. Dead for 50 seconds. Yule's up into the air, and now 70 trying to take care of the rest. The right click's coming in at a PP. They've countered out this ZZQ Bane. They land the ghost ship. 70 in trouble, and now trying to get the kill here. Kagome getting low, but Zeal can't finish him off. They finish off Salad in the meanwhile. Planet on the run, the Gush hits, the blink forward. They should be able to kill off this Spirit Breaker with an Anchor Smash, and that's exactly what they do.
sorry,
EHOME.
did Shiro just get stunned by an ogre that walked up to him and then ravaged afterwards? I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah.
They must have known they have a ward there.
If we can get a replay on that.
Like, for these kind of things, there's almost no excuse there. Like, they know they have a high ground ward because
Right.
he X-marked you from the low ground. There's no other possibility.
There we go. Oh, production, you're amazing.
He just got walk up stunned by an ogre. That is not allowed. That is illegal.
That's
He
the
has
second
no
time he
cast
hasn't-
range.
That's the second time he hasn't gotten the ult off.
Yeah, but what can I say, man? Does he have BKB too?
PP died, but lines up this kill on a 7E. The Fiend's Grip, they took their attention off of ZZQ. The Fiend's Grip full duration out onto the Weaver, and they didn't get the kill. Because 7E dies as PP died. He got the Torrent and the Ghost Ship off.
Yeah, but as I said, that is not allowed. That is literally illegal. You know they have high ground vision. You cannot stand there.
Okay, I'm gonna
Write it down
check.
right now.
Wow, I'm gonna check the laws.
Call your lawyer.
Okay. Hold on. Press 4 for law.
4.
I know my attorney's extension. Don't look.
Igiari!
What am I asking is illegal? If standing
not,
and
not,
getting
not,
stunned?
not dewarding a high ground ward before you fight.
Okay.
Even though you know it's there.
Hold on. Hey, is not dewarding a high ground ward illegal?
When you know it's there.
Yes? In what countries? All of them? Alright, I'll call you back.
What do you say?
He said all of them. It's illegal in every country.
Especially in Dota 2.
Especially in Dota 2.
Especially in Dota 2. Like, we don't take kindly to these kind of missteps. So, we forgive them once because they're new, but next time.
Yeah.
You know what
You
happens.
get one free one.
You know what happens, Pika, when I get mad?
You go to Pain City
No, don't need that.
and Disappointment City. BKB being built for the Ursa. If only he can get that enrage off. Moonlight Shadows,
Oh,
Zeal
Zeal knows.
dusted them and hit with the Gush. Swarm doesn't land. Yule's up into the air, and now Arrow on his
Ow.
way down. Okay. That lands 70 from the side. ZZQ. He's got the Fiend's Grip. And
Oh,
the Ravage
that's a good
hits
one.
onto 4. They got the Bulldoze on Planet, so he's up and available once again. But the LSA lands on a 2. Oh, they get the kill to Kagome. They'll end up trading Detachment and ZZQ, so the 5 positions are out of this one. The Nether Strike lands on a PP. The charge through PP. And now they'll go after is the BKB on PP is not going to be enough to keep him alive.
And guess what's up?
Roche.
Roche. With a shard now, which is going to make the Ursa just that much scarier.
Is there
Didn't even
double
have to use
damage?
BKB.
Yeah.
When you're Ursa, you don't want a double damage. It doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, but double damage is always fine. Whoa, 7E! Getting jumped for a second, almost dying. Almost.
The Urn is still on
almost-
him. The Urn is still on him.
Yeah, he's ticking low. They do get the kill on a Salad, and they will buy back on Salad. They're not making this Roche easy. They don't have Ravage, though, so Molasses kind of needs to be a little bit careful. Planet TP's back to base, knowing he has the charge back in. This will allow Detachment to respawn.
So here's what I think will happen. Okay, they're going to heal, and then they go for Roshan.
Again,
because they have BKBs and there's no Ravage. And if I'm right, you have to buy me ice cream.
Okay. Well, wow, that ice cream I had the other day was so good. But it didn't feel like ice cream. It was
It's
pillowy.
because it didn't
and-
freeze, like they didn't put it in the freezer for
No,
long
no,
enough.
it was cold. It was nice. It wasn't like
Oh, Planet.
getting hit here. No bulldoze. Swarm on him. Blood right down. And they land the stun onto the Ogre. They look over detachment. Right clicks in, needing one more. Shiro gonna follow him, finish off this Ogre. He'll buy back immediately. Pass this over to the side.
Shiro
They've got
BKB'd actually.
Fiend's grip in 16. Yeah, Shiro BKB'd and
Now there's no free Roche.
yeah, Ravage in 45. I like these little timers on the side. They've caught Molasses though. LSA into the Nether Strike. They get the kill there onto the Tide very quickly. He's got buyback. This feels like an all-out play from LBZS with the buyback commitments that they want to get this Roche, and if they don't, their game might just end.
I mean, this play started with them being 6K behind. Now they're 10K behind. So obviously they're bleeding out a lot of resources. So
What's in the pit right there?
hopefully it results in their Roshan, because otherwise this game might just end.
Who's dropping items?
That was me.
Well, Ravage is going to be back up.
Yeah, that is the big play. Can they BKB in time this time or enrage? That is a big question. You gotta be ready for it. You cannot get
Right.
Ravage. It's not allowed. That is another law.
Under the moonlight.
There's 4 dusts coming out at the same time. Very nice.
Trying to dance in the moonlight, but they land the LSA. The stun comes out at a 2. Kraken Shell purges it off for Molasses. That allows them to get the Ravage off with the BKB being popped by 7E, though. They've got the Ghost Ship. Nightmare dodge onto the Ghost Ship. Seal up into the air with the Yules. They get the kill into ZZQ. They'll take out the Bane, and now he'll buy back immediately, going into the outpost with that TP. Seal dies. As the Starfall hits him, Saladin's up dead too, so they're without the Mirana for 65, but they get the kill into Kagome, taking out the Weaver. He's got buyback, but, well, it's not going to be worth anything when they lose PP.
Oh, there's a big charge too.
Triple kill for Shiro. Charge coming all the way across. Detachment low. One more shot to get the kill. 70's on it. He's got a killing spree.
Oh, the
Charge,
bash too.
the bash. Molasses in trouble. Now broken. The LSA lands. They've got Shiro over. And when the Ghost Scepter is no longer, it's an ultra kill for Shiro. And a full team wipe for EHOME.
And a Roshan to boot as well. 12K lead now, and it was probably the last fight for LBZS. Sure, they won't leave just yet.
They've got one more
But-
fight left in them. But yeah, Roshan to boot. And that is EHOME coming away well on top.
And this is what happens when you get the BKB and then rage off. Before that Ravage.
Take a look at the
And look how it started. They get a good
Molasses.
charge through. The BKB and
stunned,
enrage.
and he's able to get this Ravage off, but BKB
Doesn't
for
do
7E
anything.
doesn't do anything. And this time with the enrage, doesn't matter.
He ravaged, bulldozed, Spirit Breaker, and then raged Ursa and a BKB Lina. That is probably the worst case scenario for them.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you walk up the high ground.
Oof. Nether Strike, Kagome just dying so quickly.
Yep, Spirit Breaker again, showing why he's a very good hero. Very fun hero.
Balanced hero.
Engaging.
Yes, he does engage.
He does it very well.
True.
$18K behind now. This is,
And the shard went to Shiro.
yeah, it always does.
Well,
The little hop and rage.
well.
I don't know
as-
why
as
it
a
happens.
support, I'm always asking, can I please have it?
It doesn't matter what you think, because it doesn't matter what you think.
What's your name? It doesn't matter what your name is. But I get to take the bottom outpost. By himself.
Oh, what a legend, man. I hope one
God,
day he will
God.
say that to me.
I hope one day we can do an interview like that. Charge coming in. PP, he's going to get hit by the charge. Nether Strike got him. We're
He's
going to
just dead
follow it
again.
up. The Ravage
Is he
comes
dead?
out. It's on to 2, but it's not going to matter as PP gets low and PP dies. Dominating spree here for 7E. Nightmare saving planet. Right clicks in. Shiro in trouble. He does have that Aegis though in the BKB, so he'll pop it, run on the way out. Nobody from LBZS will go for him as they are without their Kunkka.
Once that Skadi's up on Kagome, there might be some chance for a play on the Ursa. Of course, we'll be able to kite him, but the Lina is also a big problem. The Spirit Breaker might be an even bigger problem with that Aghanim Scepter now. BKBs don't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter what your BKB is. Planet coming in with the charge. All the way
Very
on
mature, B-Cup. Very mature.
They're posturing by the tier 2 mid as well. And I know Ravage, but they're going to smoke. Without PP2.
They have to do something, though. They have to do something. They're so
Do
far
they
behind
have
this
to?
point.
Do they have
have to.
protect, like, the tier 2s can go, right? The outer towers
Yeah, but you want to
can
get a
go.
kill somewhere at least. Because the game's just slipping further and further out of hand.
True, but yeah, I guess you can't just fight on Ravage all the time when you're down by this much.
Doesn't matter how far behind you are.
Very mature.
Thank you. That's why we're a duo. That's why we cast together, you know, because our maturity level, they do check out.
That is true. 2 minutes still left on this Aegis. Top tower goes down to 70. And a smoke by 4 heroes here for the side of EHOME. Planet in, looking for the charge. Yule's up into the air, and now Shiro goes after Molasses. X. Nightmare. Easy. Top two tower go down to 70. Rips right through them. Scotty for Weaver. Man, PP is 0-9-9.
Yeah, he's not having a good game.
We recognized he wasn't having a good game, but I didn't think it was that bad. Meanwhile, Shiro gets the kill in the detachment.
What was he doing down
is
there?
godlike.
Why was
Break, LSA.
Nice
Ghost
Ghost Scepter,
Scepter,
though.
charge.
Can't blink. Ow,
That's
ow.
coming
ow,
all the
ow.
way from base. Is it even going to be necessary to get this? BKB going
Oh,
for it,
okay,
and
let's
we'll
go.
get it. PP stands his ground,
Yes,
but that's
Titanic.
not where you want to be at. 70 just right-clicking away. They get the stun to look for the
Oh,
ghost
he's
ship.
dead.
70 gives up his life. He's dead for 100 seconds. Seal
Nice.
now needing to run. They're in on Planet. Planet trying to charge. They'll get the kill there on a PP, making him 0-10, I believe. Or no, he got the kill on 270, so he's 1-10. Shiro, though, with the Aegis, can be confident, gets the kill there on a Salad. Charge comes out from Planet. They've got the X, trying to run with the Spider Eggs. The damage from Kagome is not going to finish him off. They go after PP, who did buy back.
no, not
and they'll
again.
finish off the Kunkka. Triple kill here for Shiro. LSA doesn't land. Shiro, not a lot of mana to his name, as they'll go for the tier 3 in the mid lane, and no buyback from PP.
He's usually a stand-up player for the team. But this game, I mean, even that buyback here, he just looks very tilted.
Yeah.
Very, very, very tilted. Ah, it's a shame. It's a shame that EHOME was running away with the series. Could have been a really close one, a really good one.
Man, it makes LBZS's dream of a fingers crossed, toes crossed major less of a reality, because they're going to end the season 3 and 4. They do stay in Division 1, though, for taking positives right now. That's a big feat.
Which is what they wanted. But, yeah. I mean, EHOME could even end up with 5 wins if they beat, who are they playing last? LGD, I believe? That might not be the easiest task.
Let's just mark them down for 4. They are, yeah, they're playing LGD. Tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, that's going to be...
Charge in on a Molasses. Nether Strike and the kill. They've got the break. Gem on the deck.
Nether right now also breaks with the shot. Very cool.
I'm not sure why it's called the deck.
What's called the deck?
Like, people say the gem is on the deck. Or
Oh.
Aegis on the deck. It's not a boat. It's not a patio.
Card game.
Rupture, kill, Detachment, gone. Buyback
Buyback.
on him as well as Molasses.
They'll fend them off for now.
I don't know if fending off is the right word.
And what cost B-Cup?
29,000 net worth deficit, that's what it cost.
He's got the buyback. He's got to use it soon. He will. Wow.
Axe for both Zeal and Planet. Planet, by the way, he's having a good series. Not like the total standout, but definitely, like I said, I wanted to keep an eye on him.
Ooh,
70 in.
Big whiff.
Say he's not going to land, but Shiro, he's right there with him. Use the Rupture. Ghost Ship coming down. Ravage to follow it up. Okay, on to
Decent.
3. But can they get more from this? They've got the charge coming through into PP, as well as the Rupture. LSA, but he had the BKB. It's not going to matter. Shiro gets the kill, and PP looks over now onto Detachment. Double kill for Shiro. Yule's up into the air. They'll go after Salad. Shiro He's had an Ultra kill already today. Can he get anything more than that? Can he get himself a Rampage? We've had a couple in this region, but the blink back in to safety says, well, no, that's not going to happen.
And there was a Ravage expended. Probably the only tool that you had to potentially mount a comeback. And your damage output is very lacking, though.
It was a good Ravage.
Yeah, but there's just no damage at this point.
Heals up into the air, but he hit Kagome. Shiro.
Huddle up, huddle up. Oh, they're going
No
to grip.
kill, no life, taking out Kagome from Inuyasha.
Zahandu from out of nowhere.
And they'll call GG. So that is it. EHOME take the series 2-0 over LBZS, who will finish the season at 3-4. And this now
Congrats
puts
to
EHOME
EHOME.
at 4-2.
But you hate to see it. That it was this one-sided. It was really not much to show for LBZS, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Both games very one-sided. From beginning to finish, it just looks like the games are slowly, what's it called, slipping out of their grasp.
Yeah, from the beginning, it felt very rough.
Yeah,
That's for
I mean,
sure.
the drafts, they looked good, so I don't think that was a problem. But they just got like outplayed. It just didn't feel like the LBZS of past games. They weren't as like aggressive, you know. Like there was just no sense of urgency really.
Right.
Which is what I previously alluded to. Like, yeah, we achieved our goal, and now we can kind of just relax. I think that's probably a mindset they gotta change.
Right.
Because you could like see the glaring difference.
It just didn't feel like they were in the same headspace.
Yeah, which is a problem because, as we said, you did well. Can always do better. Don't be complacent. But they seem really complacent this series.
Yeah, very, very. And EHOME take advantage of that, put themselves at 4-2. Like I said, LBZS end the season at 3-4. Not bad. They'll stay up in the Div 1, but not the best feeling for them when they want to maybe do more.
You always want to end on a better note.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely true. And with that, we're going to throw it back to the panel. I know Neff's going to be upset at my anime reference that I didn't say right, but we'll throw it back to Ricky. Guys, take it away.
Another dominant performance here from EHOME in the CNDPC, exceeding everyone's expectations, even their own. And helping me break down this series is going to be, again, my incredible panel, Neff and Lizard. Guys, what a series. I mean, for EHOME, I guess, maybe not so much for LBZS.
Yeah, not really much of a series as well. 2 games in instead of 3. Was hoping for a full one, but...
both kind of one-sided too, right?
Both one-sided. And both look like LBZS had what it takes to take games, but they just got outplayed by EHOME. You can really see a class difference here.
I mean, we thought these teams were going to be super close coming into this, right?
Yeah, I mean, you say class difference. I mean, these teams have been brawling out for a while. We saw them play together in the Perfect World League. We saw them play in the DPC lower division together, but now they're here. This does close up the season for LBZS, so they end this one at 3-4, unfortunately. But still one more game left for EHOME, I believe. So room to move up. Unfortunately, a very tough opponent, but this puts them in a very good position, and they played a hell of a series here. I was a little bit surprised by the Ogre Magi pick coming out last. I felt like the heroes on the side of LBZS were very easy to burst through. And EHOME, obviously, taking advantage of that. They played very quick. The Bane was on point with some of these grips, and Lena just absolutely dominating the mid lane, as we can see from her being at the top of the net worth chart most of this game.
So Molasses had some pretty sick ravages this game on the Tidehunter, but we saw multiple times it just didn't seem to really matter in the grand scheme of things. They didn't have the damage to follow it up. Are they just too far behind, or what happened here?
I don't feel like they're always too far behind. It's just difficult to continue on a good Ravage when you're playing versus Sleep, versus Bulldoze, versus Rage on Ursa, and then on top of that you get a couple of BKBs. Still though, I feel that this early to mid game could have went way better for LBZS, and in my opinion that possibly could have been their biggest problem.
Like, the early game for them, and off that EHOME snowballed.
just early to mid game when you have this looked like LBZS's draft, bread and butter. You have these two semi-cores, Kunkka and Weaver. You're supposed to be doing way more, especially those fights around Roshan. I'm not really sure what was happening there. The buybacks as well, the forced fights into the high grounds were just
They looked off?
look.
I can hear you getting upset.
I'm upset because I love the Sunshine just as much as Nomad. I have like EHOME for me, okay, they're this big organization, but LBZS for me as well. They're I've been watching them for a really long time. Really, perhaps not this exact lineup, but this organization, and they're all they. There's a little bit of a bias towards a team that has a sunshine on their logo.
You're a sucker for the little guy with the logo that's hand drawn, not professionally crafted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I get what you mean, but
I'm glad that you say that too, because to me that's like why I love this EHOME lineup, right? Because they previously the Phoenix boys and then get poached by, like you said, by a pretty big org, and I mean, in general, both these teams performing very well here in the CNDPC as far as expectations go, but I am very happy to see, both these teams where they are.
Yep.
But again, wasn't that surprising that this was the result given the draft? I was expecting maybe a Medusa or something to come out in the late game. The Weaver just couldn't do it. He got bursted down too much himself, and a lot of it did come down to lanes. Kunkka lost the mid lane way too hard for them to effectively come back in this game, and at times he felt like a bit of a non-factor. He was tanky, yeah, but because he was doing so bad, he's forced to go this double bracer build in the mid game, and that means all of his other items just come online a little bit slower. So EHOME, very convincing victory and showing that they do deserve this 4-2 that they're currently at.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to talk to EHOME again. I mean, we've had some pretty great interviews with these teams already. That's the thing I really like about the CNDPC and like these teams in general is they're totally comfortable giving us like insights into anything that we want to ask them.
Yeah, it looks even better than some interviews that I've done in the West. Like it looks like someone has prepared them even. Like they're
too good. You're saying
they seem just a little bit too. I'm a little bit sus what's happening here, but no, for real, they're all very. In all of our interviews have been very enjoyable, very insightful as well. Like last two seasons, we sadly weren't able to interview them even during the DPC. So we had to, like, I would message XNova on Twitter or something like that just to get a little bit of insight.
I heard that XNova was helping you guys out with that one last season. Shout out to him.
He's a Chad.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you. We've got there's a lot more Dota to still be played for the rest of this season. LBZS that is going to be
not that much more Dota.
I mean,
we only have 2 more days after this.
There is, but there's still so much potential for tiebreakers as well. So it's like we have a lot that can still happen. LBZS's season has basically come to a close with like their score of 3-4. Now there are some potential for other teams to make it to the 4 wins and contest EHOME here in 4th place, but do you think we're going to see any like big upsets, or do you think they're going to be locked in at this point?
Well, it's hard to say because Aster, who is up next, our very next series coming up, has to play 3 games still. So they're on every single day for the rest of this DPC.
Yeah.
So that could very much swing things around. Right now, they're the favorites to come in 2nd place, but that could very well change.
Yeah. Any chance that PSG LGD loses tomorrow to EHOME?
Well, no.
Come on.
Well, when you put it that way, also no.
Well, let me think about it. No.
Very bold prediction. We're going back to the bit.
Brave.
You're so brave.
So
going
brave.
back to the bit. Yeah. I love it. It's been really fun to kind of watch PSG LGD's games. They do just seem to be on a tier of their own.
It's just this one team. The story of the Chinese DPC season this time around for me is way different than the first 2 seasons. Like a lot of chaos, a lot of teams being in positions that I felt like they shouldn't be in, like IG just dropping out. Like it's definitely not what I expected. But one thing that has remained the same is PSG LGD just being on point and dominating.
One thing I owe a lot of this too is just the fact that the season is so condensed. If you have issues with your roster, If you have things that you need to work on, you have barely any time to fix it. I also feel like another factor is right now, because we're so late in the patch, is less so being a master of the game and more being a master of the meta. So these are two factors that really do contribute to the results of this DPC, I feel.
Yep, right on. Well, happy to say we do have an interview ready, and it is with the one and only Planet. Planet, congratulations on an incredible win. How are you feeling?
恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，你现在感觉怎么样？
还行吧，就。
I feel alright.
All right. This win does guarantee you, top 4 minimum, potentially, tiebreaker scenario here in the CNDPC. What does this win for you and your mean for you and your team?
这场比赛的胜利就是给了你们一个前4的比较保险的位置，而且会可能会有后续的这些更高名次的一些潜在的加赛吗？那你自己对这场比赛的胜利有什么想法吗？
就赢下这场对我们来说挺关键的吧，就是有机会前4吧，就很关键就是。
I think it's a key victory to us, putting us into the potential top 4 position. So it's a good win.
Love it. Yesterday we heard from Shiro, and he said you guys were fairly confident coming into today's game against LBZS. Your final opponent is PSG LGD. What are your expectations going into this last game?
昨天跟1号位采访，然后施肉也说打来吧展示你们会比较自信一点，然后今天你们也确实取得了胜利。然后明天，后面的话会打这个老干爹，你对打老干爹有什么想法吗？
打老干爹就打我自己吧，觉得。就因为老干爹实力比较强嘛，就打我自己就行了。
Yeah, I think LGD is a very strong team, so we're just gonna focus on our own game.
Yeah, good mentality to have. I had a really good laugh in this series. You offensively tipped the Tidehunter as you charged him across the bottom lane. Explain that and what was going through your mind.
当时我看今天比赛的时候，有一幕我觉得特别有意思，就是你下路去冲那个潮汐的时候，你还冲之前跟他打赏了。当时你自己心里是怎么想的？
对，就因为跟他认识嘛，就打赏一下他，搞一下心态吧，就是。
Me and the Tide was known for a long time, so I just tip him, trying to break his mentality.
Were any of your teammates trying to stop you from tipping him when you did it? Is there any voice of reason on your team?
然后当时就是你打赏对面的时候，有没有就是队友出来拉一下你，就是觉得就是拉一下你，还是就是让你去任你去打了？
我队友也都很想打赏他的，被我劝住了。
I'm the one stopping my teammates from tipping him.
I love it.
I've got,
That's so good. I got one more for you here. Who do you feel has really been the MVP for your team so far in this season?
这个赛季对你来说的话，你觉得谁是队内的 MVP 呢
？3位吧，然后新加入我们嘛，然后打得也挺不错的。
I feel like Zeo is a MVP. He's a newcomer and he's playing. He's been really nice in the game.
That's a lot of respect. I love it.
Okay, just one question. Let's say you guys qualify for the major, hypothetically, and there is a major, hypothetically. What's the first thing you do after knowing that you're qualified? Do you call family? Do you go party out? What's the plan? Is there a plan?
我们来打个比方，打个比方，你们进了 major， 然后打个比方，我们这个 major 还会去举办的，然后那个时候的话，你们第一时间会做什么事情呢？你们是会去出去一起去聚会呢，还是说会告诉自己的家人呢？这方面有想过吗？
暂时没有想好吧，还是等 major 的就是准确的消息吧，还是。
I haven't really think about that. I would just wait for the confirmation for the major first.
Reasonable.
Come back. Yeah, they seem very level-headed.
Yeah.
I've got another one. You seem to have a very diverse hero pool. Is there a hero that you want to play but haven't had the chance to yet?
就是感觉你的4号位英雄池非常深嘛，有没有什么你特别想玩的英雄，但是还没有选到的？
几乎炸弹吧，应该就是。
Hackies, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
position
love it.
player.
All right. Any other questions for you guys?
No, I don't want to talk to a Techies player anymore.
Well, Planet, you've had an incredible tournament so far. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you and your team. Congratulations once again, and we will be seeing you very soon. Thank you so much.
感谢接受我们采访。
Man, I love talking to the EHOME. They all seem like very nice guys, and
Yep. Very level-headed, a little bit of tips in there, but overall all on
You
point.
think Techies players are level-headed?
Yeah.
Well, it
Techies
makes
players
sense
are the
that
best.
makes
I-
sense
I
that he
love
would be the
Techies
one
players.
tipping though.
yeah, I love that answer. He's like, yeah, I've known him and Tide. You know, we've known each other for a long time, so I'm just trying to break his mental attitude. Like,
he
good old
did it-
friendly BM.
He didn't say that they were friends. He just
Yeah,
said that
he's
they
known
know
Known
each
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 other.
other.
Good point. Good
Those
point.
tips can, be very nasty
Yeah,
sometimes.
Blizzard really reading between the lines here.
You have to break the spirit of the enemy before.
Yeah.
You have to crush it before winning.
He's the
makes
great
things
hero
easier.
for it, right?
It just makes things easier the next time you play them.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we're done with our first series here today, but we have another one coming up. It's going to be Aster versus Phoenix. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with that one. Stay tuned for more.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC, where we are jumping into our second series of the day. It is Aster versus Phoenix, and well, I think it's going to be a pretty clean and cut series. Phoenix not looking so great, Aster looking pretty damn great, despite not having all their players at the boot camp. But this team have been on a pretty successful run, let's say.
Yeah, they have been, and it's Aster after all. This team has always been considered one of those slayers in the region. They're always at their best while playing the Chinese teams, which is, it feels like they're the most serious over there as well, right? In these regional tournaments. At the international stage, a little bit shakier, but versus Phoenix, Black, what do you think? Do they have a chance of losing this one?
I think 2 25-minute games, probably.
25 minutes, yeah.
Maybe 30
Makes sense.
if they're feeling gracious. Well, But nah, should be
Probably not, right?
pretty simple. Yeah, pretty straightforward. They're probably gonna outdraft them, gonna outplay them. Landom is too smart. Players are too good. What do you
And
do?
Phoenix, of course, they were previously a very good team. Looked like they were up and coming and stuff, and then they got a bunch of players poached, and now they're kind of like a fresh new mix. So they kind of qualified to Division 1 under. Well, I mean, they were initially in Division 1 for Season 1, then they got relegated. Now they've come back again. So they're kind of yo-yoing in and out of the Div 1 and Div 2. But this is a new team, pretty much, because a lot of their players
Yeah.
went to
EHOME, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's something very similar to what happened to LBZS. They yo-yo between Div 1 and Div 2. Too strong for Div 2, too weak for Div 1. Phoenix, they're already relegated pretty much, right? Can they?
They're confirmed. Pretty
They're
much
confirmed,
already,
right? So, but maybe that will, for newer players, right, that aren't that experienced, having that weight off their back at this point could even be a good thing, and we might see a different Phoenix. No, I'm not saying that's going to happen. Probably
having their
not.
hopes crushed.
But
is,
sometimes, like I had the stage. Maybe you didn't, but I had the stage when I began playing in esports, like back in Warcraft days, even. Dude, the anxiety before the games would destroy me in big tournaments. Like
Really?
there was the ESWC long time ago. I literally ruined my mouse just to have an excuse for like an hour until we switched it, just to calm down.
Wow.
It was a finals game or something, so it meant a ton to me. It can happen.
How
like,
did you ruin the mouse?
I lied. It wasn't bad.
I thought you were gonna like.
No. I didn't.
I don't know what happened. Bro.
I don't know what happened. Smashing
Just
it.
fell apart and smashed
No.
everywhere.
Those guys probably hated me a lot because they could see through me. It was an excuse, you know. This mouse just doesn't work, guys. I need a new one. It's like.
Ever experienced
Let's
with
fix it.
such performance anxiety, Black?
Not to that extent, but of course, like just being nervous.
Yeah.
You know, when you play bigger tournaments, is very common. I think even for like the more seasoned players as well. And it's always part of the like excitement, though, right? Like you get nervous. There's like this crowd. Everyone's like clapping when you do make a good play. When they make a good play, they're also clapping. And you're like, shit. I got outplayed, and they're clapping for him, not me.
Yeah, every time you make a play, like, thank God I've got a crowd here to perform to. And then
Yeah.
every time they make a good play, you're just like, damn, this
Yeah,
crowd.
you're like,
Just
help.
make one small excuse here. I was like 12 or 13, so I have that going.
You are excused.
All right, we'll let him off.
Nothing's changed though. I still do the same thing, but
Then you're not excused.
Even before a panel these days, he's like, oh, my mic's broken. And the
Yeah,
technician
please
comes on, it's
fix
like,
it.
There's nothing
What's
wrong,
happening?
bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, Black, take over from me just 10 minutes.
I look like I'm cool, calm, and collected, but in the back I'm just shaking before every panel.
I got you.
Black's fist of comfort to calm you down always works.
My aura of calm shall be your comfort.
Indeed. And I actually had a lot of anxiety problems for like my first. I mean, to be fair, my first event was kind of crazy. It was epicenter casting competition. So it was
Yeah.
like from doing
Nothing
maybe
to
like
jumping
3
there,
months
yeah.
of casting to just like, oh, here's a major. And I was like, oh, okay then. And, obviously, rightfully so. The community is very critical. There are a lot of comments. It's a big discussion point. So, yeah, nerves were at an all-time high. But after that event, I was like, I kind of did some research into how you can address that sort of. I mean, it wasn't actually an issue because I just didn't really realize in my head, like my head didn't recognize the fact that it was a silly position to be in.
It's a really good topic to start because there's a lot of players even having anxiety from. I had that as well from matchmaking even. Like when you,
That's normal though,
that's like, yeah, right?
because it's like
Especially when you're on top, like when you
Yeah.
when you're top 10 ranks, dude, like you don't want to queue. Like
one game to 8K. It's like I'm gonna lose.
exactly. The games just become so exhausting, because you're giving it your all every single time. You're trying to get those points.
Yeah, and everybody knows. Gabe gives and takes.
Game and give it.
50-50 every
Gabe and
time.
give it. Gabe and take it.
He does indeed. He does indeed. No, I found it's very good to be, if anyone's looking for advice, if anyone's similar situation, aspiring players, it's very good to try and ground yourself and even a bit of meditation. Just sit there. Plant your feet on the floor, feel the room.
Do you think Phoenix needs something like that?
Exactly, Phoenix. Plant your feet on the floor, guys. Okay, shut your eyes, listen to the sounds in the room, process your own breathing, your heartbeat, the thoughts going through your head. Take some deep breaths, and all of a sudden, all your worries just float away, doesn't it, guys?
None of that nonsense.
No?
Did you have
Okay.
any? Did you have any ritual that you do before games?
Yeah, just hit the gym for like 2 hours, exhaust yourself.
That doesn't sound like a recipe to success.
It wasn't successful, but I wasn't nervous.
It's like, I'm so tired, guys. I can't be nervous. Wait, what did you say? You coming to gang? Okay.
I had the problem of trying too many things, like just working out way too hard, doing university, also trying to play at the same time. You spread yourself too thin, and you just lose the energy for everything.
Oh yeah, I also.
Stream in between as well.
Yeah, I had a couple of years also where I just. Luckily, my grades were really good, so my teachers allowed me to fly overseas a lot. But there were lots of on-plane studying, a lot of just 4 hours of sleep per night, during school days. So, but you gotta grind. I mean, now this is not as bad because there's actually more help out there. But back then, like in our time, it was it was a brutal grind.
It was indeed. It was indeed. Do you ever see any strange pre-game rituals or habits which people get into?
I mean, the most common one is just you go to the bathroom, you wash your face. You're like, oh.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where that was going.
That is the most common one.
Yeah.
But
the more games you play, right, the easier it gets.
Yeah. But I mean, for me, still, when I go to LAN tournaments, I brought and still would bring like a ruler to kind of measure the distance between like monitor, keyboard to my hand, keyboard to table, everything.
It's important.
Wow.
Because like the more you feel at home, the less nervous and stressed you get.
But can't you just feel that stuff out by hand? Like, can't you just be like...
I mean, you can, but it just helps you
it's in
calm
your
your
head.
mind,
It's in your head. Like,
it calms you, help you. Exactly.
It's some sort of an OCD.
Yeah. Like screen height, everything. And then when it's perfect, you go into the game, you're like, oh yeah, this game is gonna be good. But when it's something's off, you're like,
It bothers you.
my mouse maybe?
The thing that I hated the most, my older brother, he walks into the room as I'm playing and touches my chair.
Unbelievable, dude.
Just
idiot.
if he puts
Did
a
you
little
punch
bit of weight
Yeah,
on the
it's
chair,
super bad.
it ruins you. Like you complete, like when you're on that level, everything means a lot, right? And
Yeah.
if someone puts you out of the zone like that, some fights were happening in that house.
You also just miss a last because you're like, whoa.
I was missing them anyway, but yeah.
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
I've never been at the heights because I just never care about that stuff. My house could be on fire and I'd just be like, oh, whack out a game, no worries.
It's definitely healthier to live that way, though. Like, not to have, not
Less
having
stress.
to measure everywhere. Less stress, indeed. Yeah.
Indeed. Yes, Phoenix indeed, Lizard, with their 9.1% win rate versus Aster's 80% or something. Yeah, pretty scary matchup. But let's talk about this team a little bit more in depth then, because Phoenix, they've shown glimmers of hope here and there. They've shown good starts to the game. Their lanes have been bordering on good.
I feel like it's like the season 1 of the previous year, LBZS. Like they're very similar to them. They win the lanes a lot of times, but then come mid-game, they just don't have a game plan, and they just get outplayed and outmoved by the enemy team, which is usually how they end up losing their advantage, and then slowly get just stuffed out of the map, and then they can't win.
Would you say it's fair to say that in other regions you could maybe get away with that, but because of
100%.
prevalency of coaching in this region?
No. When it comes to strategy and the way the game is played on the highest level, in China, it's completely different to other regions. In that aspect. In SCA, however, I feel like teams such as LBZS and Phoenix wouldn't do well because the laning stage and the proficiency of those players might be even higher skill-wise, like individually, right? But
Yes.
later on, strategically, China is definitely the top dog.
Alrighty.
Strongest.
Well, talking about top dogs, we have ourselves a very top dog in the stats chair right now. It's of course B-Cup. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good.
Yeah, feeling good. That nice tight jumper.
Yeah.
I see how it is. You go to gym with black, instantly a tight jumper.
Tight
then-
jumper. I
yeah.
can just. You guys want to know where the bathroom is? Because it might be that way.
He's
but
just
it's actually
walked in
that
with
way.
like a ridiculously oversized can of protein powder as well.
Yeah.
It's
Just walk in with the
ridiculous.
way.
Just take the one black brought to the studio.
He literally does that. Alrighty, let's get into the draft. Let's see what these teams are going to be throwing out for game number 1 of the Phoenix versus Aster.
I was just waiting to be thrown under the bus with that one.
Yeah.
Like, it had to
It
come
took a while.
eventually. Yeah. But I was like, oh, maybe not. No, it comes.
There it is, there it
Yeah,
is.
there it is.
Literally just a random jug that says whey protein in pen.
Yeah,
How
because
did you get that?
It doesn't it say Papa's? Wait,
Papa's
dude,
whey protein?
No, dude, it's
Like that.
He tried to tell us his kid wrote it.
No, dude, it was an
He wrote that
oatmeal.
himself.
It was an oatmeal thing. I emptied it and then I put my
way in it, yeah.
my whey in it because when you're overseas, you still gotta make the gains.
But the gains are important.
Okay.
What would you rather be like? Axe or let's not say Axe. Anti-mage or Spirit Breaker or Axe? What kind of gains are you going for?
Dude, on that note, I just want to say real quick, I see a lot of Marses at the gym. Massive upper body but no legs.
Yeah.
Saw one the
Of
other
course.
day.
That's always like that.
It's a lot of Marses. But I think like Juggernaut, AM, they look really nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Or the Huskar, dude, Huskar's so ripped.
You guys are
Huskar
into your
is
lean muscle.
legit. Huskar is like straight off a podium.
Yeah.
He just came off a show.
He's Mr.
He's
Olympia.
still oiled up. That's why the
He's-
burning spears.
He's
it's
very
always-
oily,
yeah.
to be fair. He's very
A bit of
shiny.
this.
Well, let's talk about the draft. We have one, in fact. Spirit Breaker and Grimstroke. Pretty nowadays common opener, right? Good synergy.
Yeah.
Don't need to talk too much about that. But Undying on the enemy team.
That's Queen of Pain. I like their opening on Phoenix. Maybe even a bit better than Aster's.
Ooh.
Queen of Pain.
Wow, how dare you?
Well, Queen of Pain was left in the pool by Aster. They want to play against it. Hero that's been banned out by almost every single team. Meanwhile, Undying, there's nothing for Tombstone, so it feels pretty solid, right? And if the Spirit Breaker is on offlane, Undying should do pretty damn well.
Yeah, but picking Undying this early is usually
Bad.
bad. Yeah, because there's so many heroes that can counter it, right? Like, you don't need to put that Spirit Breaker in the offlane even.
Yeah, of course.
so-
You
there's
can
so many
put
things
even
you can do.
as 5, right? Or
Yeah.
4 from the safe lane, whatever.
Well, I've got you on some stats right now. Aster picking Grimstroke, they're 3-1 so far in the Chinese DPC, and this Grimstroke playing with a Spirit Breaker is also 3-1, and then up against that Queen of Pain, it's 4-3. So has a positive 50% win rate against the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but Quap in general, I mean, it's a very strong hero, don't get me wrong, especially if you ever reach 25 with the Lincolns and then the Lincoln's talent. But those two heroes on paper are really good against Quap.
Yeah.
Silence and just the stun from Spirit Breaker, really nice.
And it makes sense that he's got a good positive-ish win rate against the Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
then.
same for Puck, same for Kunkka. Heroes that can catch her easily and keep her in a spot. So, understandable that they ban those out.
She likes that, though.
Void Spirit, for me, not as strong, but he does have his ways of dealing with the Queen of Pain. But he's more about avoiding damage than inflicting it. So
Until
She
he
is
bursts 3000 HP in late game.
yeah, late game
It's
it's
a great hero.
early on. I mean, you can evade the Shadow Strike, right? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of okay.
But you know what, he looks really good against Quap and Undying.
Mm-hmm.
The anti-mage looks pretty good, right?
All right, Lizard is walking out of the room.
I'm done with the
Beacon
anti-mage
was attempted to
calls.
steal his seat,
You're
but
not
failed.
getting your anti-mage, man. Like,
What did you do here? Look at that.
oh yeah, that was from before. That's your whey protein.
There's stains on the sofa of the analyst desk, which luckily I don't have to deal with.
I wasn't here before, so whoever was here before, like, they are so getting flamed. Oh, yeah, well, shake. Protein shake right there is going to gains.
Yeah, actually, he is drinking some.
I think I look like a nice
I see really nice coffee as
boba tea
well
or something.
above him. You see on the edge of the table?
Wait, who? Oh, an
Above
Aster.
him? Yeah, on the right.
There's toilet paper.
Oh yeah.
No, behind toilet paper there's a coffee.
Yeah, but there's different toilet paper on the table.
Yeah, sometimes you have sweaty hands, and when you're playing, you want to,
Yeah.
not have those.
And usually I use the whole roll.
Yeah, yeah. I'm the same.
When I'm casting, I have to have some toilet paper next to me because, well, some tissues next to me because
Oh, the Reddit
my
haters.
nose gets blocked
Oh,
for,
sorry.
for them to blow away the haters. No, it's like I don't know what it is, but like when I'm talking for a long amount of time, it just kind of vibrates my nose and it feels really weird. I need to blow it. Yeah.
All
Odd,
right.
isn't it? Do you get that B cup?
No.
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 Should I get that checked out?
Probably.
I just blow out. my
Always
vocal
carry a
cords.
TP.
Dude, you know what here looks really good right now?
I like that.
Gyro Tusk. I'm trying to look at Phoenix because it looks like M77's not on the roster right now. Unless
Really?
he changed his name to CDR.
Oh, yeah.
CDR, cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wondering if that's a stand-in.
Whoa.
Maybe just switched up the name.
Could.
Yeah, I mean,
That's more common in this region. to be fair.
we are getting to that place in which teams are starting to. Oh my god, that's a sick Morphling game.
Yeah.
It was good even after the first two picks. Well, not great versus Co-op, great versus Undying, and now you have
That's
Gyro
so
as
good.
well. It's just
Wow.
really solid.
All right, you got issues.
It is an offlane Spirit Breaker most likely though.
Yeah. Unless they do mid lion,
Yeah, or mid Spirit Breaker.
which would make more sense. But yeah, not a whole lot of catch against the Morphling. You got a snowball though. It's pretty good.
Is it?
Sometimes
Black.
You don't
You being
see
honest
the-
with us right
You
now?
don't see the sarcasm on his face, sadly, as the camera is pointed towards more skilled people.
Hey, I think I could take some of those in 1v1s.
Some of them, some.
The supports.
The fives,
Yeah.
and the fours.
And the
The
threes.
coaches.
And the ones.
Yeah, Lina banned out, and the Beastmaster by Aster. As you can see, Phoenix is still expecting a mid laner to come from Aster, which is understandable. All the spirits are gone besides Ember.
But you know what's not gone? Leshrac. Ori Leshrac.
Ori Lash? Sure.
The legends.
Phoenix
What,
need
what does the stats say is the best pick here, Become?
Ooh.
an offlane, I
For
believe, right?
Phoenix in the off lane.
Yeah.
A stun would be nice.
Let
Run the
me
numbers.
take a
Elder
look.
Titan?
Run the
I'm
numbers.
gonna run it real quick
Oh,
right
it's
now.
100% gonna be Mars, but run the numbers.
Uh,
No, but not versus Morphling, right?
No, Morphling has a 2-0 against Mars overall.
Wow, thanks, stats, man.
What?
What? Less stuns.
What?
It beats him in the lane though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but don't you just morph into him and like... Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
That happens after level 6, but before level 6 you don't like it.
So they've got a timing. Is what
You
you're
got a
telling me.
timing.
I can confirm that
It's a really strong lane.
CDR is a sub.
Oh.
Golly goshes.
So they get
What is
relegated and they're like, yeah, we don't want to play with you anymore. Bye.
Get out of here.
I don't know.
It's fine. If you look at other regions, this is the tumultuous time when teams start disbanding even.
Turbulent.
Well, there was that team in the South
That's
American
not the
Division
word I
2?
wanted to use.
Oh, I was just adding to your word. I was giving you another word.
Give me another one then.
What are your
Rambacious.
crumpets?
Okay, thank you. Butter my crumpets. The cookie has been broken for some of these,
Butter has been churned.
and the pot has been stirred. So they're adding some new spice in the form of CDR.
Little gochujang in
Meanwhile,
there.
Aster is all vanilla. They just want standard
Sometimes,
players.
look,
Vanilla is good.
sometimes the curry just doesn't taste right, and then you need to substitute an ingredient. That's what Phoenix are doing. Okay, they need to
Yeah.
see if that works. You know, a bit of different.
Can you switch things up here and put
CDR,
Morphling
new
perhaps
player
in mid?
from Malaysia, apparently.
You can against Co-op, it's a good matchup.
Oh,
I mean, it
they
might
tried
also
to
just be
have
mid
Malaysian
Viper though.
magic.
They're very flexible.
That's true.
Potentially.
But Viper plus Tusk feels super good on that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's
For sure.
It's just a lane that
They clapped. They made their choice, and it's gonna be Ori Leshrac.
I don't mind.
Ember Spirit.
The last spirit that remained, they pick it up.
Nailed
You
it.
have that.
I really hope they
slide.
put Viper middle now, and Ember's just gonna be like,
They could, right?
yeah.
I mean, no matter what lane
It's
Shining
off
is in,
lane.
he'll own, right? He should own at least.
Yeah, this Morphling is not gonna have a fun time. Morphling, Grimstroke also, the lane is very suboptimal.
It is. Like the lanes are suboptimal, but we've seen Phoenix already before having really strong lanes, picking up Timbersaw into Kunkka Tidehunter or something like that. It was Phoenix, right? And still not really being able to come out on top. So they do draft to win their lanes. Sadly, the lanes haven't been won so far. Maybe they can switch up something against Aster, but it's going to be extremely difficult. However, it's on Aster to come out of these lanes on top, as it's not going to be easy.
Also depends on the standings. Might be burning.
Might be, yeah. I just said that it's not going to be
it's not. It's a Malaysian
easy for
player.
the other, for one team, and it's going to be difficult for the other analyst.
Analyst, good job, bro.
Thank you.
You very much.
Good job, dude.
Is a team going to
point.
win, Black?
I think one of the teams might end up winning the series.
I think so too. What
that's hard getting
conditions do
announced,
Phoenix
but-
have to fulfill very quickly?
But they gotta really own it. Because if you have no stuns, you need items to get stuns. And to do that, you need to win the lanes hard. Badly. Gotta win the lanes badly, strongly. Are there more adjectives?
Aggressively.
Immensely.
And yeah,
All right.
Yeah, but yeah.
Speak up one word to describe the game.
tough.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Let's throw it over to our casting duo for this first game in this best of 3 series. We have R Cryptic and we have Neff.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting series nonetheless. Phoenix coming up with a little bit of an unconventional draft, but strong lanes like they were saying. Do you think it's enough, Neff?
If it's not enough, changing up one of their players might be the edge that they need. I actually know, personally, famous caster John X Fire. So I had a little bit of insider information. Apparently CDR, he had played for Dreammakers over in SEA in, I think, BTS Pro Series 8. And is a big fan of Klink's Position 1.
Okay. He's not playing Clinks this game, though, right? Is he?
No.
Yeah, so we'll see what he does. I mean, CDR, a big question mark here for the team. And obviously, Aster, maybe not know as much about him, but Aster's probably just going to play their own game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, sick pause. Oh, dude, I love looking at the hats of Dota 2. They're so good.
Yeah, it was I think a last-minute stand-in, so they might just be confirming things with the admins, something like that, making sure everything is clear. But this is an incredibly important match for Phoenix. Well, they need to manage to secure themselves 2 wins, but against Aster, it's not going to be so easy, unfortunately, as right now they're in a position to take second place.
Yeah, Aster really is. I mean, we were talking earlier about how they have a lot of games still to be played compared to some of these other teams, and yeah, it's not going to be an easy one for Phoenix here. I mean, they'd love to get a win here at the end of their season, but yeah, Aster not the team usually to give it up.
No. But he's going to be on the position 1 gyrocopter this game. A hero potentially that could be flexed into a support, but outside of the Undying, outside of the Viper, pretty normal lineup for the side of Phoenix. The only issue is, like our draft was saying, they ended up counter-picking with the Morphling. That one ended up getting through. A bit of a mistake by Phoenix in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably a Dream Morphling game. It is a little bit of a rough lane into the Viper, since that's being played by Shining here. But at the end of the day, this Morphling, as it goes late, will feel super strong into both cores here from Phoenix. Actually going to go ahead. Oh, God, the whole team snowball. Bobica with the 5-man or 4-man Ravage. I guess he didn't manage to grab the Viper in onto there. Stroke going to buy a little bit of time here, maybe for Ori, but they're going to chase for more underneath the tier 2 tower. And the first blood goes the way of Zone. Phoenix coming out swinging in game 1.
Yeah, off to a good start. I mean, unfortunately, you had to put points into a couple of abilities, but I think you'd probably end up getting a homing missile anyways. You probably would have gone poison attack anyways. Some people feel like it's not really worth skilling the wrong abilities in order to secure themselves first blood, but yeah.
You got it for your mid lane.
Yeah.
And honestly, the only ability that you probably wouldn't have scaled would have been the snowball, right? Everything else is pretty standard stuff. XXS here on the Spirit Breaker. Very excited for this hero this game. It's always a fun one to watch.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Spirit Breaker is a little bit too broken right now with how well he farms. I mean, some of the issues that the hero had before was the fact that he just falls off towards the end of the game. But now, after he's able to just charge through creep waves, get himself a couple of items, and he uses items so well. It is insane.
Yeah, I think I was talking about it, right? He just feels like one of those heroes that each item increases his power power level, we'll just say, by so much more.
Yep. In the mid lane here, look, Zone, he did end up going level 1 dagger rather than Scream of Pain, which we see sometimes to secure the range creeps. He did that, of course, to help secure himself First Blood. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. This is a skill-based matchup, the Ember Spirit against the Queen of Pain. Being able to dodge out the daggers coming at you with the Sleight of Fist is going to decide whether or not Ori performs well inside this lane. Otherwise, Zone definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this lane, like as much as it is like a skill-based matchup, it is still probably like, I would say 60-40 or even 65-35 favored for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, you don't farm super well when you move over to the jungle. I mean, you can put extra points into Flame Guard if that's going to be your focus, and you figure you're not going to be able to lane against your opponent. But usually on Ember Spirit, you want to be macking out that Sleight of Fist first, so you can find kills, so you can harass the enemy mid laner against Queen of Pain. Not as viable. He's keeping her HP somewhat low. She's already sitting at half here. Doing reasonably well for herself. Or
CDR's
himself
actually
at 7-1 to the Queen of Pain's 5-2.
Yeah, I was gonna say CDR is actually CSing near perfect here in this bottom lane.
Yeah. I mean, again, we don't know a ton about this player. Just had a quick conversation with John before the match started. Said that, he's decent position 1, but he hasn't seen him in a ton of games within his own region. So, once again, shout out to John X Fire, my man.
Yeah, maybe maybe Nomad was right. Sometimes you just gotta add a little bit of a new spice into the mix and see if you can make it happen. Tusk and Viper offlane. This is a
classic.
This is a very annoying lane to play against.
Yep. It's a classic within the region. As soon as they get on top of a hero, they essentially just die. Morphling has a little bit more wiggle room, being able to waveform away, get away from that tag team, but not so much here on the Grimstroke. You can save yourself with the Inkswell. Just play close to them, the stun pops, you walk away afterwards, but Tusk is able to dodge that one out with a snowball with good timing. Actually, not even good timing, just like regular timing.
Yeah.
Ori doing reasonably well here against the Queen of Pain. And, Queen of Pain will heal up with multiple points of the dagger, thankfully. But I think Ori's doing better than he's any business doing so far. So, handling this quite well.
I mean, the first few waves aren't too bad for the Ember, right? Like, you can still CS and push wave with the Flame Guard. It's really once you get to that second or, maybe even the third point in the dagger where things get very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about 3 points into the dagger. I think going like 2-1-2 would be a little bit better. He's 2-0-2 at the moment.
Yeah, no real need for the blink, right? Unless you're really contesting the runes here. Top lane, we're going to see a little bit of an aggressive play here. Snowball will dodge out the Inkswell, and right on top of the Grimstroke, they're going to find themselves a kill, but Shining falling very low himself, and Monet gets the exchange. So very well done here by the Morphling mid lane. Queen of Pain falling very low. But looks like she's going to be okay as well.
Does not end up going down. Bounty Rune is spawned as well, so on WW, I think he's going to try to hold the lane. And all right, never mind. He's going to get the CS, and Queen of Pain will come back into the lane. Water Runes will respawn in a second as well, so the Ori doesn't really get much off of this. The Queen of Pain already back up to full HP. And nearly full mana, for that matter.
Had the bottle refill from the Undying as well as grabbing the Bounty Rune, right? So plenty of bottle charges to go around.
Yeah. Spearbreaker is CSing super well down here in the bottom lane. He's right now tied with the Gyrocopter. Gyro has a couple of denies, but you don't want XSS to be doing this well, man.
He is going to go the Rocket Barrage ability, which
he's got 2 points into that.
Yeah, a lot of times we see players like opt to just skip this entirely and pick up stats on Gyro too.
That build's fallen off now.
It still happens. It still happens, and you just go for like the Chrysalis and Ags, right? But he's definitely prioritizing being able to zone out the Spirit Breaker here, having those extra levels in the Rocket Barrage.
Oh, a nice deny there by Zone.
Dude, he has 10 denies.
Yeah. I mean, Ori's sticking around the lane at the moment, even though, Zone could potentially finish him off. He knows that Zone doesn't have any mana, so he doesn't need to get back. Doesn't have the mana to just blink Scream on him. Morphling going full Agi, then switching back here. I mean, you do have to be very careful here on the Grimstroke approaching the lane. Even the Morphling, if he's not like coming in at max HP, you could end up like being forced to know.
Top lane, another snowball to dodge out the Inkswell. Fantastic counter here to this Grimstroke waveform across the tree lines. Monet is going to get out, but another kill for this offlane duo. This time not losing the Viper makes it a lot better.
bit of a waste rotating up here, but at the very least, he dropped a salve on the Morphling.
Ori's still level 5 mid, does not have those remnants to escape zone. Not level 6 though, so without that Sonic Wave, actually not gonna be able to finish off the Ember Spirit. And
he's gonna
nice rotation mid. Yeah, he's got the bottle refill. He's about to hit 6 off the catapult here, and with that, Ori gonna be able to sustain this lane quite easily.
Wait a second, did Grimstroke just take the Tombstone gold?
I didn't see.
He did.
That's pretty funny. The support tax for refilling his bottle.
That's 125 gold, man.
Top lane once again. Nice grab here onto LWW, but they're looking for zone on the backside. Does get level 6, but he's out of resources. Charge coming through the vision. Doesn't even really matter. Ori grabs the kill. Great exchange there for Aster. XXS, mid lane, Nether Strike onto the Undying, but is the follow-up damage there? Nice 2-hero DK. Gonna be tanky enough to survive that one.
Yeah, a lot of rotations in the mid lane, but very much needed now. Ember Spirit, give him a chance to tie back up with this Queen of Pain. Gonna take her a moment to get back into the mid. Spirit Breaker, even though he didn't find the kill onto the Undying, he still got a lot off of that one as well. And they're gonna look to set up here on these top heroes.
He saw that ward actually, and
that might stop the aggression here. Yeah, a little bit more hesitant to commit onto them. Is trying to wrap around on the Grimstroke, but with that ward there, they're going to realize that multiple heroes are up here.
Shining not quite level 6. Going for the ATOS pretty early. Makes a lot of sense, right? Very good for the for this game, being able to lock down the Ember Spirit as well as like the Morphling. You can cancel the Spirit Breaker charge, especially if you go for the Gleipnir. It becomes a lot easier, but just offers a lot of utility for his team right now.
LBW, did he stack the Ancients? I feel like he didn't. Doesn't look like it. I feel like if you're playing the Undying, you're not sitting inside the lane. Like, you want to be making stacks for this Gyrocopter. Gyro, I don't think is far enough ahead of this Spirit Breaker. I mean, he's doing great compared to the Morphling. Any lane that has the Tusk and the Viper together can like shut whatever hero they're playing against down. But I feel like you should be setting up this Gyro for more success right now instead of just kind of wandering.
I love this. The double null tally build from the Spirit Breaker. I actually saw someone else running this earlier, but it's a pretty sick build. From core Spirit Breaker, that mana regen goes a long way, and then on top of it, increases all your spell damage, so not bad.
Right, a lot of heroes setting up behind this top tier 1 tower, and I don't think you want to go for this dive onto the Morphling. They're going to try, though.
He's kind of baiting this out, though, and rightfully so. He turns around, and great charge on through, connecting onto 3, but the call down damage is there. In comes the Ember Spirit, though, and they're going to clean up big. Phoenix punished so heavily behind this tier 1 tower. They take down 2, looking for more. Pick Sonic Wave in from zone, unable to finish off Monet, though, and he does need to be careful. Will be able to blink away. 3 for 2, you lose 2 supports, but you get 2 cores. Not bad for Aster.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like such a good fight. You have the heroes for diving. Tusk is great at running people down. You kept the Tombstone alive as well, but the Ember Spirit just cleaving people down with the Sleight of Fist just does way too much damage inside this team fight, so definitely not worth it taking that fight there.
Next has the 4 points Flame Guard. It's not actually the build we see all that often. Like, a lot of times people leave it at like 2 or 3 and max out Sleight.
Yeah,
But this game, I mean, it did work in that fight.
Yeah, I was surprised by that one. Just the fact that you're getting to the Queen of Pain, I guess, and you figure you're not going to be able to trade harass with her, so instead you go for that in order to secure yourself more CS inside the jungle.
Bobica playing the distraction campaign, trying to get Ori out of this one, but nice find there for Phoenix. He did manage to take most of their stack, though, so.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't end up cleaning it.
Where? Which stack?
The hard camp. I thought Ember was going to finish it up, but he didn't.
No. A little bit dangerous at the moment. Down the bottom lane, Gyro, I mean, he slowed down his farm quite a bit with that top rotation, right?
Yeah.
They're just going to lose LWW here. Well, maybe not. You don't want to dive the tower.
Still got 10 stick charges as well, so makes sense. He's just applying pressure. But yeah, CDR, not a bad start to the game. Level 8.
He's definitely slowed down, is the issue. Like, he made the rotation top. All he got out of it was dying. Nobody's really made any stacks for him, so he's now falling off as the Gyrocopter.
Did he have 4 points in the Rocket Barrage?
I believe so. I think he was just like concerned about that 1v1 matchup against the SB. So wanted to be able to like force him off him if he tries to commit onto him too hard underneath the tower or something like that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The rocket barrage used to be common for like farming out the jungle. If you're not clearing like multiple camps at once or like huge stacks, it actually has higher like DPS than going flak.
Yeah, it definitely does farm. Just not. It's just so different from what we've been seeing. Inkswell onto the Ember Spirit mid. Wait a minute. We're going top to watch a tower. Undying gonna die mid here. Yeah, he is. All right. TP's coming through though. Snowball on over to Bobica. Nice shard block does connect. Oh, that is a lot of damage from that Walrus punch. Level 6 Tusk versus a level 4 Lion. That's pretty much what you would expect.
Yeah. Spread out. Bobica not too happy about that dive not working. They try to fortify them. Oh, there it is. Catapult still standing.
Top lane, they managed to find the Grimstroke hiding in the trees there, and they will grab themselves a Grimstroke as well as the tower. So a little bit of a trade. They exchanged each other's tier 1.
Oshar picked up Spirit Breaker. What did he just charge? Just a small camp, it looks like, in order to clear it out faster. I guess he's working on getting neutral items.
I just look at the Morphling here going into late game, and it's like he has so many good targets on the side of Phoenix, but you also, once you have an Aghanim Scepter, just become all like Spirit Breaker 2.0. So you just have essentially a lot of problems here on the side of Phoenix because there's not like a great answer to the Spirit Breaker already. And you might have to deal with 2 of those, so.
Is Bobica just trying to assist? I guess so. He's clearing out the stacks faster for XXS so he can get himself.
He has 3 null tallies.
Yeah. I don't know the exact math for it, but there's got to be like a certain amount you need to be able to.
Ori Inkswell goes in, manages to stun up 2, takes down the Tusk, disengages there with a Remnant Bazone, trying to turn it around, maybe fine. The Grimstroke charge does come through from XXS. Sonic Wave's not going to connect, and now another strike into the finger of death. Do they have the damage to take down the Quab? She drops the Sonic Wave in time. Jump on forward. She's going to trade her life for it. Not necessarily what you want to do there. Morphling stuck inside. All of this damage from the Viper, forced to disengage. Charge once again from the Spirit Breaker, and I'm seeing Ori rotate on in. Wanting to get involved, but does not want to dive out of position. A lot of resources used already on the side of Aster, so they take, again, a decent trade. You lose the supports, but you get the Queen of Pain for it.
Yeah, definitely worth it. You have to commit her ultimate for that one as well, so it's something they don't have to worry about for a little bit. And they managed to hold the tier 1 tower, definitely trying to grab that one there. This is slowing down the Gyro's game quite a bit as well. I was pointing that out earlier. Like during the laning phase, the Gyro was like up more than 1,000 net worth on this Morphling. And now it's been cut to what, like a 400 net worth advantage. As this game goes on, the Morphling's going to be able to use the net worth more effectively than the Gyrocopter as well. Or it's going to be just fine.
Yeah, nice attempt there from YP. Yeah, well, might regret this. No, he doesn't want to go in. Okay.
No. Tusk, tanky hero. He's got phase boots, bracer. You don't want to commit onto him. A lot of Atos now picked up on the Viper, so make it slightly easier to stay on top of the Morphling and the Ember Spear. Is that root going to come into play? All right. They're looking to set up bottom. They just smoked up, moving on to the Queen of Pain. Actually, just going to move through the jungle here, it looks like. Perhaps set up vision. And the smoke up on the other side, but they're not going to find much over here. If they do get Spirit Breaker, I'd be surprised. He realizes something's up, and he's just backed up into the trees here.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? They're not showing in any lanes. The only hero on the map right now is the Gyrocopter, and he's playing super aggressive, like really far forward. So Aster have to assume something's going on there.
Yep. He's going to be safe, though. He'll probably show himself when the creep wave meets over here and farm this one out.
Yeah, smoke doesn't really yield a whole lot there.
For either team.
Yeah, for either team. Atos is completed there. Tusk going for the first item, Blink Dagger, not that uncommon. Does need it for the saves as well. Obviously, if the 2 heroes manage to get caught by a Soulbind, you can go in, grab a Snowball, and try and save them, which is always really important.
Yeah, great save with the amount of disabled they have as well. Just being able to get someone out of the Lion Hex or Impale or even Spirit Breaker charge and give them time to activate their BKB. So important that he has that if Gyro is going to be frontlining. He's almost got his BKB completed. He's what, 1,400 gold off at the moment.
Man, Dragonlance BKB. I mean, he could also disassemble the Dragonlance if he wants to get it even faster, which is what we typically see. But first item BKB on a Gyro, it means that he just wants to fight, right? Like, you're not going the farming build here.
Yeah. It has shown. Again, he's only like 400 net worth.
Whoa, Queen of Pain going down bottom. Monet, Bobica going to find that one. Big find. Ori now looking for top lane. Nah, okay. He's just baiting out some spells. He's going to see this enemy team and back on out.
Rocket heading over to the Ember Spirit. I mean, he'll probably... Oh, nice use of that Atos, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to follow up with anything.
Actually, he doesn't have a Remnant.
Oh, he doesn't?
He needs to get out of here and fast. There's going to be the 2 heroes Soulbind. Now the question is, can they follow? Okay, yeah, they got a Spirit Breaker charging on into Inkswell, but decides to disengage as well. Monet on the backside drops a Tombstone, but you are all alone here. Aster getting caught way out of position here. Waveform does dodge out some of it, but the missile into the call down. 4 heroes surrounding him. You go down. That is a series of pretty big errors by Aster there.
Yeah, I don't think Ember Spirit expected them to commit that hard to him, but I think they realized on Phoenix, oh, this guy hasn't used his Remnant yet. He's going to be going down here. And they just rip him apart. Morphling they lose as well. He ends up committing the waveform not to go into the missile, but away to it. I think he was just dead there regardless, though.
Charge mid onto zone. Inkswell's gonna stun him up. They manage to find themselves a return kill here onto the Queen of Pain. Snowball gonna connect. They have the damage to take down the Spirit Breaker. It looks like they do. Ori unable to keep his hero alive. And I mean, these trades are kind of favoring Phoenix. You gone this aggressive BKB on CDR and you're actually finding kills around the map.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, just snowballing off of this one, and Gyrocopter finally pulling ahead of the Morphling. That last death did cost Morphling quite a bit. I'm a little bit worried. We're now 15 to 10 here, the 17-minute mark. Tier 2 neutral items will start to drop here. Another Shawl. That'll probably go the way of Ori with his maxed out Flame Guard.
Well, that one's on the Gyrocopter, so that'll go the other way. Oop, top lane once again. Speaking of Ori, they found him. Sleight of Fist does get out with the Remnant, so he's going to be okay.
Yeah, Queen of Pain will probably take another Shawl.
Essence Ring, all pretty good stuff. Yeah, I mean, tier 2 items, relatively important to the state of the game, of course. But Morphling, he's like the end-all, be-all to this game, it feels like, right? Like, he is the biggest carry as this game goes on. He's just Gyrocopter, but better, almost. So
there's another Shawl for them.
Yeah, there you go.
One for each team. Philosopher's Stone as well.
Spirit Breaker now has his Shadow Blade working towards his Aghanim Scepter. So, I mean, the Null Tally build, the idea behind this is you need to get to the point to where charge one-shots creep waves, right? And so the Null Tallies get you there faster until sometimes you need, like, more spells, but this ends up doing the work, so.
BKB done on the Gyrocopter. I believe he's going for, what, Yasha? Maybe get a Sanjin Yasha as his next item. Just that extra status resistance is going to be pretty important against Spirit Breaker and a Lion. Van Brace picked up. That's a nice find. Clear out some stacks. I want to see what the Queen of Pain was working on. I know, there we go. She has the Orc completed, yeah, because we see the Manta style coming out from the Morphling, and Ember Spirit was forced to go at Yule's, which never feels very good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes sense. It is definitely necessary, and Ori, you know, he has it already queued up. Top lane, Blink reveal from Bobica, gets the Hex into the Finger of Death, and goodbye, Queen of Pain. Fantastic find there from Aster. They're actually rotating in on the rest of the team. They might want to try and punish this LWW here on this Undying. Drops a Tombstone, will get Vision of the Grimstroke, Snowball to cancel the TP. Bobica, see you, boy, I'm out of here.
Yeah, they thought about sticking around on the line for a moment to Ori.
He's just cutting the wave. He's got slight
dodge this, right? Oh, he's not going to.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no way they catch him, right?
Nah, no chance. He's got
okay,
2
they're
remnants
backing up
available.
now.
He's in the tier 2.
I mean, I see the heroes just like trying to cut the creep wave and whatnot, running towards where the missile's going. I thought they might be pulling a crazy dive into the tower. Nice find on the Queen of Pain, though. But like I was talking about before, he's forced to go a Yule Scepter on the Ember Spear, which never feels good. But you are forced to get that one if you just don't want to be feeding to the Queen of Pain. Like a BKB would be ideal for you, but...
Looking for Ori again, top lane. Atos is there, as well as the Orchid. He needs help and fast, but he's not getting it from his team. So Ember Spirit's going to go down. Another pickoff going the way of Phoenix, 17-11. I think a little bit to everyone's surprise here. Phoenix looking very good.
I mean, maybe this change-up is exactly what they needed. Maybe not like a difference of skill, but just shaking things up for the team, give them a new confidence boost here. Against a team like Aster, it's surprising that Phoenix is popping off like this, but power to them.
Yeah, Roshan #1 going to go the way of Phoenix Zone, grabbing himself the Aegis, of course, at DD Rune there, just making it a little bit easier. But CDR almost has his Aghanims, just about 1,200 gold away. So item timing is definitely happening here for the side of Phoenix, but to me, the net worth is still an issue, right? You still have heroes on Aster finding farm.
They are playing the map fairly well. I mean, Gyrocopter is obviously going to outfarm the Morphling with his Rocket Barrage, with his extra movement speed and a Flat Cannon, but he isn't far enough ahead, I feel. And the next 3 heroes, well, yeah, next 3 heroes are all on the side of Aster. So again, just everything going the way of Gyro. As long as they can shut this hero down in the team fights, then it becomes pretty easy for them. And when you have Lion and Spearbreaker to fall back on, you are going to be able to solo them out. So maybe they are going for their objective here on Aster, and Phoenix just playing into their hands. The later this goes, I think the better off they are. Like you said, out-carry potential here on Aster, and the fact that if they put all their eggs into the Gyro basket, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Charge top lane, XXS having some fun. Trying to clear out the creep wave. They do have the missile heading out, though. Don't know if you want to dive that far behind the tower fortification there. Be able to protect the tower. 5 heroes still positioned top, but I mean, on the map, it's Aster finding more. Like, they're getting mid lane, they're getting bot lane, Spiritbreaker cleared out top. Like, they are being more efficient.
Well, it's exactly like Bobica said, spread out.
It is. Yeah, that is true.
He's just out farming them here.
All right, they will finally be able to take this top tier 2 tower, which will open up the outpost. So at the end of the day, Phoenix do get the objective that they want. And
actually, they're not doing that. They smoke up, and I'm sure that Aster think they're going to be taking the outpost, and they're trying to use this opportunity to jump a hero when they think they have a moment where they're safe.
I mean, Ember, they don't find him. He's on the top rune. But he's going to walk right into the Queen of Pain. But he has an illusion rune. Nah, he's still dead anyway. They find the kill.
Beautiful. That was a nice fake there by Phoenix. I mean, you see the enemy take the top tier 2, you are certain they're going to go for the outpost immediately afterwards, but they just skipped that one. They'll go back for it now and take control of Aster's jungle, and then maybe start to outfarm them.
Yeah, Gyrocopter now going back for the Chrysalis. So he's doing pretty well for himself. Still top of the net worth. Not by as much as we would have expected, but still doing pretty dang good. Zone actually having a fantastic game on his Queen of Pain.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. And again, part of the reason you went for the Yule Scepter on the Ember Spirit is because you're doing super well on zone. If you could stall out for the BKB, great, but with that Orchid already completed, he needed to get like the quickest dispel possible, and that is Yule Scepter on Ember.
Smoke up and charge mid. XXX going to cancel that one, but they managed to find the Viper. Pretty easy pick off there. A lot of gold actually going the way of Bobica there.
Finger of Death kill. Mega kill streak ended.
You take those if you're the support.
Yeah, and even though they've got the Aegis, they're now back on their side of the map. Aster recapturing their outpost, probably reclaim their jungle. Establish vision again. And they've got vision pretty deep inside the Radiance jungle as well. As soon as Queen of Pain shows over there, I think that they might make a play across the river. If Queen of Pain shows over there. It looks like she didn't opt to move over to that hard camp.
And she's just on her way to that BKB, only a few hundred gold away, so
you can see her now.
Decent timing for her.
Ember Spirit just safely farming up the bottom here. You're not going to be able to catch him out. Yeah, as soon as he saw Queen of Pain come into vision with that Observer Ward, he just remnants back out. Doesn't even want to allow him to drop that Orchid onto him.
I mean, he knew she was there for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, top lane, XXS, managed to find CDR. BKB gets popped, bashed up for the moment. Can he actually get away? That's a huge kill. But they managed to jump onto the Spiritbreaker 2 here. Soulbind Snowball. Wait a minute.
That's a double snowball. Morphling used it as well.
Take your snowball, I'll raise you my own. And now Monet chasing onto the Viper. Bobica deep blinks on in, able to hold up this Undying. But here comes Zone on the Queen of Pain. Takes down that Lion. Monet will be able to TP home. Grimstroke not going to be as lucky here as YP will control him up. A Walrus Punch to finish it off. A 2-for-2 trade. Again, though, it's supports for cores. This is like the 3rd time we've seen this.
Yeah, it just keeps happening. The Gyrocopter going down time and time again. He's your top net worth here. And on the backline, Ori about to finish off YP. Oh. Snowball's going to stall this one out.
He should just Remnant dodge.
He's got a Yules. He's not going to go for it. He can finish him off, but okay, he's still got the Yules now. This is what he was waiting for. I should never try to correct Zone on his gameplay. Yeah. Rookie mistake by me.
Yeah. It's all right.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll forgive you. XXS has his Aghanim Scepter now on the Spiritbreaker. I mean, this Spiritbreaker is so farmed compared to some of the other ones that we've seen so far in this tournament.
He just killed the half that creep camp going through it there.
Yeah, you just charge something and then it dies. It's pretty sick. Dude, he could just Nether Strike CDR if Morphling's able to make it in time.
He was waiting for I think charge to come back off of cooldown again. You'd be diving the enemy side of the river, which should be a little bit scary. You don't want to risk that one. And if Undying gets over to you, suddenly it becomes a lot harder to finish him off if he's spamming out Soul Rip, spamming out Holy Locket onto you. It's like 630 or something like that, heal.
Shining found by XXS, another Finger of Death. Ori finds himself another kill bottom lane.
And we were worried for Aster for a little bit, but now it looks like they're picking up the pace.
And that's what we were talking about. Like, they just scale so much better than Phoenix here. And they had a really good early game. They find a lot of kills. They're ahead in lanes. They're ahead in net worth. They're ahead in kills. But
the only hero on the side of Phoenix that's scaling that well is the Gyrocopter, and he's getting picked off at the start of the fights.
And you just have a better Gyrocopter on your team going late game, right? Like, that's what's so scary about it. And Gyrocopter is just so hard countered by the Spear Breaker here. That's why I was so confused by the pick. Like, he just charges him every single fight, and there's not a lot you can do to stop it.
Yeah, they're going to try to force them back right now on Phoenix, pushing the high ground up here with Ori, and two TPs do come out. But I think after this, they'll get back. They realize that Phoenix Gaming were just playing their side of the map, so they need to separate them.
Shard gonna be the next item here for Zone. Gives him a little bit more control, right? The silence very good, but farming speed is one of the primary reasons to pick that one up.
Yep.
Aster doing very well now, staying as a unit. We have the BKB completed with that Morphling. We saw that a little bit ago on his way to that Ethereal Blade. And at this point, once you have that, dude, these supports are going to feel so weak on the side of Phoenix.
Yeah, it's going to be go time at that point. I mean, you can survive it. Undying is reasonably tanky, especially in his Flesh Golem, and Tusk has one of the higher strength growth rates of heroes in the game. But you will melt pretty fast.
Yeah, smoke on smoke. Who's got the advantage? Bobica, the ward will help him. Nice Force Staff, turns around with a Hex. The Soul Bind comes through. There's going to be the charge. XXS looking for CDR, gets it with another strike, and Monet just going to try and lay into him here on the Morphling. Big Sonic Wave, but it's dodged completely. Shining going to go down second. Charge once again by the Spirit Breaker. A big Earth Spike onto two, and they're falling apart here on the side of Phoenix Zone. Going to be forced to pop his BKB, big size, but another charge and another bash. He can't get out of the Queen of Pain. It's not going to be enough. They survive. It's a 5-0.
Yeah, just running into them there. That Morphling right on top of the Gyrocopter takes the flat cannon, lays into Phoenix, and Spearbreaker doing so much work with his control. 6-second cooldown on this BKB piercing disable is insane. This is why they prioritize this guy's farm.
Dude, this Force Staff
was so clutch, man. And then Gyrocopter ended up linking the Soulbind off onto the Tusk. He's not able to snowball at that point because he's leashed up. So no save, no stalls coming out. And SB with the control coming back in, holding all these heroes in place.
Dude, Monet just standing his ground here in this fight was so sick. He dodges out the Sonic Wave, just does not mind fighting up into this Gyro, and I mean, he shouldn't worry about it, right? Like, he is so farmed now top of the net worth. We knew it was eventually going to get there.
Yeah. Respect to Queen of Pain for trying to finish off Ori at the end there, blunking on top of him just to clutch out as much damage as he could, but it did not end up being enough.
Sometimes you just get charged and bashed again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really well played here by Aster. They just are feeling so strong now, even though the score, 20-21 would suggest otherwise, but the 7K gold lead is going to start to become a very big problem.
I got to try the Spearbreaker build. Well, what, like 2-3 null talismans? Make sure you get the Nether Shawl for the extra spell amp. You just farm so fast.
Yeah, now he's got a Kaya to boot, so yeah, very good. Shiva's Guard on Ori. I mean, that is such a sick item this game.
Yeah. Vision, the healing reduction. I mean, the healing reduction is huge against his Undying.
Oh boy, that is a charge top lane, plus the Inkswell. Gyrocopter never stood a chance. They actually find Zone as well. The Nether Strike, the BKB doesn't matter, and now Ori hunting on the backside, LWW. Nice moves as he's going to be able to dodge it out there with the Glimmer Cape, but dude, you just lost 2 cores without buyback. You're down 10K gold. Roshan respawning in 18. What else can go wrong here for Phoenix?
Well, it's about to get worse because they're about to lose their last outer tower, and at that point, I think Aster will get back, take that Roshan, and then look to go high ground, and 10K disadvantage. There it is under their tier 4s.
Dude, this Spearbreaker is really having a good time. He might regret this one, though, all right. Sometimes you just got to have a little bit of
Monet?
fun, but Monet
No,
goes
no,
in,
no.
drops a tombstone right inside of their base. LWW, Glimmercape protecting him once again. They don't even care about Roshan, man. They say screw it.
Maybe you want to care a little bit. Queen of Pain respawning in a couple of seconds. I think you should at least be hesitant.
All right, Monet about to have an Aghanim Scepter, so the second Spirit Breaker coming in. You know, it's going to just get
Well, my favorite
wild.
was the double snowball coming out. I think that was my favorite moment so far this game.
That was a pretty good one. I was like, I see hero get sucked in. I see more heroes get sucked in. I'm like,
It's a second snowball.
what's going on here? Where did all the heroes go?
But there it is. Aghanim Scepter. I'll have the gold for that after this creep wave here. And imagine they're about to scat out the Roshan. They'll take this one and then look to close the game out. They do have to wait for SB to come back up. He has a large part of their team fight controlling these BKB heroes.
This Viper has just felt, pretty underwhelming after the laning stage. He does like the Spirit Vessel, Atos. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter. It's a lot of magic damage, but I mean, it doesn't feel like it's doing enough on against Aster here.
No. There it is, clearing through Roshan pretty quickly. I mean, they scanned this one out, but they got to try, I guess. There's not much you can do against this. I mean, the team fight is so overwhelming by Aster. If you get the lockdown onto Monet.
They've got a good ward on the high ground there, too. So even if you manage to get into the pit, you're fighting under Aster's vision.
You just don't have enough stun to deal with this Morphling. You've got, like, Snowball, Walrus Punch, and Homing Missile. That's it. Everything else is able to either BKB or Manta style off.
You can probably BKB almost all of that anyway, right? Like, outside of Walrus Punch, nothing very fast there.
And Walrus Punch alone isn't going to be enough damage to blow up this Morphling, so it feels like there's no solution to this. They were doing reasonably well enough in the early game on Phoenix, but again, the Gyrocopter ended up just falling off. I think a lot of it came apart when they tried to dive behind that tier 1 tower in the top lane and lost 3 of their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit Breaker kind of returned a little bit of a favor, diving all the way to the tier 4 towers or even close to the fountain there, but yeah, it's just drops in the bucket here as Aster has a pretty huge lead, 14,000. Zone
BKB
forced to BKB.
forced. Yeah, they were certain the rest of the team was going to come in there. But with that, I mean,
the mind games from the Spirit Breaker. He's queuing up the Wind Waker. This guy wants to go fast in F.
fair enough. I think at this point he feels the game is secured. He's just trying to have a good time. The actual usage of this Wind Waker, I mean, it's not like we're seeing a Enigma or a Faceless Void that you're trying to save them with this item. It is so expensive, it only gives you 50 movement speed.
But 50 goes a long way for Spirit Breaker.
50 goes a long way for Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, no, it is pretty wild build, but quite funny indeed.
Yeah, CDR trying to finish off his Daedalus before Aster managed to break high ground, but it's coming soon. And this is only if he manages to get his courier outside the base into the secret shop, and that just is unlikely.
You almost have the Aghanim Scepter. What did he just buy instead?
I missed that. And the Ember Spear. We'll see in just a second.
Might have been the Shard, actually. It's hard to say. Continuing to farm up everywhere. Yeah, that's a cool interaction there. I think Black said it really nice in the last series. Spirit Breaker's just dumb.
I mean, the fact that he does so much damage to creeps now is just ridiculous. If he can farm out the wave that quickly, he can get all the items in the world, and he's very scary with items. So now has the gold for the Daedalus on the Gyrocopter, but I think maybe he wants to save money for buyback. They're going to try to leave their base and find something.
I mean, they smoke up, yeah, but it's so hard to find the Spirit Breaker, of course, as he's mostly just playing Quick Charge and Shadow Blade away. LWW going to place out a ward. But there's no one here on Aster. They don't have any eyes on their team. They're going to go for a smoke themselves.
Yeah. What's he charging right now on the SB? Is he
Probably
going
the
for
Queen of Pain. Yeah.
Looks like it.
Oh, the double charge zone. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nether Strike comes through. Nice snowball to save him, but Monet, he's in the base with the BKB. She's able to get out, but there's going to be the Soulbind holding her in place. Now it's going to be Gyro in trouble. Can they actually get out of this? CDR with the BKB getting a little bit of space, but they just take down 2 with so much ease, and Aster They're going to come back again. I think round 2 is coming here pretty soon. Yeah, there it is. The first charge comes through. The second one from the Morphling. Gyrocopter goes down. Now looking for our Monet with a double kill. Takes down this Undying. He has a buyback available. And now Ori trying to just burn down this Viper. They're going to give it on over to Monet. Triple kill. Beyond godlike on this Morphling. Nobody surprised here as Monet still has the Aegis.
For another minute and 23 seconds. We don't see the GG out yet, but that absolute beatdown of the double charge coming through. Your cores, they don't stand a chance, and there's your last hero gone.
Yeah, beautifully done here by Aster, and Spirit Breaker walks away unfazed. 5 heroes dead. There's going to be the GG, and Aster will take game number 1 here in this second series.
Yeah, this Spirits equals broken for sure.
Yeah, it really rubs the salt in the wounds when like you get connect on the first charge. You're like, okay, I got BKB, I'm gonna make it out of here, right? And then the second charge comes through, and you're like, oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't end up connecting the Nether Strike right away, but there was no getting out of that one, even with the snowball save. The Soul Bind comes in afterwards, and that was an excellent counter to the Tusk in a number of these team fights as well. I think once it got to the late game, they weren't really going to stand a chance, but Aster, they knew exactly what they were doing. We were concerned here on the casting desk about like the early game strength of Team Phoenix there, but they managed to pull through on Aster, shut down the Gyrocopter, realized that he was the main problem they had to deal with, get a couple kills off into him, and close the game out.
Yeah, I mean, Aster just seems like such a well-oiled machine at this point, and you know, it's not that surprising because a lot of people consider them the second strongest team currently in the region. They're the only team to take even a game off of PSG LGD, so it's a hard one here for Phoenix. Obviously, we'd like to see this team come out with at least 1 win here, but not having a great time.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Aster on their first win here, but with their backs against the wall, we'll see if they can clutch something out.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to send it back to the panel. Go ahead and take it away, everybody.
Shocking turn of events here as Aster absolutely annihilate poor old Phoenix in the first game here at the Chinese DPC, brought to you by Perfect World. Yes, indeed, as expected, it did not go well. It all fell apart pretty damn quickly for poor old Phoenix, and yeah, Spirit Breaker, what a hero.
Hey, wait a minute now, chap.
Oh.
It started off all right. They had some decent laning stage.
Indeed, as we said it would.
For the first 9 minutes of the game.
Before they hit level 6, indeed.
Yep. And then they just get outplayed a little bit. Morphling dies here and there, but nothing really mattered way too much.
We do a little
bit. I would say a lot bit.
A lot of bit.
It's all planned.
A lot of
Morphling dying, all planned.
All part of the Lanham's master plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was like 2 crucial fights, right? Like one at the tier 1 top where they get like 3 men impaled and Morphling waved and Ember Spirit, everything. They all die super fast. And then the second fight at the ward spot on the high ground where Morphling turns into a Gyrocopter and says, hold your beer, I'm going to show you how to do it. Gets an ultra kill. They stole his rampage.
You call that a flat cannon? This is a flat cannon.
But stealing Monet's rampage was pretty grief by Ori.
That is going to hurt team morale, yeah.
Yeah, like coming into game 2, potentially they cost the most damage out of anything, really.
Yeah.
How do you mentally recover? Financially, how do you recover from a stolen rampage?
Mentally, they need to cuddle it out, right? Mm-hmm. They need to have just a little in-between game cuddle. Maybe during the draft, they could.
Do bring him like a drink of his, soft drink of his choice, coffee, something. You just go grab him. I don't know.
Yeah,
lunch.
Maybe their favorite biscuit would be a good move. At least in England, that's how it would be.
Of course, if you steal someone's rampage, you need to make it up.
Favorite biscuit, yeah.
Is this the snowball play?
It's a snowball play.
It's a snowball play.
Nice,
pretty good one.
Pair of snowballs here, right next to each other. Look at that. Everyone's just like, get in. We're going for a ride.
And then Spirit Breaker is like, see ya later.
Yeah.
Out of here, boys.
This hero sucks. Spirit Breaker is so annoying.
Yep. Once he gets that X, especially if he's on offlane, just too strong. Speaking of Phoenix, I did like the itemization. We were talking about the lack of catch. They went for that Atos on Viper. It allowed them to kill off the Ember once in the jungle, but besides that, just
I think this is the moment. This is the moment, Lizard.
This is it. Whoa! Look at those.
Dodge
look
the
at
wave.
So sick.
Waveform, nice. Same place by Monet.
Yep. This is why
This isn't the casting desk, Black.
play by play. Come on, Black.
No?
This is literally why Morphling was such a good pick in this game.
Ori, come on, man. Need to work on that one, buddy. It's
But unfortunately, with a draft like this, when you're unfavored from the beginning, it's only gonna get
not
worse.
from the
for you.
beginning.
Not from
Okay, sorry, from minute 15
Come on, don't
onwards.
take that away from them, Black.
But
they
that's
had very
the thing.
little in this game.
We always say the same thing about them. The beginning looks good, and then not so much.
It's something like LBZS in the way they're playing, but LBZS, they kind of keep it together when they're snowballing, and they manage to
Not the old one though.
break, the new one. They managed to break this mid-game wall of the enemy team. That's what they did to RNG, that's what they did to IG, and they managed to win that game, right? Meanwhile, Phoenix, okay, they can draft good lanes. It just doesn't really form into anything afterwards.
Yeah.
Very solid foundation, but execution afterwards is not there.
Who was MVP for Aster then? I feel like we haven't seen a support MVP in this entire DPC so far, by the way.
Sync you yesterday.
Jinky yesterday.
Yeah,
Lucky
he
Black.
had a very memorable
All right.
game as well.
Cool.
Nice stats, though.
Who was it?
Thanks.
Probably Monet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, on the stats board, but who was it for you?
Babok.
Babok?
The Vokes.
Babokes.
Yeah, our boy.
What
It's
about,
not gonna be him. It's gonna be Bonet. Like,
what about XXS?
it's Spirit Breaker.
But he was a pretty big one.
He was a pretty big one, but do you give Spirit Breakers MVPs?
You set a bad precedent, you know?
Yeah,
You're telling people,
right.
oh, look how good you can be if you pick Spirit Breakers. There's no skill on that. It's
I
just someone shows a map, press Q,
I don't want to give.
Rampage.
I don't want to give MVPs to Spirit Breakers. It kind of feels meh.
It's wrong. It's
Yeah,
wrong.
It just feels wrong. In a patch such as this one, it's like giving Meepo MVPs when he was broken.
Yeah, I think we do
Doesn't
need
feel
to we do need to ask a question though. When I'm assuming we're probably going to be talking to Aster later, I think we need to ask whether they think they've got the strongest Morphling in the region. Because currently Shiro has made a claim for it, or at least his teammates have.
Do they play EHOME? They don't, right? Not sure.
I think they played already. Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
2-0'd them.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Was that Vici? I don't remember. Either way,
It was also VG. I think it was
Also
both probably.
they are 2-0ing everyone right now, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's been pretty.
Not LGD, no.
Not LGD. No, they got 2-1 by LGD.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only team to take a win off LGD so far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the only ones.
Yeah, LGD is...
As expected, a little bit. If anyone is going to take that game, it will be Aster.
LGD is 10-1, right?
Yeah. In the last season that we watched, it was always kind of neck and neck. You had PSG LGD, you had Vici Gaming that would fight for the slot, IG as well. This
Yeah.
time around, there's only one king.
IG is like literally almost guaranteed relegated because they're playing Aster and
Aster and
LGD.
PSG LGD.
Yeah.
They had like the easiest games first, lost most of them. Now you play the big boys.
They're like, guys,
Maybe that sparks something special though.
yeah.
Maybe LGD showed generosity. Say, look, we'll play techies against you. And
And still beat you.
Yeah, the last time we saw techies, I think it was actually Aster who played it, and they got like a 30-minute GG out of someone. Oh no, it was LGD against Aster, I think.
Yeah. I mean,
it was-
Sync you techies is legit.
Yeah, with the whole situation in IG and the fact that they not only replaced Kaka, but they wanted to replace someone else as well in their team, which didn't happen. I can understand how some players might feel a little bit demotivated to perform to the fullest.
Do I want to play for this team which
Yeah.
is actively trying to replace me?
Yeah, some players get motivated by that, right? Some players try their best to even look better.
Prove
but-
wrong, yeah.
Yeah, prove everyone wrong. but
Doesn't work.
It usually doesn't work.
Screw the haters.
I'm living proof of that it doesn't work.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You prove the haters wrong, but they kept on hating anyway.
Yeah, because they were part of the team, unfortunately.
Unfortunate circumstance to be in. What does look comfortable for Phoenix then? Like the Tars, the Viper, something like that? Anything looking good? Looking like they know how to play around it and you're expecting to see again, maybe?
I mean, it's more of the same, really. They're winning the lanes. They have been winning the lanes. It's just like, how do you come out of the laning phase is what is the next step for them. And I mean, there was like a moment in the mid game where they had like a lead. They took the Roshan. It looked okay for a while, but then again, like they just didn't really have a game plan. Like Gyrocopter is hitting the tower top alone, while his team is like sort of moving around somewhere, not really getting anything done. and he gets caught out by himself. Like, okay, what is happening here? You know, like if you do something, you gotta commit together as a team. Like if they all hit the tower together, the tower's gone. You move to the next objective together.
Yeah.
So.
It's lacking that, unfortunately. I thought the Tusk looked pretty good, though. In all honesty, you know, he had some rough moments as they all did towards the end. But in terms of individual comfort, that Tusk team did seem all right.
It did. It did. They had a couple of decent moments across the team, right, across the board, but it's hard. You're playing into Aster. That's so difficult to look good against a team in which every individual position seems a little bit better than you. Plus,
Yeah.
strategically, they're more sound.
At least they had that nice iced coffee on their desk to, to sip on after their loss.
It's so comfortable seeing that, you know.
And the
like-
toilet paper to wipe tears.
Wipe the tears.
Would it be good to have like a little Tusk buddy on your desk which could like cool your drinks down before you smash? What would be the best hero if it was shrunk down to like a miniature size to have like on your
Like
desk,
cooler
help you out through the game?
A cooler or anything.
or any.
Any hero.
Because
any
there
hero
would be
doing
like,
anything.
like Lina would be
maybe-
a nice one to heat it.
Yeah,
If you want to have like a hot chocolate,
To hit your arms, right? Like she
and
just-
warm,
she
warm
just
heat, yeah.
use- uses LSA.
it'd be like a little lighter, wouldn't it? It'd be she just cast flame a dragon
Dragon
slave on your
slave,
hand.
yeah.
Just give you a little scorch. That would be
Morphling if you want to like wash your hands really quick.
you take morphing and who would you use for
nice.
soap?
Or Morphling.
Who would you use for soap? You need soap as well. You
Yeah,
can't just morphling,
true.
True.
right?
Let's hope Black doesn't need a bidet.
Who would that be?
Well,
Soapy. Who's Soapy?
wait. Who's most like a pig? It's Bristleback, right? More or less.
Yeah.
Porcupine. So
Bristleback, Beastmaster could summon you some little balls. To
boars, yeah, to create some fat.
Oh, I've got the best answer. But first, we do have the draft coming up just around the corner, which means it's time to introduce our draft statistician. It is B-Coop. How's it going, dude?
It's okay.
Yep.
You know, doing
Just
well.
okay.
I got the stats in front of me. They're going through my head. I wish I could get plugged in like the Matrix, right into the stats.
Yeah, you just skip the interface.
Are
just
the
get
numbers
straight in.
falling in front of you? Is
Yeah,
that what's
stat
happening?
numbers in front of my face.
I see.
Like I just dropped a dose of acid, and all of a sudden, never mind.
Red or blue? Become.
Went very quickly off the rails.
What's the good one?
I think the
Red pill is the
Red
waken
is-
to everything.
Yeah, red one is good.
Let's talk about
red
the
is the
red
wake
pill.
up one.
Yeah, I'll
Blue
go.
is keep living a lie.
Yeah, sheep.
The Become is definitely a blue guy.
No, I'm going red. My favorite color is red.
Oh, okay. That's how you'd make the decision then.
Yeah, very much. So.
Philosophical principles.
looks
out the
better. Here we
window.
go.
This one looks better, yeah. Alrighty, let's see what heroes are getting picked up then for game number 2 of Phoenix Gaming versus Team Aster in this fairly important game. I mean, Aster could really use the win here, but they're probably going to get it.
Yeah, this is more of a routine than anything for Asta. Really, like.
All right, so here we go, right? Back to our miniature hero conversation.
Uh-huh.
Say you're playing Invoker, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to like bust out some spells as quickly as you can, but your fingers just aren't moving fast enough. Bam! Miniature IO comes along, tethers your hand, overcharges your hand. All of a sudden, you can just.
Well, I thought we were actually talking about like realistic stuff.
It could be realistic, like that
are
scene.
you talking about? Of course
You ever
it's-
see Bruce Almighty?
How is it realistic?
That's-
How is
Very-
IO tethering your
Does the
hand
email-
realistic?
Yeah,
Come on, it
IO
doesn't sound-
IRL telling your hand and then playing for you. How is it realistic?
It's
He's not
just
playing
sounds-
for you, he's just increasing your speed. That's what he
Hey,
does.
look,
He
he's
increases
gonna
speed.
butter his crumpets. He's gonna see which way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, he dropped it, dude. He looked so disappointed. He dropped it. I was like, oh,
Things to get worse for Phoenix.
the cookie
my
crumbled.
cookie. Oh,
reaction! I can't believe it.
what did you do with the cookie, man?
Dude, Shiny looked over and was just like, oh my god, I
Losing
can't
a
believe
Dota or cookies on the floor.
And now they're just swinging his earphones.
Disaster. That's a true disaster right there.
Yeah, Phoenix, they're crumbling in more ways than one.
And yeah. Oh, he's not impressed.
Yeah. Where's his cookie?
YP's a man of seriousness.
Yeah, really nice hoodie on him though. Like a little bit of that cow pattern.
Very cow, yeah.
Yeah, he's a true Spirit Breaker player. right there.
Moo.
They banned the Spirit Breaker though, so no Spirit
they
Breaker
banned
for
it?
user. Yeah.
They did indeed.
Actually, to be fair, if you're wearing a coat which has a cow on it, then it's kind of implying that you're very anti-cow rather than you're.
That's why
very
he
pro.
got charged so many times.
Yeah. You
Last
dare
game.
wear my fur?
By the way, Ogre Magi, just throw some stats at you. 2 and 6. overall.
Yep.
Not having a fun time.
Highest death average of the tournament as well.
How is that possible as an ogre?
You just run in. You literally just walk in and die.
Okay.
That's the job.
Very,
You know how you get the breakdown of like, here's how we're gonna do the heist? That's how they break down ogre. You're just gonna run in and die.
Tank the spells.
That's
bro.
usually what you do, yeah. As an ogre. Break smokes, run in. Look at me, I'm a big dummy, hit me please. Yeah. That's how you want to play it. They snatch that Mirana away from the Kunkka and Bane. You don't want to have sleep, and X marks the spot into that arrow. So for Phoenix, it's a nice pickup, but now you're stuck with the Mirana that you need to fit in your draft somehow.
Though Bane Kunkka, 5-1.
Oh.
Good combination together. LGD's 5-0 with this Kunkka. Aster, 2-0.
Yeah. And you picked the ogre so early that there's no space for something like a silencer to deal with that Bane. Yeah. First picking the ogre for me is a problem because you're not throwing any sort of a problem at the enemy team. You're just picking the hero that's very vanilla. He can stun, support the carry, but that's about it. He doesn't have a grip that you worry about. He doesn't have global that you worry about.
He's got ignite.
Ignite is pretty annoying.
Ignite can be
It's annoying in
worrying.
the lane. It's not like a game-changing spell. later
Mid game
on.
can be annoying if you get quad ignited.
Yeah.
Or
Just ignite the entire team.
yeah, and then you're burning.
Yeah. Or you pick Venomancer and you just poison over the entire team.
Or both.
Or both.
I feel like nobody wants to pick Venomancer now though, because the bar's been set very, very high.
No, I disagree. When it comes to pubs, I would like to see the stats on how many more Venomancers are picked after
The
yesterday.
China region.
Yeah, but we're talking about like
Yeah.
pro games, right?
In pro games,
Yeah,
sure.
and pub games is always picked what owns in tournaments. Oh wait, Husker just went 15-0. I'm gonna pick Husker every game.
That's a hero I kind of wish we saw.
But Husker is so strong. I don't know why it's not picked. Like, in the pub meta, it's kind of on the rise right now. But in tournament games, people are too scared. I gotta play with 20% HP all the time. No.
Somebody should send a message to like LGD because they're at the top and just be like, just pick Husker.
Don't you guys remember how annoying metas in which Huskars were broken were?
Ugh.
I mean, they weren't annoying. They were just like you can't do anything.
You couldn't do it. Yeah, it wasn't annoying. You just
You
couldn't
just
do
lose.
anything. You just lose to him.
Like,
They pick IO Husker. Like, all right, let's go next.
What was it? The Hood Halberd or something like that built long time ago. The first broken Huskar meta.
I mean, he didn't even need Hood. He had like 80% innate magic resistance.
Yeah, just the Halberd, I guess.
early Medusa pick.
Yeah, Crit was playing like tons of mid Huskar in pubs for like the longest time.
He also played Troll when he was broken. Crit is definitely a meta abuser.
There's a lot of position 4s that I follow that abuse
Yeah,
heroes. Like
I know.
they're like they get like 10k. I'm not gonna flame anyone, but you get to 10k, 11k, but you get to it by not playing your position. Plus you're abusing heroes, right?
Yeah.
Kind of similar to my situation back in the day. Not gonna.
No, that's called butter your own crumpet.
Yeah.
I have none of that. B-Cup, you got any stats to tickle my pickle with?
Who do you want him on? This
Medusa.
Legion 0-2.
I'd like. Have we seen much IO Legion in the upper divisions much? Like all of them? Because I feel like in China
Such
we don't
much?
get many stats.
All of them. I can definitely hit you up with some big stats right here.
Good on
And
it,
you had a
Chief.
spell
Meanwhile, I can
Legion.
give you something about Medusa, which I remembered from earlier. Highest GPM hero on average of the tournament so far.
Ooh.
I got you on those Legion IO stats. Over
Uh-huh,
all the regions, as a pair, they've only won one game
Oh, how many have they
out of
lost?
4. So
Oh.
it's 1 and 3.
Ooh.
It's kind of nice to have that duel versus Tidehunter, right? Which is pretty solid. But overall, if I was looking at these two drafts and if I didn't know the teams, I wouldn't necessarily favor Aster's draft that much.
Really?
Yeah, I like what Phoenix have got. I feel that Aster, they have two supports that don't contribute in the damage department at all. Not the biggest fan of that.
I do think they have damage issues. I definitely agree with that.
I mean, it depends on Kunkka, right? Like how big he becomes. Same with the Legion.
They need a damage carry, something like an Ursa.
I was going to say, is this an anti-mage game?
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty free anti-match game. Like, lane is free, Medusa matchup is great, but that doesn't really check the damage box in the early game at least.
You don't need the damage.
I mean, honestly, it does because Medusa just isn't tanky because of anti-mage, right?
Let's
Yeah.
pick a Wraith King if it's still in the pool, is it?
No.
Okay.
Monet always plays Brave King. He wants something else. Challenge the man. Let him expand his horizon. Let the man walk.
Also, by the way, that Techies game you were
You
talking
mean
about
fly?
earlier is the 13-minute GG.
I'm asking
Monet
him to
got
walk.
killed twice.
Yeah, with Monet.
They banned the anti-mage, see?
He died in the
They
jungle,
knew it was
went on
good.
top,
So they're
died again.
preventing him from flying.
Yeah. But now they have to just go back to the Wraith King. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Ah, the Wraith King.
Honestly, Slark looks really good too. Give me
so
Slark.
terrible.
Slark.
Something fun,
Ursa.
please, Aster, please.
Lina, the carry
Oh,
Conk kid.
okay.
Carry, yeah.
All right, cool. I'm down.
Makes sense.
Ah,
I
that's
mean,
not
Wraith
fun
King
though.
only has a 66.67 win percentage.
Yeah, who wants that?
I think,
Kunk
I
has
think
got a 75% win rate, so it's okay.
Okay, mid lane against Lina. What do you want to pick? There's nothing great left, honestly.
yeah.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot left. And you have 10 seconds left.
I honestly don't know how to counter
Panic.
Lina at this point, like on mid lane.
Pagna, let's go.
Oh. Wind Ranger.
Ooh.
Keep it green.
Keep it green
Keep it green or blue?
versus X marks the spot and duel.
It's fine. Don't worry
I
about
don't
it.
like it.
Void Spirit.
Okay.
Damn.
It's a hero.
Surprised that was even still in the pool, but yes.
I don't mind their draft. I think it's pretty solid. But yeah.
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 But Zone didn't look like he was in the zone last game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with
They're
Aster.
they're not really shining and they're not looking like they're in their zone.
Yeah, and they also didn't find any CDR
And
items.
No CDR items on their side.
because the game ended before that.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
But then why pick Phoenix? It's very, very, very high effort there from me.
I got it.
You got it.
I got it.
Black's very smart.
Wow.
This is what we'll get there.
I'll get there.
He'll be sitting on the toilet and
I'm
he'll be like,
I'm-
oh,
I'm slow mad. I'm slow mad.
just slow madding
And
it.
it was very original.
Oh my god, stop it.
All right. Do you guys want to do predictions, or should we talk about
Black's
ways in which
frozen.
Phoenix
He's like,
can win? Or
Original.
all right, Aster,
Yeah.
Aster. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see if they've got the picks right, or I guess we could say if they're on the money, and throw it over to our casters of our Cryptic and Neff.
That hurt.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna thank you for that one. I can't.
I'm so sorry to all the viewers that had to sit through that for the last couple of minutes, but thankfully you're in good hands now.
Oh my lord. Yeah, that was a rough panel segment. I'll be honest. Yeah, it was music maybe to Nomad's ears, but
Well, I just got word that, after tomorrow they'll be off for a couple of days, so viewers will be safe from that one. But we'll see if Phoenix can rise from the ashes like their namesake here and take a game off of Aster, or they'll go through this like dropping almost every game, man.
man, I actually really liked. I was talking to you about it, but Black said the same thing. This would have been such a sick Slark game. I would have been so about just an IO Slark in the safe lane, or just having the IO Slark up into the Medusa, up into the Tidehunter. It's
I
such
know
a
you are
sick,
crazy about your Slark.
It's just like if it's a good Slark game, why not? But Kunkka, obviously much safer. Why not? This hero is pretty dang good.
Yeah, like the panel said, 70-something% win rate. I forget the exact number. A lot of this is from PSG, LGD. Ame and Nothing to Say have been absolutely amazing on this hero.
All right, we're going to see the rune spawn here. YP going to get nightmared potentially. Nah, he's going to go brain zap one anyway. They'll just push him off the rune here, and nice arrow. A little bit of damage there from the ignite as well, but
they're going to be
still
fine.
going to be 3 runes for the side of Aster.
I thought that was like a JPEG of YP there for a moment because he was so still until I saw him blink. The man is in his zone, focused, thriving.
I love this Void Spirit set.
Looks
Such a good one.
Surprised this one made it through, and panel was as well. I mean, you needed a backline jump so much, and it's a little bit better than the alternative, the Storm Spirit, would have been. But you definitely need a hero that can get on top of the Bane, Io, and Lina on the backline, and Void Spirit was the answer for that one. So it was really all they could have had left for the side of Phoenix. We'll see how Zone does in this lane, though. Lina already off to a pretty good start.
Dude, YP is just getting bodied by the Bane bottom.
Yep.
Very difficult hero for you to play against, and then of course you have the Monet, Kunkka, and a Tidehunter. Very lore-friendly matchup, honestly. Big fan of that one.
Yeah, look at this cool, calm, collected Aster lineup. That arrow never stood a chance of landing there. And they've actually done a lot of damage to both Shining and YP here. Monet gonna have a pretty easy lane, it feels. Ooh, mind. Nice deny.
I mean, YP's got to be very careful here. A couple auto attacks. He's still got a brain sap. This might just be First Blood going the way of the Bane, and it is. Okay.
Just right-click down 100 to 0 by this Bane, and now Shining in a bit of a rough place as well. They've got Torrent, but not sure they'll be able to finish this guy off.
I mean, they might be able to, honestly. Shining, you have no levels in that Kraken Shell, and Anchor Smash, not enough damage reduction. So a double kill for the Bane to start this one off.
So is it too late for me to take back that Rising from the Ashes Phoenix? Or it sounded good at the time.
I mean, it was already a pretty cloudy day with what happened with the LBZS earlier.
Yeah, let's not pull what the panel's doing and try to throw around puns and whatnot. I'm sure the people are sick of that already.
No. Just raining on Nomad's parade. How much more can I do, you think?
Until you're fired or until you get a Reddit thread? If we're pretty close to both those thresholds, yeah, I'm sure.
Aster off to a fantastic start at all 3 lanes, honestly.
All right. Mid lane, Lina doing very well for herself here. Only 7-0 right now on this Void Spirit, 15-5 on the Lina. So Aster dominating, like you said, everywhere. But this mid matchup not supposed to be this one-sided.
It's still pretty bad for the Void Spirit. Like, this is the thing, they said this. So like, they see the Lina, like, what can you even pick at this point? Like, the only couple heroes that do decently into this matchup were all banned. And you have the other one, which is like Kunkka, right? Who just kind of counters by farming the jungle instead.
Yeah, but I'm just not sure what your recovery is right now on zone, unfortunately. Oh my, YP.
Shining actually saving him there, waking him up from that nightmare, so very close. Bane, this dude's hungry, man. He wants the killing spree. He's going to be the new core in this game.
Yep. All right. Zoned back out of lane. I mean, I think he's just trying to catch out...
Oh my god, no, he wants the bounty rune and YP.
Oh, no.
I mean, they realized a little bit too late. They're like, wait a minute, this Bane's going for the bounty, so he doubles back to try and grab it in time.
Charge, right?
Yeah.
That's what he had left. Now you're in a tough position in your zone. He missed an uphill attack there, I think. And damage block will prevent him from going down. At the very least, you'll die and you'll get to play Water Boy for zone.
Yeah, I mean, Zone getting his bottle refill is quite nice. Arrow slightly off the mark there. That would have been a nice combo. But Ori going to be okay here. Now up 25-6 to the 15-1. I mean, Aster is just holding nothing back here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I was going to say before, you don't have a great recovery plan. Neither of your supports are amazing at rotating the mid lane and finding a kill. Like, maybe if Ogre and Murano went together between the Fire Blast and the Aether Remnant, you'd have a decent setup for Arrow. But just by itself, it doesn't feel like it's enough. And the lane wasn't hard enough already. Here's Bane refilling Ori's bottle.
Arrow. Nice zoning arrow there. Speaking of zones, he's going to get the bottle refilled there, so a little bit more sustained for him in the lane, but Ori is just not letting him contest for CS at this point.
Does he have Dissimulate on zone? He hasn't committed the Light Strike array. He did, but it was on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, he still has Dissimulate, but wouldn't have the mana for it.
Yeah.
Oh, that courier is awesome. I love that stone effect.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you, production.
I love it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
He's like a mud golem.
Yeah. Very cool.
All right. Unfortunately, Legion Commander doesn't have a super difficult time up in this lane either. If you take too much from the ignites, then you can just press the attack, dispel that one, and then run at the Medusa. Medusa's going to need some stacks for her created inside this jungle. But they haven't really had time for that.
You got to be careful. You're got Laguna Blade online, obviously. As soon as he wants to put a point in it in mid lane, it's not getting easier. Shining can't really even contest this Kunkka bottom as he's just kind of free farming the lane. Those early kills from the Bane basically just forcing him to play solo at this point.
A 2k net worth advantage already here at only 5 minutes into the game. This is going very one-sided for Aster. I mean, you can't leave the Medusa alone, otherwise the massive movement speed from... Oh, he might just die on the Ogre. Okay, Tether broke. We'll lose a little bit of speed from that one, and XSS will get back for it.
Dude, I have a feeling... I mean, XSS had no chill last game. I have a feeling as soon as he gets level 6, he is diving a tower for another duel.
Yeah.
This guy's not going to stop.
No, but with the amount of pressure you can mount on this Medusa, your huge movement speed on top of like the bonus from phase boots, the bonus from tether, the Ogre's got to stay here. That means he's not stacking camps.
Oh, there it is, mid lane. Finally, the Laguna gets put to good use as rotation in from Bane's going to help find the kill. Now top lane, LWW goes down, looking to put a little bit of damage into this Medusa, but they're going to dive. They actually have the damage. She has no mana left. Bobica trying to maybe find a trade, but it's ended up just being a double kill here for the Legion.
6-0 now. Phoenix on their last legs, and things are not looking good for them. And again, they don't have a recovery plan yet. These camps are not stacked inside the mid lane. They are being overwhelmed by Aster.
I mean, Aster really solidifying themselves here as you know, the second best team here in the region at the moment, and a little bit of damage out. But Ori has a DD rune. He's got a catapult here. He's just trying to make quick work of this tower. He does have a fortification if he can clear up this wave. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Protect this catapult, and that should just be a tier 1 tower. You're still level 5 on zone here, and he might just go for another Nightmare play onto this Void Spirit. He's not quite level 6, but Ori doesn't have the mana to contest it, so they will just go ahead and disengage off of that. Top lane still diving once again onto this Medusa. The question is...
If she
no, she
ends up
backed off.
going
Okay.
down. All right, yeah, not level 6 yet on XSS. Getting close to this duel, though. I think after this next creep wave, he will end up having it, maybe a little bit more, and he's going to focus on clearing this one out. And he heals up pretty quickly with these multiple points in overwhelming odds. Sorry, moment of courage.
Yeah, moment of courage.
And,
Overwhelming odds is...
the Q.
dude, it is...
He's back up to full just like that. Doesn't quite have his level 6, but confident enough to just run behind these trees or chip down this tier 1 tower. And nobody's coming to help. You just don't have the space. You're not level... Well,
I mean, if they kill YP, he gets level 6. Ogre going to come in, try and maybe make some space for his allies here. Bobica running a little bit low on resources, but here comes Ori. Nice rotation in from the Void Spirit as well. Zone trying to take down the IO. He's got a tether, comes back across the lane. Does he actually make it out? The tower will find him. So finally on the board here for Phoenix. A little bit of an overextension here from Aster, but I don't think they're all that worried.
Lina TP'd away from Mercury, I think, moments before the item came out to her, unfortunately, but it is coming back around. So they lose the eye out for that aggression there. I did like that play from Ori quite a bit. They knew that the Void Spirit would defend them if they made a dive too hard for that tower. Unfortunately, they couldn't manage to clutch that one out. Oh, trying to make as much movements as they can around the map. And at the very least, they'll refill the bottle after that death there on the IO.
We didn't really point out, but Zone did actually get the deny off in the mid-tier 1, which is quite good. So
I mean, quite good getting the deny off, yeah, but losing this mid-tier 1 tower before 10 minutes, we're already this far behind. Things are not going to get easier for you.
Bane setting up another kill here for his allies. Bobica grabs it on the IO. Not slowing down here at all, man.
No. Shining. He's holding a point. He is. He's got Ravage, but unfortunately no mana for it.
I mean, what is... Oh, that was supposed to be the Tidehunters stack of
Or the
creeps.
Medusas.
Yeah, anybody else's. They're going to try and punish it. There's the Ravage. Zone following up as well. The Revenant. Do they have the damage to burst her down? Nice Nightmare. Ori, no way! The Torrent into the boat. He stays alive. Okay, this Bane. Unbelievable.
Was insane, and they're going to send her back to base. She's going to heal up to full, come back, and then clear out these camps. They're getting absolutely nothing on the side of Phoenix. Every part of their game plan is falling apart.
Dude, that has to be the most demoralizing play I have seen in a very long time.
That recovery would have been huge from that Lina kill, but instead you're forced to sit around here and try to sap XP, but the Bane found you.
Dude, they actually see it, too. They're just watching their hopes and dreams crumble around them as Bane potentially setting up 2 more kills for his team. A duel as well going the way of this Legion Commander, man. Make it stop. Oh, my gosh. Phoenix in a world of hurt here.
Your mid laner, Void Spirit, shows up just to turn around and run away. 6k net worth advantage now here at only 10 minutes into the game. This is an absolute beatdown by Aster. And I mean, Medusa got a little bit of space to farm, but again, sitting behind the 3 heroes on the side of Aster, Kunkka, Legion Commander. Lina, your counterpart is more than 1,000 net worth ahead of you here at the 10-minute mark, and you need so many items before you can fight into these Aster heroes.
Medusa will grab herself the Yasha. It is an item that allows her to farm faster than, say, going for the Dragonlance, but...
Good on his tanky. You don't I think you're not as strong in the team fight because you don't have that same attack range or split shot isn't hitting as many people.
I mean, you just can't. Your whole goal is to never fight at this point. Like, the Medusa has to just farm. So, like, it kind of makes sense as why she would go for the Yasha here. But Ori going to try and force the objective here with an Invis rune. Going to find the Medusa. LSA on the mark. The Laguna Blade comes out. Doesn't have the mana for the Stone Gaze. Well, make it away for the moment. But there's the relocate from XXS. He gets the duel. No escaping the side of Aster. They're going in. Can he take down the Bane? He will zone. Finally finding kill. Bobica will relocate back out. So he's going to be fine. A 1-for-1 trade. You finally get the Medusa. And, you know, these glimmers of hope that, you know, maybe this Medusa can take it to the late game, starting to really dwindle here.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Bane, you ended a killing spree, but in this case, the 5 for the position 1, is it worth it? Maybe.
No. Yeah, I can't imagine that it is, man.
I mean, any sort of kill is a huge XP boost for your team, but unfortunately, they're controlling up your triangle right now.
Yeah.
That Medusa death.
Shining.
He's got Ravage available, but committing this onto the Legion Commander would be a massive waste. They need to use any resources they have so carefully if they want to get back into this game.
I mean, XXS has got duel available again. He could just go for the Tidehunter here if he gets help, and he's going to get it from the IO.
Yep, he wants to bring him as low as possible. Looks like you wait until the Anger Smash came out before you press the attack, and there it is.
Dude, it is so rough here. You're now up to 30 dual damage on this Legion. The hero that's just snowballs out of control, but he's not your even biggest problem. You've got a Kunkka and a Lina also to worry about. Zone here does have, Dissimulate, will be able to get himself out. Turns attention maybe to do a little bit of damage onto the IO, and one more Astral Step is still available. There's the heroes looking to dive here behind the tower. Bane's got this Fiend's Grip, trying to get his hands onto somebody, but we'll go ahead and just Nightmare up one. There's going to be the X pulling back in the Luna. Torrent to follow. Can she leap away? Trying to, but the overwhelming odds plus the auto attack is going to be too much zone.
Is he going to play
some idle by? Just watching. He's still got Fiend's Grip. Oh no. He thought he could play cheeky there, but he's going to regret it. Shining comes in. He's got Ravage, but your whole team is dead. Trying to walk away. Another Torrent comes through. Kraken Shell giving him a little bit of survivability in the Ravage.
The tower just doesn't do damage to the Legion Commander, though. She's got too much regen, too much armor. There's the Observer Ward up onto the high ground. They're about to lose Shining as well. It is a disaster. Phoenix, they are crumbling. This is the most one-sided game we've seen so far in the CNDPC.
Dude, this might be the most one-sided game in all of the DPCs. I don't like. There almost is no avenue here for Phoenix back into this one. And I hate
hard.
being like, I always criticize people when I'm like, you know, don't try and call, you know, early, like if you're casting and stuff, but I actually don't see it. Like, what do you do on Phoenix Gaming here?
This game is so important for them, though.
Maybe you get the Bane, big pog. Over to the Medusa, 243 gold, all right. Avenue found. Medusa finding farm.
I think at this point, I don't know. You find the position 5. This is like the only hero that you're finding, though, unfortunately. Taking that with advantage now. I mean, every single team fight, there's just massive outplay coming down to... Like, maybe if you hit the late game, you'd be able to take the fight into Aster, but I just do not see how they get there at this point. I mean, you'd have to land the sickest Ravages into, like, outplays from the Void Spirit. Medusa right now doesn't have a ton of room for outplay herself.
I mean, you just have to consider that this Legion is still here, right? And still building dual damage, and it's only going to get worse as he's on his way to a Blink Dagger.
But they can hope that Aster makes some misplays and capitalize off of each one of them as much as they can. Void Spirit setting up around this tower, hoping maybe someone straggles from the rest of the team and they can catch out somebody by themselves, but they're too solid right now on Aster.
Yeah, I mean, they are. They're just not making any mistakes here. Well, Bane has a sentry down, sees one, relocate coming through. He's going to see the second, drops the Fiend's Grip, XXS, going for the duel, Nightmare. A little bit awkward. He can't toggle it off. Will have to end the Fiend's Grip to do so, and LWW. Chase down will fall. 2 more kills going the way of Aster. I mean, they're like, maybe we can find a hero farming in the triangle, but Bane's like the worst hero you could walk into as 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the entire reason, or one of the reasons this hero is so popular right now, is able to catch out people by himself as he's playing around the rest of the map, and if he manages to find anybody, well, it's as simple as TPing your team in. They have plenty of time with how long Nightmare and Fiend Grip lasts. To make a little bit of a misplay with that duel there, I guess not realizing, oh, right, he's got to end his Fiend's Grip to need to land this one, but
Tries to get out of here. Big Ravage in from Shining. They will take down the Bane. Io stone gazed up as well. Okay, 2 nice kills there for Phoenix. Still trying to keep themselves into it, and I do respect it, right? They do have to...
I mean, they capitalized off of that one. Mega's kill streak ended on that Io. It's something. I mean, every kill, you claw your way back in this game very slowly. Now setting up around this mid-tier 1 tower. They could try to deny a little bit of the map control that Aster has.
I mean, look at the Medusa's net worth, man. She is farming. She is getting there.
She is. But now mounting a defense here, and they realize that they've extended a little bit too far forward without Ravage to take this team fight. There's just no way. So they back up. So playing this as careful as possible. And again,
X into Bode. He's found the Medusa. Is the damage there? The duel doesn't actually come out quite yet. They didn't have the detection. Will now finally get dropped after Laguna Blade on the backside. You get the Nightmare off onto the Ogre as well. And going to be 2 quick kills here going the way of the side of Aster potentially. Oh, big stomp actually from the Centaur. The neutral creep helping out the side of Phoenix. You've lost 2. You grab the Bane. YP on the run, able to leap out, but the Void Spirit falls to XXS. This guy is just doing so much damage. And that's going to be a double kill for him now. Looking for more YP. He's got to be careful. Lina so dang fast. LSA on the mark with a Dragon Slave. And there it is, the GG. It's at 17 minutes, an 11K gold lead, and Aster. Absolute beatdown.
yeah, just every single lane here. The Legion Commander and the IO, too much for them to deal with. Kunkka and Bane finding those double kills in the bottom, and things never got better for them. They tried to find a couple of pick-offs on the supports, but that's basically all they had when they went a little bit too far out. Aster showing off their strength here. And I think PSG LGD, even though they'd already played their matches, I mean, again, if this was the team that took a game off of PSG LGD, otherwise they've just been undefeated. So it makes sense that Phoenix would struggle so much against them. Congratulations to Aster, looking in great form here.
I mean, we talked about it a lot this season, how Aster is like typically the team that does very well inside the region. They just destroy a lot of these other teams. And PSG LGD, the game that they did win was pretty convincing for Aster. They ended up losing the series, but all of their other games have been pretty much Aster all the way. Like, they have looked very good in the region so far. It's not that surprising. I think this is pretty much the result a lot of us expected, the quick 2-0 here. I don't know. I feel a little bad for Phoenix. That was such a rough game for them. They had a rough DPC season. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, they've got one game left, right? One game to maybe take a win here and give all the fans of theirs something on their way out. But yeah, Aster, just overwhelming strength. A shame that they had to play them this late in the season. Maybe things would have been a little bit better for them if the season went on a little bit longer. They'd have more time to practice and look at some of their opponents, break down things down. But with this, I believe it is confirmed that they'll be going into the lower division, regardless of the matches coming out next year.
Yeah, I believe so. And we'll let our panel break down all of what's going to be coming up. So we'll send it back to Nomad and the friends.
Well, as expected, Aster take home the victory once again, continuing their dominating streak through this tournament. Beacop, Lizard, did you enjoy that one?
Enjoyed it. How couldn't you? Like a couple of really amazing plays by Aster, just sealing the deal very early on. It was a stomp.
But it was a stylish stomp.
It was a stylish stomp. We don't get too many of them, right? Like we get these long games, 80-minute mark yesterday. Today we get an 8-minute mark. So almost. A little bit of both worlds.
Almost.
It was a stomp. Yeah, it felt like it. They just kind of put their foot right there, crushed them out.
Jesus.
That was dark, man.
Yeah.
I know you like UFC and all. You're like American over here, but come on.
I was talking like a bug. But
Bug.
I mean,
Calling them bugs.
Okay.
no, I'm not.
They're
you know what?
Phoenixes.
Well,
Beacop, they're going down to the lower bracket where they are going to be rising from the ashes and coming back again as a beautiful bird. And we will see them again in Season 3.
supernova.
Maybe. But,
For sure, they like to drop out, come back in.
yo-yo.
I
Come
remember
back,
the
go out, come back.
LBZS of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Is Phoenix magma that has resurrected?
Ooh. Magma, which is boiled to the surface again.
You remember magma, guys?
Yeah,
Magma?
TZY,
Magma.
Yeah, well,
Shylock.
Shylock,
Tian.
yeah, good times.
You got.
Kind of felt very similar to Phoenix right now, right? Like versus these big guns, they just couldn't hold their ground.
I think a little less so, just because I felt like Magma's early game was a lot more stable, and like their biggest regrets was Shylock unliking.
Shylock, like
That was always just rough, but like I think Magma has a lot of standouts. Like TZY is definitely one of them.
Alrighty, well, we get the honor of talking to a member of Team Aster, and we will be speaking to XXS and finding out the key to their victory. XXS, firstly, how are you doing, and are you excited to very likely be playing at the Major? If there is one.
首先恭喜你拿到比赛胜利，你最近怎么样？然后因为现在可能会打 Major 了嘛，你心情就是如果有的话，就是你现在心情怎么样？
就我个人，我还是挺愿意参加 Major 吧，主要现在在国外，然后回不了国，然后还不知道后面会怎么安排。
Yeah, I personally wanted to go to the Major, but since I still unable to go back to China, so I have no idea what's the arrangement gonna be like.
True. It's an awkward situation. But in brighter news, it looks like for this year, you and Baboka are on track to become the duo with the most games played together in all of Dota 2. Did you know that? And how will you be celebrating when you hit that landmark?
其实我不知道有意思的数据，你有没有研究过？就是你跟波波卡的话，你们两兄弟可能就是要成为到他历史上就是配对最久的一个双人组了。然后你们如果以后就是哪天比赛超越了，真正就超越这个数据之后，你们有想过回去庆祝吗？
可能等回去了一起吃一顿吧。
Yeah, we're probably gonna go celebrate by having a meal when we are able to go back.
Yeah, nice.
Very classy.
Yeah, I'd probably take you out for dinner or something if it was the two of us. But yeah, it was just one question. Do you think that if you faced PSG LGD with all your players being at bootcamp, the series would have ended differently? And do you think that you could take them now at the end of the season? Do you think that you grew as a team, that you're stronger at the moment?
就是再给你们一次机会，如果你们5个人都在线下在一起的话，你觉得以现在这样的一个 Aster 的状态，能不能再跟老干爹去打一个 BO3，并且赢下他们？
我觉得5-5开吧，因为比赛里各种情况 BP 每一把都是瞬息万变的，所以真正打起来还是得看大家的临场发挥吧。
I think it's 50-50 because there's a lot of things gonna affect the trend of the game, because like BPs, like players, their skill level, their performance that day will all have an impact on the game. So I think it's 50-50.
Yeah. Well, makes sense. 50-50 versus PSG LGD. Can't ask for way more.
Yeah.
It's a high standard to set.
Yeah.
Phoenix, unfortunately, have had a pretty rough season. Things haven't gone their way. If theoretically you were the coach of this team, what would be the first thing you would work on with them?
小凤凰今天就比较难受了嘛，输的也是没什么脾气。但如果有一个机会给你去执教他们的话，你今天可能第一件会教他们的事情是，或者就是指导他们的事情是什么？
可能就是可能就是进攻可以更凶一点嘛，因为他们第一把没有赢下来，可能就是压力还不够大吧给我们，因为我们前面是根本打不过他们。
Yeah, I think they need to be more aggressive when they are having an advantage. Like in game one, I don't think they gave us enough pressure to win the game to beat us. So yeah, be more aggressive.
Be more aggressive, B-Cup. Simple.
Yeah, I got one question for you, XXS. You've been playing with Bobica for such a long time. Does this roster with Aster give you any vibes that feel like a past roster you've been on with Bobica?
就是你跟卡哥在一起打的时间很久了吗？然后现在的这个，因为你们俩一直在一起打，现在这个 Aster 有没有有的时候给你一些就是可能比较怀旧的那种感觉呢？就是可能像两个人在一起前打的其他队上那种感觉一样。
都挺好的呀，就我们配合的也挺默契的，线上也打得挺好的吧。然后就是感觉暂时还不需要有什么改变嘛，就大家都挺好的。
Yeah, I think me and Boboka get along very well. Landing stage in the middle of the game, we we paired really well, and I don't feel like there's a change need to be made anyway. So yeah, we're good.
Nice.
All right, my final question then. EU has been considered another very strong region. I think it's comparable to China, but which region do you believe is the strongest DPC region at the moment?
大家都觉得就是可能欧洲赛区跟中国赛区现在是最强的两个赛区吗？你自己这边是什么样的看法呢？你觉得谁是最强的赛区？
我不太就是怎么说呢？就是关于这个最强赛区，我感觉还是看每年的就 TI 冠军归属哪一边嘛。就是今年显然是雪碧最厉害嘛，所以他们的赛区肯定我觉得是最强的。
I think I don't really think about those questions too much, but I do believe whoever wins TI should be the best region. So Team Spirit is the best team at TI, and so for that logic, East Europe should be the best region right now.
All right,
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
My disrespect to the Eastern Europe region is put in its place. B-Cup.
I guess one more question about teams from my part. Do you think this Aster lineup right now could beat your 2017 IG roster with Burning and the gang?
你觉得现在这个 Aster 的这个队伍能不能击败当时17年的那支有 Burning 的 IG？
我觉得当然是可以的，因为 DOTA 从17年到现在这么长时间了，大家的打法各种战术肯定都是在进步的。用现在的实力去打以前的队伍，肯定是我觉得是很碾压的。
Yeah, I definitely think we will beat them, beat that IG because I think it's been 4 years, 5 years from 2017, and the play style and the understanding of the game has been evolved so much. I think you pick a strong team right now to challenge any team from the past. It's gonna be a stomp for us. I think we're gonna stomp them.
Stomping yourself always always a way to go about it.
Alrighty, thank you very much for the interview, XXS, and of course, best of luck in your future.
Thank you.
请接受我们采访。
Oh, thank you in English. Very
Thank you.
good.
Bye
Very
bye.
good. Yes. Well, stomping. I mean, I like both of us attempting to stir the pot there a bit, and he's just like cool, calm, collected, not making any nonsense.
There is really nothing to steer because the game has changed so much. The skill level required to play on top is way different than it was in 2017. Like in 2017, I could play pro.
Wow.
Right now,
What a low
Same,
standard
definitely
to
same.
set. My
exactly,
God.
exactly. Like, yeah, no, but for real, the game has changed quite a bit. And if you ask someone like XXS, who was a very young player in 2017, it was one of his first teams as well. I believe he played in Bucharest. He also played in Kyiv. Was it major, minor? I can't remember. I know that he played in Bucharest for sure. Perhaps even won it. But in any case, of course, you're going to improve quite a lot in the next 4 years. And XSS, he's just grown as a player. He just became better and better. There weren't any big slumps or anything like that. He just became better and better. Hell, in the last DPC season, he was even voted the MVP of the Chinese region. And for a big reason, because he was just demolishing everyone. So, yeah, all these new kids, you can see, like he told you about CIS, coming better and better.
It's really been a growth for him, and you can see that growth in a couple of regions. And XXS, he started his time with like DK, and then he was on IG Vitality, got to that IG squad, and it was that squad kicked butt at DAC. Let me tell you, that made me a Tinker lover when OP was playing that Tinker, XXS on Tidehunter all the time, Bobica playing Tusk, Monkey King, and it just that was them really young in their career, like you said, and now XXS and Bobica, like you said, they're going to be up there in terms of pairing for most games played together, and they've grown a lot together, played so many different patches, played so well together. They've been super consistent together their entire time.
Yeah.
Like it's so cool to see a duo like that, because you see a lot of support duos go around together, like PYW and DY, like they'll move around together, or Black mentions FY and Fenrir moved around a lot together. This is a 3-4. They're laning together all the time. They're super comfortable with each other.
It's a really good patch to have a stable 3 and 4
Yeah.
that understand each other, because that's like one lane that needs to do extremely well at the beginning. And if you have as much synergy as Boboka and XXS, you can't really be surprised that you're doing so well in the region.
Couple goals, I guess.
A couple goals indeed.
Lane with me.
Yeah.
You know?
Baboka
I'll be your
and-
fourth.
Baboka and XXS are on track to beat that record sometime this year. When it is, we'll find out. But from today, we are, of course, all done with the Dota 2 action, which means standing tables are looking a little bit now settled, as we have very likely Aster going to be going to the major. At the very least, they'll play in tiebreakers to get there, but most likely they will just be straight up going to the theoretical major. Meanwhile, Phoenix Gaming, they are guaranteed relegation. Fortunately for them, they haven't quite made the cut this season, and it's been a rough one. But hey, at least they got a win, right?
Sure.
This is pretty much the way I envisioned the season to end, with LBZS and IG switching spots. That's it. Just IG and LBZS switching spots, and maybe IG being obviously IG being up higher, LBZS dropping out, but extremely surprised by IG.
I actually
being on
wrote it
that
down
side.
beforehand. I expected LGD, IG, Aster, RNG, EHOME, Vici above EHOME, so Vici, EHOME, LBZS, Phoenix. And that was very wrong. And I love being wrong, because that means something crazy's happened. And people have impressed and overperformed.
Luckily for you, it's very often as well.
Thank you, Lizard. Appreciate that.
It's the cock that pairs.
I was wrong so many times at predicting this season that it's
Those
fine.
in glass houses.
I lost my glasses, and now I can't really see what the drafts are, and I'm trying to figure out that. That's my excuse.
Made my eyes better, lost the glasses, still can't see the draft. Okay.
Laser eye surgery missed, unfortunately. Well, guys, don't forget to join us tomorrow for more Dota 2 action, as we have some great games on the cards. As we start things off with EHOME versus PSG LGD, then we move on to Vici Gaming versus RNG, and we end off the day with IG versus Aster. A big redemption series for IG is required there. A lot of spiciness going to be figured out, and of course, we will know by the end of the day a lot more about who is going to be relegated, who's going to be going to the major, and who is going to be staying in this division. Those all important DPC points, and of course, a little bit of cash on the line as well. We're all done for the day, but don't forget, stick around as we have the community corner coming up after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chinese DPC. We've got a little community corner with myself and Lizard. Just a quick couple notes here as we're trying to connect the bridges here that gap us east to west. But, right now the community is obviously talking about the RNG LGD matchup that happened yesterday, where RNG just couldn't finish it off. They had a 32,000 net worth lead, and then level 30 Void just wasn't enough.
What do you do when you have a Tusk playing against you? A Tusk that's literally a carry. Xingqiu, he's, from that position 4.
He does carry a lot.
Very different kind of guy. And don't be alarmed. In the Chinese region, position 4 is still a position 4 unless it's PSG LGD and it's Xingqiu playing that Tusk, because some of his plays are just incredible. At one point, in an 80-minute match, he almost solo killed the Faceless Void.
Yeah, he was getting the 12% to work for him, 12% or 100%. You guys be the judge. But, God King, not letting it get to him. He's going to what is known in China as Axe Island, where you get nice and strong, like Lizard, not myself. I need Axe Island. But he's going to practice his level 30 Faceless Void. We could show you where the bathroom is again. It's still that way. But I'm not going to flex
that
it.
way?
Yeah, there we go. But he's trying to get back in it, realize where his faults were from in that level 30 Void situation, and not lose to a Tusk ever again.
Yeah, it's very important to be a carry that does not lose to a position 4 Tusk. It just makes you feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
And that Axe Training Island usually helps out a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of lifting, a lot of spinning that happens as you're carrying an axe. Maybe you put a weight on the end
What
of it.
exactly do you train? Like, how do you train?
I don't know.
Pull-ups, sit-ups, anything like that? Or
maybe some
do you train your
pull-ups, sit-ups,
fingers,
some finger movements.
No, you put your fingers, put some weights on the fingers.
Yeah.
And then you lift them.
And then you take them off like Piccolo. You just throw the weights off and they slam down right next to the computer. And then you're on it. That's Axe Island for you. I mean, well, for us.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty cool. We'll have to open up our own Axe Island. That's the name of our gym.
I believe there's something there. I should open up a gym for gamers.
Ooh. It's a LAN cafe that you can also work out at.
Yeah, LAN cafe, but it has different gravity, so lifting up your fingers is a bit harder.
Yeah.
That's probably what Xingqiu is doing to make that Tusk look so sick.
Yeah, he was knocking out people, doing a very good job, and it's always nice if you're a God King. You're just trying to figure out the problems. You're not just sitting there like, oh man, I lost. I had a 32,000 net worth lead, and then it spirals, and they end up, ending the season 3 and 4. Instead, trying to fix his problems, get there, continue to rise up to the theoretical fingers and toes
Rise
crossed
like
major.
a phoenix.
Yeah, well,
maybe next season, or the one afterwards.
or
eventually,
just get signed by EHOME. That's probably a little bit easier. But yeah, and then the last thing was there's been some talks about Kaka and the Curse. When Kaka left Newbie, what'd they do? They disbanded.
Mm-hmm.
When he left Keen Gaming, what'd they do? They disbanded. Now he's left IG.
Well, they haven't disbanded
about to
yet,
get relegated.
But they're about to get relegated, like Big Cop just said, and they're sitting in an unfavorable position as they're about to face Aster and PSG LGD as their last 2 series, and they need to win both of those to be able to stay in the upper division, which is extremely unlikely. But it is IG, and whenever you count them out, they come back swinging. They use their keyboards, they write that question mark, and they strike back. Can they come back the same way they did in the Singapore Major?
Maybe.
We'll see in the next week.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the next week goes on. Guys, if you got your copium masks ready to go and your tank's full, huff it, get it ready.
Question mark, he's going to do it.
He's gonna put the question mark there, I swear to God. And, well, hopefully they get it done. But that's it for us at the Community Corner. We'll see you guys next time for our next set of matches. Stay tuned, because we'll be back tomorrow.